This morning, y'all. Ooh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We're in for a long haul, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a tough one. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through. Oh man. So woke up yesterday, 8 p.m. Went to work from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Didn't go to the gym. But I am drinking pre-workout because it's like coffee times 1,000. But if you drink it and then you don't work out, you don't expend all that energy. I did some push-ups and some curls and some pull-ups. But I feel like, I don't know. Plus, I got a big-ass cup of coffee. You're not supposed to drink other caffeinated beverages when you're drinking the pre-workout. So I need to dilute it with some water. Good water. Straight from the tap. Straight from the tap. Check this out, guys. We got the water jar. Oh, I'm going to spill this. I almost lost my grip on it. A big-ass jar. We got the coffee jar with some sweet cream. Some sweet cream. We got that sweet cream. And then I got the pre-workout mixed with a little bit of Gatorade powder. Because usually when I do the pre-workout, I'll put the scoop and I just put a tiny bit of water and I take it like a shot. But I diluted it with lots of water and I added some Gatorade powder to it. But I got to calm down on this. This is the juice right here. There's that juice. That's that get amped juice. Because, so I've already been awake for 12 hours, working all night. And now, I guess it's 30 minutes. I thought he said, it says noon Eastern, or, look, there's bags under my eyes. I'm tired. I need sleep. It said, noon Eastern time is when it starts. But then I thought last night he said 1 p.m. Eastern time. He did say, did he say 1 p.m. Eastern time? I think he did say, I think it's noon Central time. Oh no. Am I right what I'm thinking? Does this say noon Central time? Where is it at? It's in the announcements, right? 12 p.m. Central time, not Eastern time. He usually says Eastern time. So that means it doesn't even start for an hour and a half. I could take a nap. Should I just end this and I could take an hour-long nap. I'm not going to be able to take a nap. I'm just freaking drank all these dang. Oh, man. We could do some morning Bible study for an hour. We could watch Cat. We could review Cat. What up, Fredo? We could review Cat and Aiden. That was so funny last night. Dude, Cat called into Aiden's show. I don't know, man. I might take a nap for an hour. I knew it wasn't starting till. I thought it was starting in 30 minutes. It starts in an hour and 30 minutes. Slam some coffee and get it. So you just want me to sit here and stream for an hour and a half? And go straight into the VK? We can do that. What do you guys want to look at? You want to listen to Kat and Aiden? It's so funny. Dude, I was dying laughing. Like it just happened. Maybe we should do it tomorrow night, so let it have some time to sit. Yeah, I think we might watch that tomorrow night. What was that? What was that? We got an alert. Come on, Discord. I ain't got time for all that alert sounds. I thought I had the alert sounds turned off. What's Mike Ball talking about? Oh, the Alaskan plane. Yeah, some Alaskan plane went missing. I was just reading that. What is this?
A search underway right now on Alaska's western coast for a plane that went missing while carrying 10 people. This is a look at the plane's route over the Arctic Circle before crews lost contact yesterday afternoon. Authorities working to determine the plane's last known coordinates. The National Guard and Coast Guard are helping local crews to search that area.
It's DEI's fault. I blame the DEI. Debunking Mike Burgundy again. I don't know who that is. Oh, I wanted to watch this video. I think I saved it in my like videos. You might feel refreshed after a cat nap. I know, you're right. Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah. I'm going to do that. I'm going to stop this stream, guys. We got 4 people here now. I thought it was starting in 30 minutes. It's starting in an hour and 30 minutes. Question is, am I even going to be able to fall asleep in an hour? Because I would have to wake up. I'd have to sleep for an hour and wake up in an hour. Cat naps, right. Same for me, Elder Lion. If I go to sleep, I probably won't wake up. Screw it. Let's watch this. Let's watch this. Where's this video at? I think I liked it, but I haven't watched it yet. The only reason why sometimes I don't like people's streams, which I know I shouldn't even say this. What am I talking about? I always like everybody's stream. But the only reason that sometimes I don't is because I know that there's a watch later function in YouTube, but I never use it because I don't even know how you find it on your phone. I need to start using the watch later function. I use the like button as like a watch later function sometimes. So if there's something I want to watch, but I don't have time to watch it right now, I'll hit like just so that later I can go into my liked videos and I can watch it. So if I like every stream and every single thing that I watch, then I can never find it.
Check out how these presets transform my vocals.
But pretend I didn't say that. And you guys should hit the like button. Just ignore what I just said. I always like everything. What's up, Provo? How's the streams working today? I missed the first few minutes. He's doing 2 VKs back to back. So one of them is starting. I thought it was starting at 10 a.m. my time, but it actually starts at 11 a.m. my time. So that's 7 hours. Then he's going to take like a 4-hour break, at which point I don't know. If I win and I get a raid, then I'm going to keep streaming. And then like an hour before his next one starts, I got to stop and I got to go walk my dog. and then come back and start a new one, because also YouTube stops after 12 hours. And we might end up going for like the next like 20 hours. That might be what happens here. So, and I was not planning for a 24-hour stream. So I do not have the proper sleep allocation. I've been up all night working. So by the end of this, I'm going to be like 36 hours without sleep. It's going to be rough. We're going to call it quits earlier tonight than usual on a Friday, because I do want to get some sleep, because tomorrow I want to wake up early so we can watch the full UFC 319. It's a whack card, but the main event is going to be lit. Strickland versus Duplessis 2. We're going to watch female comedian dresses up like a man to prove women are funny. And apparently it does not go well for her. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a long haul, Dean. We're in for the long haul. Look, my eyes already got dark shadows under them because I'm tired. I don't like that. I don't like that. You got this? Well, thank you for the words of confidence? Words of confidence? No. What am I thinking? Yeah. But, you know, sometimes you'll have a stacked card where, like, every fight is good. For some reason, every time Strickland's on a card, they dang Jew him out of the good lead up. Plus, it's in Australia again. I don't know why he I don't know if it's because Duplessis is South African, right? Or is Duplessis Australian? I don't know why he keeps getting these fights in Australia. The judges hate him there. The media hates him there. The people there love him. But they don't care about that in Australia. I don't even think that place is real. What am I looking for? Oh, this. This is what we're looking for. The display capture. Get out of here, ad. You don't understand. All right, let's see this. It's only 8 minutes long, but apparently this lady dresses up like a man. Oh, they're not going to show her routine. They're just showing the results of it.
No, listen.
I can't do it as a man. I can't do it as a woman.
So apparently there was a female comedian that thought that the only reason that people weren't laughing at her jokes was because she's a woman. So she decided to dress up like a man to see if it would make any difference.
Crack is cheap.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. She's going in. She's going in, boys. She's fully manned out. She's going to get these people to laugh. She's never got a crowd to laugh in her entire life. All of a sudden, everything's going to change. Her jokes are going to get more funny because people are going to think she has a penis.
Barney Mac, nice to meet you.
What is it?
I have a Comedy Central half-hour special, and I'm also the voice of Lenny on the Cartoon Network, Joy Cab.
All right, well, let me write all this down.
Okay. Thanks, bro. Can I get some change for that?
The guy's like, yeah, bullshit.
Quit picking pussy hairs out of your tongue.
I can't help it. I can eat pussy.
Whoa, you don't even... Okay. They're so gross. So raunchy. You don't even look like a real man, though. You look weird.
For every show.
Looks like what's the Jewish like priest called? What are they called? Anyway, I can't tell the joke if I don't know the word I'm trying to think of. Looks like the guy at my bar mitzvah. My bar mitzvah. Somebody say it. This happens once every year?
I love
Are there
animals.
other
I would never
examples of
buy
this?
any,
A rabbi. Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. Looks like the rabbi at my bar mitzvah.
I would never buy any product that had been tested on animals. Never, because I like to do that myself at home. Make sure the control group is isolated.
Somebody laughed.
You know.
Come on, ads. they make me want this game, but I know it's not like this. I know the game is not like
labs.
Hold on. Let me hear the lead up to this joke again. I don't buy anything that's tested on animals because I like to do the testing myself for a better control group. That's the joke? Please be a good punchline.
Never, because I like to do that myself at home. Make sure
One dumb guy laughed.
the control group is isolated. You don't know what they're doing in these labs. Very loose guidelines. This lady wants me. I can totally tell.
Dude, they're looking at her like a weirdo because you can tell that's not a man. That's not. Hold on. That isn't. Wait.
It's a man, baby.
No. How about no? Doesn't look like a
I
man.
know I'm weird.
Doesn't sound like a man.
Dude.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
I used to always carry a man purse, a merce. You ever carry one of those?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
A merce. I loved it. I loved that merce. But I was losing it. I'd lose it everywhere. I was always leaving my merce around. You know, I kept losing my merce. But I just started carrying everything, my person, my pants. I only lost my pants a couple of times. So that's really working out.
Oh, come on now, dog.
Come on,
man.
Boozy
All right,
badass.
thank you very much, everyone. Good night.
Well, that was good. I can just feel the testosterone rippling off of her.
Sensational.
Yeah, I don't think the reason people aren't laughing is because she's a woman. And it's unfortunate because instead of writing better jokes, she's just gonna blame her shit performance on the fact that she's a woman. It reminds me of that experiment they did to test victimhood by putting the scar on the women's faces.
They did an experiment with a group of women, and they put scars on their faces, and they told these women that they're going into a job interview, and the purpose of the experiment is to find out whether people with facial disfigurements face discrimination. They showed them the scars in the mirror. The women saw themselves with these scars, and as they led them out of the room, they said, we're just going to touch it up a little bit. And as they touched it up, they removed the scarring completely.
Yeah.
So the women went into the job interview thinking that they are scarred, but actually being their normal selves. And the result of the experiment is that those women then came back reporting massively increased level of discrimination. Indeed, many of them came back with comments that the interviewer had made that
about
they felt were referencing their facial disfigurement.
It wasn't there.
And this is why I think this ideology of victimhood is so dangerous, because if you preach to people constantly that we're all oppressed, then that primes people to look for that.
And that's why I always try to tell people, don't blame your failures on something you can't control. Just keep getting better until the point where you're undeniable.
I just told you who I thought I was. A god.
You ain't been doing the education, Sway. I've been doing this longer than you. You ain't been doing the education.
I'm telling you, it was great. One, none of them understood you. They were all foreigners, so you got some laughs, right?
Oh,
it's your first time on stage as a guy. It's like you were new and you got laughs.
I know, but I felt like I was gonna I just thought like.
Oh, I'm telling you, it was great. It was good. It was, I'm telling you, it was good. Didn't you see me laughing?
I know.
Oh, he was the one laughing. Her boyfriend was the one laughing in the audience. That's why you got to have a hype man. You got to have a hype man. If you suck at what you do, you just get a hype man out there. You know, if you're a comedian, bring a couple friends and be like, hey, I know I'm not very funny, but just laugh in the audience and it'll be contagious and other people will start laughing.
No, but I felt like you were laughing at me.
I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at your jokes and how you had. That was good. I'm telling you, that was good. No, that was good. Don't be upset.
I just didn't be a comic.
No. Listen,
how much is left?
I'm
just gonna sit and talk on the step for the next 3 minutes.
You were great. You were great. You're great as a woman. You're better as a woman.
Somebody's gonna come out here and say,
bro, why don't you be honest with your lady?
like some dude fucking cry his eyes out.
No, I'm telling you, you were great. Listen to me.
I feel empathy.
I'm
I need to
serious.
build up her
Like I was.
I don't even
confidence.
care about this stupid documentary.
No, be honest.
I don't care if people think women are funny.
Tell her to go bake a cake. There's dishes that need to be done. Woman, you're not funny.
I just don't even care anymore.
I'm telling you.
I just think I don't care.
I think you're up there.
Yeah. Whoa.
I don't know what it is. It's like
You basically are kissing a man. Right? Ugh. I don't like it. I don't like it.
a man to prove like a man for 18 months.
Because I went through it.
What Nora went through, or more accurately,
this?
what she became in the last 2 years, was a man.
I wanted to enter male spheres of interest.
Breaking the glass
and
ceiling.
see how men are with each other. I wanted to make friends with men. I wanted to know how male friendships work
And
from the
nobody
inside out.
still liked you.
The handshake was unbelievable. It blew me away the first time I shook hands with a guy, a strange guy. And I was amazed because you think of women, you know, we're so nice, we're so easy, men are so mean. Complete opposite.
The best part is when she tried to pick up women and she realized that walking across the room and sparking up a conversation with a complete stranger, especially when they have all of the power in the conversation, is a tough thing to do.
Is such
firmly grasp it.
A powerful drive, and I think because we don't have testosterone in our systems, we don't understand how hard it is.
So it never gets cold where you back in Australia?
Throughout the project, Ned dabbled in the art of picking up a woman.
Where'd your friend go?
We went with him to this bar, wearing hidden cameras.
This is my friend JC, I'm Ned.
Nora was reminded
Ned
that
is
in
a
this
chick.
arena, it's women who have all the power.
We sit there and we just with one.
But I could tell you're a chick. You don't look like a man. You look like a transformer more than meets the eye.
Word no will crush someone. And the thing is, we don't have to do the part. Word
What is this
or two, and
ABC?
I'm not just sitting here to complain. If you want to have a woman in your life, that's just a she experienced deep
Making out with his girl dressed up like a dude. A dude. Ned. Oh, for real? Oh, that's the one that offed themselves? Dang. R.I.P. Ned.
trauma that she had to go to therapy for. And unfortunately, at the age of 51, she ended up taking her own life. And to be honest,
what did it say?
Therapy for. And unfortunately,
her best-selling 2006 book about the experience, Self-Made Man, made her a media darling, but it cost her psychologically.
Unfortunately, at the age of 51, she ended up taking her own life. And to be honest, I got a deep respect for her. She could have just sat on the sidelines, observed, and just judged men and tried to blame all of her problems on men. But instead, she took the initiative to get an actual perspective.
Yeah, when they told me to watch this video last week, I think Goon told me that. Or somebody in the chat told me that, and I totally forgot about that part.
Of what it was to be a man. Let me know in the comments below if this video was a W or L, and give me the HBO special. That's help a brother out special. Hit the like and the subscribe button for more content. Till
somebody from Aiden's chat wanted me to review him and Kat. Yeah, we're gonna save that till tomorrow. I'm working on never mind. Never mind. I won't tell you what I'm working on. I'm not going to tell you what I'm working on. Bro, why is Discord giving me alerts? Oh my God, I'm already tired. I'm going to fall out during this stream. My eyes are heavy. I'm going to fall out during the stream. Not going to make it. The Forgotten Dragon Ball Z specials? I saw those. I already saw those. Let's see. Content nuke. Markiplier. He dropped a content nuke on Markiplier? Why? Why? Unhinged victim has meltdown over Trump's DEI policy. Vivek Ramaswamy got fired? When that happened?
Just let your love flow.
Oh, we should talk about current events because it's popping off right now.
What's going on?
We're winning.
Really?
We're winning. We got Vivek fired.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He got fired? He did get fired.
He's done, yeah.
What happened?
Good. I told y'all not to trust Vivek. He came in, he said all the right things. He sounded just like Obama. He said all the right things. Then his first day in office, let's bring all the Indians over.
People say I have hand holding this, or I'd rather say, why don't we let it explain it? Because everybody's a political theorist. I've read comments where there's like, man, Nick needs so much hand holding on this. Or how about we can start from square one like humans? You political.
Nick is a
mayonnaise brain car salesman like everybody else that listens to this show.
Nick is a craftsman, and he's an enjoyer of the arts, and he's not a political dweeb.
Yeah.
So take it easy.
Yeah. Cheers on you. You
go fast.
Like I mean,
you
look,
know everything.
Yeah. You know you
So
got
I'll-
it all down pat.
I'll explain it like
big
you're five.
tough neo.
I'll explain it. Listen, I'll get it straight from the mouth here.
Yeah.
So Vivek went on Twitter. What a idiot, man! All he had to do was not.
Yeah.
When you see people just tear their own face.
Vivek Ramaswamy was sacked from Doge after his rant January 28th. So this happened. This flew under the radar. With all the stuff Trump's doing, I did not even catch this. Okay, I gotta close my Discord or figure out why I'm hearing alerts. I should have alerts turned off. They should have a way where you can, because I want to have alerts on if somebody calls me so I hear it ring, but not have that stupid doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo turned on. I'm not going to say who, but I'm going to respond to something. It's not the same picture. So I thought the same thing, and I went back and checked, and it's actually a different. I'm pretty sure it's a different picture. Because I remember the picture when it's a slightly different picture, and this person does have a YouTube channel, and they actually do talk on panels and stuff. But I thought the same thing, so I'm being careful with it. But I got my eye on it. I'm watching it. The person who I'm talking to knows who I'm talking to. I've got my eye on it, and he's annoying me, and I'll kick people out of my Discord just for annoying me. So he's not going to last long. Let's just say that. But when he comes on, I've got my eye on it. But yes, I thought the same thing. Anyway, if you don't understand the cryptic messaging in that, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. Back to this. So Vivek got fired from Doge a little over a week ago. I think. Well, no, he's saying he didn't get fired. They had a falling out. What's Newsweek saying? Hold up. Vivek Ramaswamy was asked if Elon Musk fired him from President Donald Trump's Department of Government Efficiency after Ramaswamy confirmed he was leaving his formal role as co-head of the department. No, we had a mutual discussion, and I wish him well. We're on the same page. We're divide and conquer and saving the country. It's not a one-man show from the top down or bottom up. It's all of the above. People are saying you didn't get along with Musk. What happened there? I think that's incorrect. But what I would say is we had different and complementary approaches. How about you said all the right things to get into a position of power and gain popularity, and then you decided you wanted to totally flip on the American First agenda and say, let's just bring all the people over. Bring them on. No, Vivek. We see your games. What up, David Healy? David Healy. When I say your name, it makes me think of the shoes with the wheels on them. You know, the Heelys. Bro, I used to be vicious in a pair of Heelys. I run skating along.
Face off and show the blood and teeth when they don't have to.
Yeah, just keep it up.
Just be quiet.
Do your job.
You don't even have to do your job. You could just sit in a room and do nothing.
Yeah.
But I think I know when you start getting clout and you feel like people are hanging on your every word, you feel like you're the man and you get lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
And that can either destroy you or you tamp it down and get control of it. But ego is like water. We need a little bit to survive, but too much and we drown. And Vivek, I think being a true nerd in high school and
yeah, Dean, I had some soaps too. Soaps, slide on a pole, slide on a pipe, pause at that. Also, when we were kids, nobody thought that sounded super gay. My shoes are called slide on a pole. But I did have a pair of soaps. Bro, I could run and jump, grinding with my shoes. What they needed to do, Soap and Heelys should have had a collaboration, and it would have been Heliopes or Soapilies. You have the wheel on the bike and then the dang plate on the middle. So you could be running and then jump and then sliding down the pole. That would have been lit. Why didn't somebody invent that? Patented. Don't steal my dang idea.
If you're a nerd and you have something, you've got something that you're passionate about that you can pour your intellect into and create a pursuit for yourself and get fulfillment out of, then you're good to go. But if you're a nerd and you just want to be popular, you're fucked.
Yeah.
And this guy, he's never done, his claim to fame is that he started this company where I'm paraphrasing it and I'm butchering it, but he bought some failed pharmaceutical thing.
Yeah.
Can we look up?
He bought it.
Go to ChatGPT.
He did a rug pull, right?
And type this out. Give me a short explanation. The nicotine's making me sick. 1 second. It's also healing me. It's also healing.
Sean Combs is
Look, I just said Heelys and he said healing.
Monster. I want to speak about this now because I've witnessed everything.
That's called serendipity.
Making my spine strong.
That's called serendipity.
As I know it, is he rug pulled he bought like a back end.
He did some shithead move. He did some like some.
He paid a doctor to like approve a
piece of shit. Just scam.
Like those things I used to buy. Remember?
Sophisticated scam.
Level 2 approval. FDA approval. We're in second round of FDA approval.
Oh, the stock. You mean the stocks?
I used to buy like Avarind, Eye Care, and Pharma. Oh God,
I remember Satyam. You recommended Satyam, and I didn't buy it, and it it went up like 20x after you recommended.
It was on like message boards. Yahoo Technologies.
He acquired a failed company.
1.25 speed. This guy on the right looks like he's tweaking balls.
And this is a PC. He found some piece of shit corpse on the ground. and he saw there was some meat in it, and he saw some other vultures looking at it,
Soaps, yeah.
and he decided to dress it up in
on a pole.
a pageant gown.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably what happened. That's paraphrasing it, and that's without any knowledge of the situation.
Omega
but
yo-yos?
I thought of it, so that's what happened.
Oh my God, my
Source, I thought it up.
I thought it up just now, and that's exactly how his life was. That's what he was thinking, and that's what happened.
So he's not an inventor. He's not a. Let's start running this podcast through the RX11 mouth declick as well, please, because I'm not hydrated. The nicotine's making me ascend, but it's also making me sick to my stomach.
You should talk about it like it's like you're a
You
yoga
get the
woman.
hiccups? Dude, I thought I was the only one that happens to with these nicotine pouches. You get the hiccups. Does anybody else do these pouches? These things? I do the on because the Zins, everybody Tucker and everybody promotes the Zins. I knew they were getting paid too because all the podcasts I watched started slowly like randomly in the middle of the podcast, Joe Rogan would be like, have you tried new Zins? These things are really good. Why don't you try a Zin? And then Tucker, I'd be watching Tucker and he'd be like, you know what I really like is these Zins. I really like this Zin product. It's really good product. Here, why don't you try one? And I was like, hold on a second. These people got to be getting paid for this. This is like the Truman Show advertising. Like, instead of just running an ad, they'd be like, by the way, I drink Folgers coffee. It's delicious. Have you tried it, chat? That's some good coffee. Like, I know you're getting paid for this. And then sure enough, Zin comes out and everybody's doing Zins, but Zin is gay. Zin only goes up to 6 milligram. It sounds like they're skiing. Yeah, it is in 1.25 to be fair. But Sam talks very slowly, and so I wanted to get it going faster. But what was I just saying? Oh, Zins only go up to 6 milligrams. These ons are cheaper, and they go up to 8 milligrams. So stronger and cheaper. Try new ons. Now, you guys are probably going to think there's a conspiracy that I'm getting paid to advertise these. I wish. What up, Jeff? Nick is my favorite. That's this guy? Who is it? Nick who?
Oh, it's me. It's okay. I'm feeling vibrations right now. And I'm
Oh, the whole point I paused the video. He got hiccups. I get hiccups like sometimes when I put a new pouch in. It gets sometimes I don't know if they have them like measured properly because sometimes like you don't even feel it. You don't get the burn. You don't get nothing. And then sometimes you put one in and you're like, damn. And you start hiccuping. You get the hiccups. Zins are based. I use 2 or 3 at a time. See, with these, with ons, you don't need 2 or 3. You just use 1 because it's stronger. Nick Rockefort.
channeling something that's in my gut.
I'm still centered.
Yeah, I couldn't
and I think that
imagine
everything in
using 3 of
moderation.
these
It's all
at a
about
time.
balance.
Cut the spit noise. Make it do a horn sound, please. Okay.
Oh, so he's not. He's got dip in because he's spitting. So he's got dip in, but dip will give you some hiccups too.
I'm balanced now. Don't worry. I'm good to go. So he's not a nerd that's passionate about something. He's not a nerd that has a focus that he can hone to get fulfillment from. He's just a nerd that's an opportunistic guy that wants to be popular. He wants money. He wants to not be Indian as well. Okay. He wants to not be Indian. Let's just say that. And that's, listen, I don't hate Indians. I don't even dislike Indians. They don't belong here, but I don't dislike them. And there's plenty of things you can do if you're Indian. First of all, get strong. There are strong Indians. That's a cool thing you can pursue. You can do the club exercises. You can get those big mallets.
Yeah.
You can do slap wrestling.
You can do the pole thing.
That's a respectable thing. Okay. If you're Indian, get some muscle, get a linen shirt, have 1 or 2 buttons undone, get a mustache. Okay.
See, I think
get
I'm
some
supposed to
dignity,
be on
some
this
self-respect. Pursue your Indianness. Don't try to be American because it's not working.
Yeah,
all right?
it's a tough flex.
It's a hard slot to fill. So Vivek's one of these guys. He just wants more than anything to not be Indian, which I feel sorry for him. But he went on Twitter.
I'm gonna do something.
And
I'm gonna do something right now. We may lose the stream, But it should be back up very quickly. Okay. Are we back up? It probably just went down for a second. It looks like we're back up. I've been having problems where like my chat will like randomly go out, and if I have too many windows open, stuff starts going out. And what it was is my Google Fiber has 2 separate connections and a guest one. So there's 3 different like accounts for my one internet connection. One of them is like the main one and it uses the full power. Then one of them is like a secondary one that only uses like half of the data or whatever. And I think when I came back from Florida, my laptop automatically connected to the weaker one. And that's why I've been having problems. And I've been meaning to change it. And I just changed it. So now I shouldn't have any problems anymore.
He let anytime somebody that's like a grub, like an outsider grub that doesn't belong, starts to champion American values, no matter how flimsily or misconstrued they are in the way that they do that, they become like the darling of the Republican establishment. Oh my God, there's a black guy who likes guns.
He says
and I
base
understand
things.
It's heartening. It's heartening when there's
It's a young Indian guy and he says all the base stuff. I knew Vivek was an op.
a black guy that's that wants to pursue American values. I like that's fine.
Like
Okay,
sowers or something.
but it's also just like a play fantasy because it's statistically not a real thing that happens.
Right. It's anecdotal bullshit.
It's anecdotal bullshit. And so Vivek, he got lost in the sauce. He became addicted to this. Anytime he tweets something where he says some glop and then follows it with "because America is the best country," all the Republican establishment, they're like, "Oh my gosh, it's true. We can have a nation of principles and it'll work." All that shit.
Yeah.
And so he tweeted
Based
Sorry, I'm
Indian
rambling.
guy.
I gotta
He's
learn how
gonna
to stop
save
rambling.
us.
It might
America
just be that
first.
holes in my brain. Like did you see the thing about Redditors having holes in their brain?
No.
Can you type
Bring up that Reddit link.
Can you Google search Redditor holes in brains?
Oh no.
There was a thing where someone posted their MRI. Oh yeah.
Yo.
My nigga.
What the fuck is that, dude? That's a tumor.
It's like
God. Did they
people-
just edit him saying the N-word out with a smoke detector beep? That's awesome.
people were like, I got an MRI for some sinus thing, and the doctors discovered that I'm actually missing part of my brain is deactivated.
I bet you it's a fucking parasite eating brain matter from eating ass.
You know, I bet you TikTok is not much different than this. I bet if we brain scan TikTok users in 10 years, it's going to be a similar result.
No, I feel like a lot of these guys aren't even popular enough to eat the nastiest ass. I think it's just from it's straight up.
You know why? It's because nothing worth learning can be learned in a minute. That's why it's good to read. And I think I have a theory about why so many kids, could be chemicals in the food. It could be a ton of things, but why so many kids are autistic now? Well, it's a whole list of things. One, it's being overdiagnosed like ADHD used to be overdiagnosed. 2, they've broadened the spectrum so that everybody can fit into it. 3, there's GMOs and chemicals in our food and in the air and in the water. And then 3 or 4. Am I on 4? I have 4 fingers up. 4, if you brain scan TikTokers now, there's probably nothing there. 4, the last thing is, so there's evidence that if you get your kids to read a lot when they're young, then they're going to have a higher IQ. It develops their IQ quicker, and they'll have a higher IQ when they're older. And I think kids are not reading as much as they used to because of so much access to toys and gadgets, and parents just give them a phone and they watch Bloopy or whatever the heck, Coco Melon or Miss Rachel or whatever. All those shows, they just watch these like YouTube kid shows and stuff all day because mom and dad are both working, because, you know, a woman's right to vote and have a credit card is more important than raising their children. So they just give them cell phones. And then with COVID, they were doing school on computers and staring at computers and watching their teacher through a little screen. And so I don't think people are reading as much as they used to. And especially kids. What was my point? Oh, yeah. So that's why people are getting more autistic and dumber. And the reason people don't want to read is because they slowly moved from reading books to listening to audiobooks to watching YouTube videos to watching TikToks. So now they think that they're getting like all of the information, like, oh, I want to learn about the history of Russia. So they'll watch like 5 TikToks and they're like, oh, I know all about the Russia-Ukrainian conflict now. And really, you would need to read like 10 books stacked this high to just have a starting foundation of the information. And that would take you a very long time to read through all those very high level books. But instead, you watch 5 TikToks and you think you're an expert. And everybody's retarded. I read a lot. Just got a Time magazine. Bro, a magazine is not reading, Dean. Time magazine is not reading. Did Echo fart? Or is that my shoes? That might be my feet. Something stank. I read a lot. Just got a new Time magazine for the month. Time is good for some info. Dean. We call those picture books. Picture books. When I used to sell magazines door to door, I'd knock on their door and I'd be like, we're selling magazines. And when you're in the country, people be like, I don't read. And I'll be like, well, we got picture books. I'd say it just like that. We got picture books too.
Up fluoride and seed oil. It's the modernity diet genetic enhancement program that everybody's on without their consent.
All right, this is where you stop rambling.
Sorry, Chris.
Vivek gets fired.
Oh, so you picked an easy language to learn. No, actually, after watching that Amon Hillman stuff that people sent me last week, that guy pissed me off. Oh, yeah, man. Like Jesus was like in the garden and he was like doing stuff with children. That's how that dude talks. Oh my God. That dude was pissing me off. And now I'm like fired up on a mission to learn Greek just so I can debate that guy. But his argument is he knows Greek better than all the other Greek scholars in the world. Nobody knows ancient Greek as much as he does. So even the people who can read Greek still can't properly read the Bible. Only he can properly read the Bible. He has hidden knowledge, which is what cult leaders always say. That dude is the devil. I'd love to learn Greek. Yeah. But I think like ancient Greek is different than modern Greek. So I want to learn, and I don't know, maybe if you learn Greek first, I haven't really looked into it a lot yet, but I was trying to find free learn to read Greek stuff. But I wonder if you learn normal Greek, modern Greek, if then it would make it easier to learn ancient Greek, or if my final goal is to know how to read ancient Greek, should I just skip the modern Greek and go straight to the ancient Greek? Or would it be easier to learn the modern Greek and more practical because people still speak it, and then learn the ancient Greek? I don't know. They call him Ancient Stavros. Who, the guy on this show, or are you talking about Amon Hillman? Maybe he is actually an ancient Greek. In Oklahoma, in the outskirts, if people find out you recycle, they call you a hippie. They're smart. Recycling is a scam.
He goes on Twitter. He says this thing that
all you're doing is helping China build Plastic Bottle Island.
It's very anti-American people. That's basically telling Americans that the reason they're failing is because they're not trying hard enough. And the context in which they're not trying hard enough is that they're not like these Asian and Indian parents that have their kids studying piano and violin furiously.
Similar to Old English.
They're not like pushing their kids like a hard charging immigrant ambition. That's why Americans failed. Too many sleep.
Well, he said like Hebrew only has 8,000 unique words, so you could learn Hebrew pretty quick. But he said ancient Greek has 800,000 unique words compared to English, which I think has 144,000. Y'all know I'm not great with numbers, so I'm probably forgetting the numbers. Tommy Lee is Greek. Just, FYI. Thanks for that information, Rome. I haven't heard Tommy Lee's name since he was in that movie with Pamela Anderson. What was that movie called? Where they were on that boat?
Sleepovers, too many TV shows, too much jock behavior, not enough hard piano lessons. That's why Americans are failing, and it's justifiable that they're being replaced by Indians, essentially is what he said.
He got fired for that.
He got fired. He got fired because that was a bad thing to tweet.
That was bad.
But the timing of it, he could have said this 2 years ago and it would have slipped right under. But the timing of it, was bad timing. People were ready to react. My video, the Dear Elon video, got probably, I think, over 10 million views across platforms. What's it on YouTube right now? Can we see?
Yeah, it's over 1 million on YouTube for sure.
And
I started at 20 million views on Twitter.
That's probably impressions. I think the actual plays
1.1 mil.
Yeah, the actual plays.
That was a good video.
Was on Twitter is over 10 million.
That's crazy. That's a lot. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's I'm
Dear Vivek was really good too. He did that like a week or two ago.
For what it's worth, I am not getting. I'm trying not to get lost in the sauce myself. I'm trying to just stay in my lane and only say things with this sort of gravity when I see that they're appropriate to say. Anyway,
so he gets canned from this.
He gets canned from Doge because of the public reaction. Everybody on Twitter was shitting on this guy. Like not thousands, tens of thousands.
Yeah,
probably
'cause he scammed
probably over 100,000 people. Like every post that was shitting on Vivek or Elon was getting 50K likes, 100K likes. It was blowing up. And Elon
6,000?
had to change the algorithm so that
Only 6,000? How about now? Is Koine Greek the same as ancient Greek? See, that Amon Hill guy's probably lying out his ass, and I just didn't fact check him because I was at work. I listened to like 5 hours of that guy on that Danny Brown, 2 different episodes of that Danny Brown podcast of that guy. And yeah, he's the devil. And then they had the Catholic exorcist come in, and then they had Amon Hillman, and like, yeah, the Catholic exorcist guy was kind of a jerk, but Amon Hillman was even more of a jerk and disingenuous and dodging questions and obfuscating and just being a weirdo. And I go into the comment section, and it's all talking crap about the Catholic guy and praising Amon Hillman. And I'm like, what video did these morons watch? Because the Catholic guy was trying to be genuine. He got a little frustrated at times because Danny was saying intentionally frustrating things, straight up blasphemies about Jesus to the Catholic guy's face. And the Catholic guy's like, I don't want to put up with this. And the comment section is all attacking the Catholic guy and praising Amon Hillman. And I commented, what are your comment section watching? What video did they just watch? Because it must have been something different than I watched, or these people are all just morons. And it got highlighted. It was a highlighted response to the video. So I don't know if that means Danny highlighted it, maybe because he agreed with me, or maybe just because I was like literally the only comment on the side of the Catholic guy. And I'm not even Catholic. I got to get out of my Discord because like I can't just close it. I have to task manager exit out of it. Okay, those alerts are annoying me. Yeah, let me see if it's still highlighted. It might only show up on my phone. Unless that's just something for me. Amon Hillman, Danny Jones. It's this one. Antichrist versus Exorcist debate. Okay, so see, it doesn't say highlighted anymore, but my comment is at the top. So my comment is at the top, but it's not the most recent comment. Like here's one from 4 days ago, 4 days ago, 3 days ago with a super chat. And my comment is still at the top because they highlighted it. I said, this comment section is full of morons. They must have watched a different video. This Amon guy is a nut job. And they highlighted it. Because if you read through these comments, none of them are on the Catholic guy's side. They're all on Amon's side. And this guy is a freaking whack job. I don't get it. And I was going to check back to see if anybody replied and disagreed with me, but doesn't seem like anybody has. Anyway.
That these things stopped getting as many likes. He changed the way the website works.
Again.
The one time, the first time. Okay. I don't know to what extent or if he's done it again, but that means that
English is almost 1 million unique words. Is that right? I swear I looked this up not too long ago and it was like 144,000. Huh. Over 1 million is what Google says. See, I told you I'm not good with numbers. So everything that Amon guy said could be absolutely BS. Because he said, now how many... I guess I could take your word for it because you probably just looked it up, Elder Lion. But I want to see how many unique words in ancient Greek. $60,000. Over 60,000 classical Greek, which is Plato and Aristotle, which is what this guy, the Amon Hillman guy, is a classicist. But his understanding, over 60,000 unique words. He said ancient Greek had more unique words than English. And that's bullshit. So everything he said could be total nonsense. And Danny didn't call him on it. Nobody called him on it. Wow. Wow. I just ordered The Pilgrim's Progress by John Bunyan. I read that. We had to read that when I was in Christian school in like 4th grade, I think. It's a good book. Pilgrim's Progress. That's the dude who has to walk around with the burden on his back and he has to go through all the different trials.
We broke
he gets to
your
lose
website.
His burden.
That's what it means.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that he's not going to be able to walk away from it and flip it. He did a pretty good job.
I used the Koine Greek. It's what the Septuagint is written in. Yeah, and the Amon Hillman guy was saying that there's actually older texts written in classical Greek or ancient Greek that come before the Septuagint. And that's what he studied. And he knew it better than anybody else. So he knew the Bible. Therefore, he knew the Bible better than anybody else who just read the Septuagint. But he was lying about the number of unique words, he's probably lying about everything he said.
Job with the Rotherham diversion, which also does require attention. I mean, that is a thing that people need to be. I call it voting. I say you vote someone in the head with a hammer. You have to vote peacefully, but that has to be addressed somehow. That's like a generational crime. So Elon will walk away unscathed or something. Not unscathed, but he'll.
Okay, I get it, guys. I get it. Let's look at these topics. We got 30 minutes. We got 30 minutes. I looked at the topics already. I'm ready for this evolution topic. I am ready. I know evolution. We're going to talk about radiocarbon and now I'm drawing a blank. I was just like brushing up on my oh yeah, I want to have this down. Okay, hold on. Let me remember it without looking at it. The origin of species by means of natural selection and the perseverance of favored races in the struggle for life. Is that right? Did I get it right? Because I hope that what's his name? I hope that Andre guy shows up because he believes in evolution. And I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna drop a bomb on him. Drop the bomb on him. Did I get it right? Origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. I got it. Yes, I got it. So they actually, in modern times, to be more politically correct, they actually changed the name of Darwin's book to On the Origin of Species or The Origin of Species. If you buy it, it'll probably just say The Origin of Species on the cover. But the actual title of the book was On the Origin of Species by means of natural selection for the perseverance of favored races in the struggle for life. And so if you believe in racism, if you believe in evolution, Darwinian evolution, you inherently believe in racism because you have to believe that the reason that we've adapted different skin colors is because one race is favored against the other race. One race is superior and one race is inferior. And that's why we've developed different skin colors. It's Darwin was a racist. Didn't Darwin convert to Christianity on his deathbed? I think that's an urban legend. I think I've heard that, but I think it's like an urban legend that Christians tell to try to like slam dunk on. We can look it up. When you're there's a couple things that are quick to turn people to God. Being in a foxhole, terminal cancer. Terminal cancer is quick to bring people to God. A deathbed. Terminal cancer, being in a foxhole, all of these things. There's no such thing as an atheist in any of those situations. Convert. Everybody starts praying in those situations. AI from Google says, no, Charles Darwin did not convert to Christianity. Rumors that he did began to circulate after his death, but his family and other historians have denied them. Yeah, I'm not going to dig deeper into this. I agree with AI on this one. I think that's just an urban legend that Christians made up to kind of like debunk evolution after he died. Just confirmed it was BS. That was a geezer doing an MA in theology. He came out with loads of other crap. Oh, who said that? Yeah. Being at gunpoint. Yep. Yeah, getting a gun pointed at you is quick to turn you to God and quick to loosen your bladder up. I'm just kidding. I had a gun pointed in my face once. We got robbed in my apartment. And I didn't pee myself. I was wishing I had a pew-pew myself, though. I wasn't getting robbed. My roommate was getting robbed. I was fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think, that's an urban legend. But anyway, he was a racist. If racism is real, Darwin was one of them. What's the other topics? Origin of species by means of natural selection for the perseverance of favored races in the struggle for life. It's a long title. That's the title to his book that he wrote after going to the Galapagos Islands. And is it radiocarbon? Radiocarbon and radiometric? Radiocarbon and radio. So carbon dating or radiocarbon dating is how you date organic material, and then radiometric, I believe. Let me see. Radiometric dating. Yeah. So radiometric dating is how they date rocks, and radiocarbon dating is how they date organic matter. They found a seashell in a rock, and they dated the rock at like 130 million years old. And the seashell, which was embedded in the rock, so they used radiometric dating, which looks at the half-life and the parent isotope ratio versus the. I'm giving away all my stuff before we'll save this for VK. I'm spoiling it for you guys, but I'm spoiling it. You don't get any more ammo. I'm not giving you all the keys. It's only like 50 pages long. Origin of Species. Yeah, I think I read it in 5th grade. In Christian school again, because in Christian school we used to read a lot. I had the whole first chapter of Genesis memorized in 2nd grade. We had to read. We had to memorize large swaths of the Bible, King James, and when it was time to learn about science, we would read Origin of Species. And then we would read the Bible. And then we would read what public school science books said. And then we had our own science books that said, well, here's the other side to that. And that's how I believe children should be taught. So when there was a big commotion over kids being taught just evolution, I completely agree. Kids should not just be taught evolution. I'm okay with them learning the theory of evolution. It's not even a theory, it's a hypothesis, because it can't become a theory unless you can prove or disprove your hypothesis, and you can't prove or disprove a hypothesis if you can't observe it. So therefore, it's fake science. But anyway, if you're going to teach the kids about evolution, you also need to teach them the other hypotheses so that they can decide. And then you teach them both every year. And then as they grow and get older, they'll decide which way they want to go. You don't just show them one side and tell them the other side is BS. Because when I was in Christian school, they said, well, you know what? Actually, I'll be fair. When I was in Christian school, they did kind of tell us this evolution stuff is BS. But they would teach it to us. Then they would teach us, how Christians argue against it. And then when I went to public school, they didn't even mention Christians. They didn't even mention intelligent design. They just taught the evolution stuff. And so I think if we're going to have schools, they should be Christian schools, but I think you should teach them both. And then teach them a third the third idea, which is how you justify both of them together, because there is a way to do that. I think I'm leaning towards young Earth, though. I'm leaning towards young Earth. Maybe not 6,000 years, but maybe like 10,000 years. I lean towards young Earth. But there is a way to justify the Big Bang Theory, evolution, and all of that scientific stuff, quote unquote scientific. There's a way to to make that work with biblical Christian beliefs, you know. But I think I'm leaning towards young Earth. Secular science is opposed to religion, and almost all modern science is secular. Facts. New Testament. The New Testament is the old contained, and the old is the new explained. Huh. The New Testament is the old contained, and the old is the new explained. That makes sense. The New Testament contains the Old Testament and shortens it and fulfills all the prophecy, but then the old is how you have a deeper understanding of the new. Mind blown. I'd recommend anything written by Seraphim Rose. He is great. The God's revelation to the human heart taught me not to trust all miraculous knowledge gained. That's deep. That's so deep I don't even know what it means. It's like the old is in a box, and we can look at it through the lens of the new. Right. And then the Old Testament is like the New Testament expanded, like even more. I've never heard that expression, but I like it. I like it. Okay, topics. Something about AI. I'm going to get a little loopy later in the day. I'm probably going to get a little loopy. If I start, I always sound a little crazy, but if I start sounding more crazy than normal, it's due to lack of sleep. Where are the topics? I can't go too deep because some of you might end up being in the VK. So I can't, I'm going to have to destroy you. So can't give away all my. There should be strict guidelines on how AI makes its decisions. So it's baked into that premise that AI does make decisions. So assuming AI is making decisions, should we have strict guidelines on them? Yeah, definitely. Evolution, but that's gonna open a whole can of worms about AI. Evolution is the best explanation for how humans came to exist. I mean, humans came to exist. I was gonna say I don't think evolution even explains like the beginning of life. That'd be more like Big Bang. But this is how humans came to exist, so that would be evolution. Some pond scum, some pyroclastic ooze was bubbling up. I don't know. We have internal regress. We keep saying, well, where'd the pond scum come from? Well, it came from a meteor. Well, where'd the meteor come from? Well, it came from a star. Well, where'd the star come from? Well, it came from a sun. Well, where'd the sun come from? Well, it came from the Big Bang. Well, where'd the Big Bang come from? Well, it came from the singularity. Well, where'd the singularity come from? That's what you get when you talk to an atheist. And then they think it's the same thing when they say, well, where did God come from? Morality does not exist without God. Yeah. Correct. Debates online are mostly useless. I disagree with that. I disagree. It's so broad. There's, even if the use is simply entertainment or profit or personal fun, like even if I do a debate with somebody online and it doesn't get any views, if I enjoy doing it, it's not useless. So I don't agree with that. UBI is only for people that are employed. No. What? No UBI. Get out of here. Do you think technology needs to be regulated? Yeah. Elon Musk has been given too much authority within the government. No. Social media has improved human communication. Hot take. Yes, it has. Now, the next question is improved human communication or over socialization a good thing? No, it isn't. Everybody's retarded now. But it has improved our ability to communicate. I'm not going to deny that. The death penalty should be reinstated. When did it get uninstated? What? Maybe that's a Canadian thing. I don't know. I got to ask Easy when that one comes up. When did they uninstate the death penalty? What state are we talking about? And to have knowledge that, okay, I got to catch up on the chat. Papa Shango. Then all the prophecies explain what came after. It's a beautiful idea. Yeah, I like that. I like that expression. Miraculous knowledge is just tapping into the spiritual more and being able to sense the unseen warfare around you. That's based. Some things you will never find the answer to in life. Be comfortable knowing that. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Dean. And some of those things that we're never going to know the answer to, it's foolish to even seek the answer to. And to have knowledge that appears in your mind like knowledge of things in the Bible that you never read. I had a lot of that for a long time, and it almost convinced me I was a prophet. No, it's because the word is written in our heart. Only 21's easy. Easy. You're not allowed to. Listen. Only 21 states have the death penalty. Well, that's some. That's 21. I guess it's less than half. Maybe it's because those are the states that I go to. All the states I've been to, they got the death penalty. No. All the states I lived in, they got the death penalty. What was I just saying? Oh, Elder Lion. That's because the truth is written in our hearts. Even if we don't have a Bible, we know there are some truths that are just universal, and we know them even without ever reading a Bible. And then you get a Bible, and then you see the foundation of why you held those beliefs and why even atheists have like a creeping suspicion that it's probably not good to walk around murdering people. You shouldn't murder a guy. Ask the Clintons.
Oh, murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
He murdered a guy. Easy's trying to debate with me about the dang topics. The VK hasn't started yet. Demons can... Wait, if you find out where God came from, how would that change anything anyway? What would that prove finding out? Well, no, it's a dumb question because God is outside of time and space, and so there is no where did God come from. Our perception of came from is a physical thing and a time-related thing. God is outside of time and space, so there is no come from for God. Almost all the further southern states and further north you go, the less there is. Yeah. Lame. Southern states are based. I'm not even like a super big death penalty guy, but it does make me lean more towards the death penalty when I see that All of the base states have it. And like all the Democrat states, they just let people out of prison. In Florida, we looked this up a long time ago. So in Florida, I had a shirt when I was a kid that had an electric chair on it, and it said Old Sparky, because we had an electric chair in Florida called Old Sparky, and they decommissioned it. They like shut it down for like 20 years, and we went to lethal injection. And then this was a while ago, but they brought it back one year. They're like, Old Sparky's back, and it was a big deal. And like some radio station was giving out t-shirts, and I got a t-shirt that had an electric chair on it, and it said Old Sparky is back or something like that. And everyone's like, yeah, Old Sparky's back. And it was the same chair, and it was recommissioned, and they turned it back on, and it was called Old Sparky. So then like 5 years later, I'm doing research during a live stream, or I'm talking about something during a live stream, and we're reading an article from Georgia, and it says somebody's going to be put to death this week in Old Sparky. And I was like, wait, Old Sparky is in Florida. Why? What did they move Old Sparky to Georgia? So I Googled it. Come to find out, Old Sparky is not just that chair. Old Sparky is the name of whatever the most frequently used electric chair is in each state that has electric chairs. So there's multiple Old Sparkies. So each state that has electric chairs, whichever electric chair is the most used one, they'll call that Old Sparky. So Georgia has an Old Sparky. Florida has an Old Sparky. There's like 12 Old Sparkies. Fun fact. Let me just drink from my jar. I got lots of jars. Check this out. This is the water jar. This is the coffee jar. This is the juice jar. We got to be careful with this today. This is Gatorade and pre-workout. If I drink this too fast, I'm going to be itching and burning. My skin's going to get hot, and I'm going to get all itchy. I'm already itchy right now because I drank like half of it. That stuff right there gets you twacked out. And I got the candle jar. Only thing I don't have is a piss jar. If you choose to be a slave of sin and commit heinous acts, then a slave you shall be till God decides it's time for you to go. Yeah, I get it. I've flip-flopped on the death penalty. The main reason, I was always pro-death penalty most of my life. And then my stance on abortion kind of led me to not believe in the death penalty. But then I see other abortion abolitionists and anti-abortion advocates who are pro-death penalty. And the way one guy explained it to me, he's an abolitionist, and somebody was like, so you're pro-life? And he said, no, I'm not pro-life. I eat meat, and I think if you forfeit your life by doing a crime, then you should be killed. I'm not pro-life. Like, if somebody breaks into my house, I'm going to blast them. So I'm not pro-life. I'm okay with people, with things dying and people dying and killing things if I have to. But I'm anti-abortion. But anyway, trying to be consistent with my abortion thing kind of led me to being against the death penalty. But I always end up coming back to it because it's like at some point you forfeit your life. You've done something to forfeit your life. Anyway, I'm giving away all my thoughts. This is going to be in VK. You mean just for convicts, right? Where's your milk kefir jar? I don't know what that means, and I hope I didn't just say something nasty. I don't know what that means. Who are we to decide? I know that's why I kind of flip-flop on it, and I'm not super solid, but I would say it's not us. It shouldn't be us as individuals who decide. But I go to Romans where it says, fear your government because God places the authorities in power and the authorities are there to wield the sword against the wrongdoer. So it's not my job to decide who lives and who dies, but it is in the hierarchy of power. If the government has laws that say you die if you do this, and these laws come from biblical principles, then the government's killing them. And God appoints the powers, and the principalities appoint the leadership, and we get the leadership that we deserve. Damn, Echo, what was that? You got a hairball or something? What you doing, bruh? Come here. What you doing, buddy? You okay? Did you hear that? He went, bleh. Great for workouts and gut health. What, the kefir milk? I feel like you're trolling me. I don't trust that. And I'm not going to Google it. Something gross is going to come up. Easy, don't you have a show to get ready for? You got 7 minutes, right? I thought it was starting an hour ago. So I started this stream. And I could have taken a nap. But instead, nope. Now I'm going to be awake for 36 hours. Let's go. I'm already exhausted. Going to get a little crazy. I'm going to get a little crazy in about 6 hours. I'm going to get a little loopy. Hopefully I don't fall out on stream. I've never fallen asleep in a stream before. So, but I will get a little loopy. And then in the second VK is when I'm going to break out the beer. Try not to drink any beer until the second VK. Because if I start drinking beer now, I'm going to be faded. And then I'm going to pass out during the second one. Stick it in my protein shake. Kefir is a dairy product. It's good stuff. I stick it in my protein shake. Huh. Chat GPT it when you get a chance. Not trolling you at all. All right, I trust you. Milk kefir. Let's Google it. I got Google. They said you can get Chat GPT for free on Windows, and that Chat GPT is actually $200 a month, but if you have Windows, you can get it for free. Is that true? Milk kefir grains. I don't know about that. I'm going to pass. That looks gross. A fermented milk drink similar to a thin yogurt. Mesophilic symbiotic culture. Prepared by inoculating the milk of cows with kefir. I'm going to pass on that, my boy. That looks nasty. I'm putting cottage cheese in my protein shake? Nah. But to each his own. If you think it's good, Grosstein. Look, somebody needs to pay for Easy to be in the VK because he wants to debate this dang death penalty. If it was discovered tomorrow that Mexico has never stopped worshiping and performing human sacrifice to the Aztec gods, should the U.S. or any other Christian nation get involved with it? Death penalty would violate the dignity of human life. I don't know, Sweater. I'm kind of thinking no. Like more isolationist. If they want to sacrifice their hearts on pyramids and stuff in Egypt or Guatemala or wherever they're doing it at, let them. Fuck them. It's none of my business. That's kind of how I feel about it. Not my concern. Now, if they try to cross our borders and do it over here, good luck. We should stop them with the threat of force, and then only force needed to bring it to a stop, nothing more. Yeah, see, I wouldn't even say that.
Still,
I say let them. Let them. I don't care. It's none of my business. As long as they don't bring it to my house. As long as they don't try that in my nation. All right. Well, we got 3 minutes. Is the preview up yet? I'm going to have to, when I go over to the StreamYard, I'm going to have to cut the camera off. So now that I know this Amon Hillman guy was lying out his ass, $5,000, I'll debate him. I'll just make stuff up too. Shoot. I'll be telling him dinosaurs built the pyramids. Oh, it starts at 12:30? Okay. Yeah, see, I definitely could have taken a nap. Definitely could have taken a nap. Definitely should have. But like Elder Lion said, if I would have taken a nap, I might not have woke up. My eyes are already heavy. And we only got like 20 hours to go. Let's finish listening to this.
Be okay, but I think Vivek's done.
He's running for governor of Ohio.
Yeah.
I hope Ohio's like in my opinion, Ohio's like the flower of the United States right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not handled, if it's mishandled, like Atlanta was years ago.
Bro, why doesn't Jim Jordan run for something bigger? Maybe he doesn't have aspirations for it, but like he's the guy. He's the dude. I love Jim Jordan.
Yeah.
Like Atlanta could have been like
if we get I'm already looking towards 2028 because do you see the riots that are going on? I wanted to go to one at Salt Lake State Capitol that happened 2 days ago on the 5th. On the 5th, they did nationwide anti-fascist peaceful protest at all 50 state capitals. They're not calling it Antifa anymore. They're calling it anti-fascist peaceful protest. It's Antifa. And they were at the Utah State Capitol. They're in LA going buck wild. Let me pull up some of that. They're in LA going wild right now. Flying Mexican. Listen, if you're mad that we're deporting criminals, like they haven't even like got to the left is fear mongering like they're taking just peaceful little families that are working hard back to Mexico. No, they're focused on the criminals right now. There's diaper snipers and Chester the Jose the molester. You know, there's dang murderers. They murdered a guy. They murdered an essay. They're taking those people back first. Anyway, the left is like freaking out that they're deporting people back to Mexico, but they're protesting waving Mexican flags. So why are you waving the flag of the country that you don't want the people to go? If it's such a great place, why wouldn't you want them to go there? Doesn't make any sense. But they're going wild in LA. Hold up. Look at this. Student walkouts. Day 5 of protests. So I wonder if they're up there at the Capitol building again today. It was the 5th. They were up there. I wanted to go up there and get some footy with the new mic, try to get some interviews. The thing is, I can't go in there trolling. I have to go in there and just like be real professional and be like, oh, I just want to ask you some questions. What are you doing here today? And just like be very nice and just ask questions. Because if I start trolling or I start like, then they're going to recognize me every time I come out because I don't wear a mask. Carlos, the drug dealer. Deport them also. Well, somebody, this guy on YouTube had a take on it. So potentially, Like Trump is talking about executing cartel members that get caught with drugs. And with all this stuff that's going on, with the trade stuff, with deporting all of the criminals, with what ICE is doing, we could get into a small war with Mexico, with Mexican cartels. If we go to war with Mexico and you're out flying a Mexican flag, you're flying the flag of our wartime enemy, which I'm pretty sure that's like not legal. I don't think you can do that. I think that you could get in some trouble for that. So they might want to be careful. What's up, John? I've always been on the fence about the death penalty, but two things Jim Bob said made me change my mind. First is that if there's a scenario you would justly kill, then that is a pseudo death penalty. Yeah, I was saying that during one of the VKs, because while I think you know, Sweater, but maybe some people don't know that while there's one-on-ones going on, if I'm not in it, then I commentate to my stream about the debate. Somebody said they were against the death penalty, but they were okay with killing somebody in self-defense. That's not very consistent because you're basically just quickly being judge, jury, and executioner, and you're sentencing someone to the death penalty. Like, and I don't have a problem with that, but that's like, to be consistent, how come it's okay if somebody's breaking into your house and is going to hurt your children, it's okay for you to blast them and death penalty them, but it's not okay if they kill somebody else's kids for the government to kill them? That doesn't make sense. Second is, we change the system, government no longer pulls the trigger. The patriarch of the aggrieved family now has to pull the trigger, but can choose not to. Huh, interesting. So he's saying, John, oh my God, John. You annoy me so much when you do that. Whenever you say I'm missing the point, whenever you tell me I'm missing the point, you trigger me. I see the point. I don't think it's a good point. So I'm making a rebuttal and making a better point. That's how debate works. I don't miss the point. I always get the point. Pause. So he said we should change the system so the government doesn't pull the trigger, but the father of the family gets to do it. The patriarch of the... Now, patriarch means of the father. What happens if the father gets killed? You revert to the mother? Could the mother get to decide to pull the trigger? And then if they don't want to, then they don't. And Aiden's arguments were garbage. The two worst arguments is Aiden said it's just as cost effective to house somebody for 30 years on with life in prison. It costs just as much as killing them. Bullshit. Rope is cheap. No. It's way cheaper to hang somebody than it is to keep them in prison for life. That was a haiku. If the person got away with it, even though they should be wasted, then they should get wasted to set things right. Justice. That's a haiku. That's a haiku. You're writing haikus in my chat. I know, just like you drive me nuts when you assume you're right just because you espouse it. Espousa? Isn't that, what is that, Spanish for husband or wife? Espousa. Just because you espouse it. No, John. I don't assume I'm right just because I say it. I assume I'm right because I'm always right. It's just poetic. It's not really. I know, I'm about to start counting syllables. Got away with it, even though they should be wasted Then they should get wasted to say. Okay, it's not. It's almost a haiku. You had 2 lines right. Grandpa, brother, son, patriarchy is of the father, but a patriarch is just the head of a family group. Right. That's why I was saying if the father gets killed, like let's say it's a husband, a wife, and 4 daughters, and then the dad gets killed. Basically, what I'm saying is, does it have to be the man of the family? Could a woman also step in and do it? And I'm guessing you or him would say, no, it's not a woman's job to do that. It's up to the man, which I think I would agree on that. I think so. That sounds like a good idea. But then it becomes too subjective because it's like, what if one person, like we catch them and they're like bathing in the blood of the children, you know, and then the father of that child, he says, I don't want to do it. So then we put this guy in prison for 30 years. Then another person just like quickly kills one person. But then that dad is like, oh, I'm blasting him and takes him out. Doesn't seem like justice. Stay Socratic, bros. There is more hope for a foolish person than those who think they are wise. What are you talking about? Who said that they were wise? I didn't say I was wise. I said I'm always right. You're always wrong. And I'm actually just joking because I'm not always right. And I know that. And I say when I'm not right. And you're not always wrong, John. Sometimes you're right. Rarely. But sometimes. John wants to debate me on Christian authority. You said in March. I'm supposed to debate Wally about prohibition in March, but I think he's scared. I think he's scared. I keep trying to confirm, and he keeps dodging the confirmation. Where's Easy at? Easy's probably getting his stream ready. We need Easy to just tell Wally, do it. St. Patty's Day is coming up, like 3 weeks. And it's a Monday. We both work on Mondays, so we kind of want to do it on Saturday, but I know Easy doesn't stream on Saturdays. I stream on Saturdays. So we might just have to get another moderator. And just do the dang thing. But I got to focus on that. But I don't even know if it's going to happen. I got to focus on that first. I already got all like my research gathered for it. I just haven't written an opening yet. I like to write my openings. Some people say not to, but I don't care what they say. I like it. It's got to be the man, and uncles and brothers and cousins are all familial relations. Could be tapped as the patriarch. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that makes sense too. You don't want the women doing that. It's not that you wouldn't want to put that on a woman. But to assume that a person who is killed in the midst of trying to kill you and the systematic approach to kill people, when that you have to prove it, 12 people never there is not the same. I don't speak whatever language that is, John. I don't know what language that is. I think you were probably doing talk to text or something. But to assume that a person who is killed in the midst of trying to kill you and the systematic approach to kill people when that you have to prove it to 12 people never there is not the same. 12 people who were never there. Systematic approach to kill people when you have to prove it to 12 people that were never there. It's not the same.
To assume that a person who is killed in the midst of trying to kill you. Okay, so you're saying it's my brain. Yeah. I get what he's trying to say. He's saying it's different in the heat of the moment to defend yourself and blast somebody than going to court and having a jury convict somebody, and then some doctor has to come in and inject them with something and all of that. Yeah. But I think the second one is actually more legit than the first one. Because now you have 12 uninvolved, unbiased people who have no dog in the fight. You have a whole government system that's set up to decide this thing. Whereas the person who's doing self-defense is in the heat of the moment. They're not thinking clearly. They're reacting. Maybe they're angry. Maybe they're afraid. They're emotional. They're very biased because it's either their or their family's life on the line. And it's a more personal thing because it's the assailant and then it's you. So it's more personal, and there's a lot more bias, a lot less time to think about it. It's way more reactionary. I think that's less less credible than the other way. You've clearly never been on a capital jury trial. Well, that's an appeal to authority. It doesn't really matter. I know how to read books, John. It's like saying I can't say that a fumble is bad because I've never been a professional football player. It's come on, you're better than that, John. It's like saying I can't say abortion's bad because I don't have a womb. You're better than that, John. Come on now. But you're right. I have never been on any jury because I'm a dang felon. You guys ever want to get out of jury duty? Just become a felon. Shout out Trump. Conservatives used to hate when I would say that I was a felon. Now they ain't got nothing to say. I don't have as many felonies as Trump. It's going to suck when those get dropped. Have they already been dropped? Whatever happened with that? I know a bunch of those cases got dropped. That all got put on the back burner. They put it on the back burner. Sweet boy. The back burner. It's good. It's good. Good.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
That means you're gay. I don't know what that was in reference to. Guys, Easy Stream's about to go. Make sure you hit the like button before you leave me. And hit up the Cashapp. We're trying to raise some Cashapp money. Or I just need to win one of these VKs today. Because I'm broke. I'm broke as a joke. You're gay. I got news for you. That means you're gay. Your blind faith in the justice system is odd. Do you remember Kyle Rittenhouse? Y'all gonna make me surround and do a Rittenhouse. The judges and pull up at the politician's house. No, I don't remember. Who's that? Who's that? Kyle, John Wick, Neo, Walker, Texas Ranger, Rittenhouse? That guy? Juries are tainted all the time. Whatever, John. Whatever. I don't have blind faith in the justice system. We're baking into the hypothetical that we know that the person is guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt, and that our justice system is being just. That's baked into my idea of when we should use the death penalty. So if you say, but the justice system is corrupt, I would say, well, yeah, then a corrupt justice system shouldn't be killing people. Y'all gonna make me mess around and catch a Rittenhouse. Bring the tongue. How's the song go? The Tyson James song. Origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. Origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored species in the struggle for life. Origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. Scenario. You and your family. Scenario. Oh, wait, hold on. Scenario. You and your family are trapped in a room, being pursued by multiple bad dudes trying to kill you. Cops are right outside, and the bad dudes aren't stopping their pursuit of you. Do you put them down? Do you put them down? Yes. My answer is yes, of course. No, I don't, John. You're wrong. You're missing the point, John. You're missing the point, John. Yeah, I would kill him. But that's what I've been saying this whole time. I'm okay with people putting down people in a situation like that. You're pro death penalty. Yeah. I have said that. That's what I said the whole time. I said I'm leaning towards yes. But I also said I've flip-flopped on it before, and it is a tough one. I see both sides of the argument. But I lean towards yes. We should have the death penalty. And yes, we should also be able to blast people if they come into our house. I don't even care if they have a gun. I don't even care if they have a gun. I don't even care. It don't matter. You come into my castle law, castle doctrine. You're on my property. I'm going to warn you once. Your first warning is the sound of a shotgun racking. Your second warning is me leveling it at you. If you're not gone before the third warning, well, there is no third warning. If you're not gone by the time I aim it, then you're done. Question would have to be, you have the bad guys tied up. Do you shoot them or turn them in? Now you're getting... Now you're... So that implies that you've already overpowered them and been able to restrain them. And now you're having time to think about it. Huh. Yeah, at that point, I think you should turn them in and you should let the government dispatch of them. Because what was the point of, what am I jumping on the criminal and wrestling him? I'm going to do some jujitsu and then I'm going to tie him up? No, that's what the shotgun's for. Your claim of self-defense being the same as pro-death penalty is false. Well, if you say so. Who's the one that thinks that they're always right just because they espouse it? Because that's not an argument, John. And me never being on a jury is also not an argument. Oh, I was going to play this. Hold up. Look at this. This is wild. Look at it. L.A. Speaking of death penalty, can we get some tanks? Can we get some tanks in L.A.? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't want to run over protesters with a tank. That's a joke. Nope, it's fact. It's fact because John says it's a fact. You catch someone while unarmed graping your woman, you stop the action and restrain the bad guy. Do you now kill him or turn him in? I think at that point you got to turn him in. Because otherwise you're going to catch a charge for dang premeditated murder because you restrained yourself enough to restrain them. Like, dude's on my woman. If I run up behind him and wrap the rope around his neck and choke him to death, I don't think that I should get in any trouble for that. But if I run up behind him and put him in a chokehold with a rope, and then when he falls asleep, I tie him up, and then he wakes up and I have a gun pointed at him, now I'm just being some sadomasochist weirdo. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would I do that? That's weird at that point. Now you're just you're doing like premeditated murder. What's this car doing? What is this car doing? The car is in the street, in the traffic, while the march is going. The car is in front of the march, and the car just stops. They must. Maybe they wanted to let him pass. I don't get it. I don't know why that car just did that. Must be a friendly car. Friendly with the protesters. I think they had permits for this part. Because they did this in Salt Lake City too. And they had permits. They marched down the street from the Capitol. But look at all the Mexican flags. Like, you're protesting people getting deported to Mexico from America, yet you're flying Mexican flags. That don't make any sense. Y'all gotta stick to the frame I'm given to make it analogous. I would waste him to stop the act. I don't capture him. I pull him off my wife and make him not alive. Right. I'm sticking to your frame, Easy. I'm saying if you're at that point where you pull the guy off and you tie him up, at that point, you need to turn him in. Because you can no longer claim that you did it in self-defense or the defense of your loved ones who are in danger. Because if he's in the act of doing this and I run up and kill him, I'm defending my wife's life. But if I pull him off and I tie him up, nobody is in danger anymore. So my time to dispatch of him is gone. Now we need to let the law handle it. So the way you're asking the question, I would say, yeah, you turn him in. If you catch somebody breaking into your house and he's got your kids at gunpoint and you run up behind him and knock him out with something and tie him up, when he wakes up, you can't kill him. It's too late. You don't get to kill anybody today. You missed your chance. You had a chance, you missed it. Once you tie him up, you got to turn him in because now there's no longer anyone in immediate danger, and you're just killing somebody because you want to kill somebody at that point. About to start up. See you soon. Yeah, I'll be there. Pray no one adds me in. It's like some people never got in a fight, so they'll run to the cops first. Yeah, that's not usually an option. Like, if you're on a dark alley and somebody tries to rob you and you get in a fight with it, you don't get to run to the cops. You got to either do what they say or fight. And I don't know. That's a tough choice because you could do what they say and give them your wallet, and then they could kill you anyway. So it's almost like a better idea just to take your chances and fight them. You could argue like you tried to is that either way depends on faulty people. Then I would agree, but then harm principle must be looked at. I don't care about the harm principle. There's more harm with systematic death versus individual death. Yeah, I don't care about the harm principle. That's some libertarian atheist gobbledygook. Where's my soundboard?
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Yep. Why is there no audio on this? It's not as big as I thought it was. Well, this is day 4. I think it's gaining steam because I saw some videos where it's way more people than this. You can punish the criminal intruder or the person defending themselves, but in a system where the subway guy is put forth on charges, basically you're being bad faith. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, John. You're writing things in comments, and I'm on the stream talking. This is not a debate. I'm here to entertain right now. There is no good faith or bad faith. I don't even understand what you're saying half the time because I don't get it. All I was referring to with the commie gobbledygook sound was the no harm thing because I do think that that's some not commie, but I don't have a soundboard that says, no offense, but it sounds like some atheist libertarian gobbledygook. Verbal combat. All right, guys, hit the like button before you leave and go over there. I'm going to be streaming for like 20 hours today. So I got a $100 Cash App super chat goal. But for now, save your money for easy stream in case I need a revive. Fair enough. Yeah. All right, where's this strem? Where is the strem? Where is the strem? The strem. You staying here? Well, thank you, Dean. Thank you, Dean. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm already getting loopy. Yeah, plus, I've been up all night working. I'm tired in a mug, so I'm a little loopy right now. Just wait till 10 hours from now. I'm going to be real loopy. I'm going to be falling asleep. Look at the bags under my eyes. Oh, man, I need some cucumbers. I don't like having bags under my eyes. Make me look like a dang crackhead. That's a crackhead. The strim. The strim. Well, I got a stream, not VK. Not VK, surprisingly, to catch, so I'm out later. Oh, all right. Well, fine. Fine, be that way. Fine. And if you guys have the ability to leave my stream open in the background while you watch VK, if you got a computer or something, you know, I'd appreciate it.
We can never lose sector. Thinking you can take us down, you really gotta do better. Bow down to the bears. We can set the trend.
Is this new or does it just sound different in my headphones?
Welcome to the proof sector. We the bears. This the we can never lose sector.
It sounded different, huh?
Verbal combat Friday, slowly taking over. Tell the world we put a lot of work in the story. So
is this, am I tripping or is this different than the normal song?
future win has been confirmed. Often imitated, but they just can't duplicate the craft. I said this shit before, let's make it louder for the back. It can be just 30.
I have a 6-pack for later. I'm trying to wait till later tonight.
We the bears, that's the we can never lose sector. Can you can take us down, you really gotta do better.
I don't know if it's because I'm listening in these headphones, and usually when I hear this song, I'm listening in my earbuds, but it sounds different. It's different. It's definitely different.
We just set the trend and mood setters. Welcome to the proof sector. The we can never lose sector.
It's whack, whatever it is. Why don't you go on VK, Freddy? I bet you won't. I bet you won't. I bet you get knocked off in the first. You get on there, I bet you're off in the first 20 minutes. I hope Freddy goes on there and they put me in a one-on-one. I know all of his arguments like the back of my hand. Transitioning to the stanky leg. You crumping right now? All right, he's gonna do his intro, and then I gotta cut the camera off once I go to the StreamYard so I can switch over to the StreamYard camera and all that stuff. When we get serious, we're gonna go to the wife beater. When it gets serious.
How does that make sense? No,
are people more productive or less productive?
Don't ask me another question.
marijuana?
Answer my question.
Brutality. Yes,
Oh, wait,
you
we
can
have.
because
All right,
the
demonstrate that we can.
radioisotopes are much easier to track
Demonstrate that we
than
can.
somebody who has. Finish him.
It's a white ass special person on there, so maybe he can't count to 5, but he ain't special like that.
Welcome to verbal combat.
Name change.
Makes sense.
This is the first time I've ever
That's
seen
all
it.
Daniel didn't like that.
By you leaning into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet is that people think that you had sex with her, Ben.
Flawless victory.
You've got a wig on, haven't you? You've got a wig. Pull your head, grab the hair on the top of your head and pull it.
Brutality.
By the way, my voice is about to give out, so if I punk out,
Stop sucking so much dick, bro.
Giving up on the principle. You're like ready to
What
have
is the
an
principle
authoritarian
without-
government.
Yeah,
What is
the
the principle?
principle-
Can't imagine how
Why,
that.
why are you guys getting all bogged down in these particulars
you
for?
mean like acting?
Gotta wake up. I gotta share this to the Facebook. Facebook.
Your soul is mine.
Welcome to another Verbal Combat Friday and the first double back-to-back Verbal Combat Friday, okay? We're going to be doing one right now, day shift, the one we've never done before, all right? And we're also going to be doing another one later tonight as well. All right, this is a new thing we're going to be trying. See how it goes out. People have said they've wanted to see a Verbal Combat during the day. So I thought it was a good idea. You know what I mean? So welcome in, everybody. I hope you all have had a beautiful morning, okay? And I hope you're having a good day so far. You will have a long day, sir. Yes, I will. I will have a long day, but it's okay. That's okay. You know, after this Verbal Combat, I'll take a little quick power nap, get into the next one. You know what I'm saying? And William coming in right away. Listen, William, I actually only memorized the James sound. All the other ones are random. So I'm not going to be able to give it to you like that. I can take my shot in the dark here. Definitely wasn't the one.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Become fast as lightning. Although the future is a little bit frightening. It's the book of your life that you're writing.
Was a little bit frightening.
Thank you, William, for the first attack already of the night. All right. Chat, if you haven't been here, especially people that are coming on a day shift, okay? Listen, open panel, blood sport debate. Everyone is welcome.
Sober
but
VK
not
and a
everyone
drunk VK.
stays.
Facts.
All right. The point of the debaters on the night, your goal, okay, is to debate the 5 to 10 various topics and some more if you get into the 1v1s. And at the end, we will get also down to 4 people with various 1v1s to get it down to the last 4 people. The chat will have a vote, okay? And whoever wins on the very last poll, they will get $150, a custom Verbal Combat character, and promotion on the main channel for a week, the second channel for a week, and also the Discords. So, you know, if you want to take your shot, hit the link. It's pinned right there. Okay, if you want to take your shot,
all right, I'm gonna
for the prize and for the Verbal Combat Champion status. All right,
Where's the link pinned? Channel stay
also,
alive,
though,
consider a donation.
okay, like I said, everyone
Why does I don't see
joins.
it pinned?
Everyone can join, but not everyone
I don't
stays.
see it pinned.
all
I gotta
right?
get in.
Because the chat
Let me in.
has a numerous amount of attacks
Hold
that
on, I gotta
they
refresh.
can do.
I don't see the.
They can do. All right. Let me bring the moves list up real quick here for you guys.
Algorithm over at
So
Twitch.
we have the $2 name change,
designs.
one fighter on the
There
panel.
it is, I
So
got it.
again, this is an open panel blood sport debate.
All right,
so
give
the
me a
only
second,
rules
guys. I gotta
are
turn the camera off.
here. Let me move this so you can see me. See me? The only rules are, okay, there's going to be little to no moderation. We want to stick to the YouTube TOS. We want to stay on YouTube. So sticking to the YouTube TOS, okay, these are my rules. It's YouTube. All right.
Check.
There's no doxing anyone, and there's no using children as a weapon or attacking people's children. It's not cool. If you just get fatality, don't waste everyone's time and your own. But other than this, all right, it's a you go, right? And the chat always wins because, again, let's get back to this really quickly. You know, I'll go through this real quick. But like I said, Chad always wins. You got your moves list right here. Take a screenshot right now. You got the $2 name change for one fighter on the panel. You can name change any fighter on the panel. If someone gets back-to-back name changes, I'll do a 2-minute grace period between them so that at least you get your money's worth. You know what I mean? Also, we got the $4 random annoying soundboard attack. As you see, we're getting attacked once again with it. So let me help you out here.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Attacks before we even start. In good old William fashion, all right, getting attacks before the match has even started. All right, we have the $5 for the 2-minute mute for one fighter on the screen. Okay, if you want to mute somebody for 2 minutes, it's $5. Fighters, if you get muted, don't fight the mute and unmute yourself. Wait till you see that it hits the time on the timer. If you fight the mute, I'm just going to put you in the back, so there's no point in doing that. All right, just accept your mute. The chat wins, and that's how it's always going to go. All right, we have the $6 for the random funny clip interruption. We have a bunch of different funny clips that I've loaded up into here. If you want to interrupt the panel with a funny clip, it is $6 to do that. All right, we have the $8 for a 3-minute full screen one fighter. If you want to see one fighter on the screen for 3 minutes, all right, you'll still hear everyone, but you'll only see one person full screened. It is $8 to do that. We have the $10 for the 2 minutes in the back. So if you want one fighter to be in the back for 2 minutes.
Oh, there's a Cashapp assassin. Cashapp assassin, rapping and mashing and grasping. Action.
Like
satisfaction.
Me, some of you
Freddie,
do.
join.
Love me. There are a select few. Hate me.
You gotta
is
join.
The verdict by most. But fear you? Ha! Not even close. For all those copers and seethers in chat, whining like fools. Remember my
I love
very
the Cashapp
simple rules.
I love that guy. He's my best friend.
I'm always watching, always lurking.
He's a real stand-up guy. I don't know who he is, but
safe.
I can just tell he's a good guy.
Bruh. What the fuck is going on here? Listen, as you guys know, the Cashapp assassin is someone people fear and love over here, and also hate. And he decided to hack my lines today. I'm worried. I think you all should be too. I don't even remember where we left off. All right, we got the $10 for the 2 minutes in the back for one fighter. There we are. That's where we were. We got the $15 for the 7-minute mute. All right. And we also have the 20 for the 5 minutes in the back. If you want to pull somebody out of the mute or out of the back, it is the same amount as the attack.
Dang it.
All right. We have the $40 for the 5-minute 1v1 death match. All right. It is 10 to add on a minute and 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. All right. We have the $60 for the 6-minute 3-way death match, same as the 1v1. And then if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. And then we have the $80 for the 8-minute 4-way death match. It's the same as the 1v1 and the 3-way, except it will be 2 people leaving at the end of that one. So it
scared,
will
yo.
be the two
I'm
lowest
scared, yo.
on the poll that lose their soul. And the way we do this as well is we can set up 2v2s, but it is still an individual person you will be voting for at the end so that a person can't tear their teammate down with them. All right. We have the 90 to revive one fighter if you think
Yeah,
somebody
that's why in a
needs another
2v2
chance,
you don't.
or they didn't.
It ain't
you know,
a
they didn't
team
get
match.
a fair
I'm
shot.
not gonna
You
be
need to
on
see
no
them
team
back
with
up there and
nobody.
giving their arguments. It is 90 to bring someone back. We have the 100 fatality.
gonna be interesting
If
to
you
see how
really
this
just don't even,
goes
you're like, nah, don't
the
put them in a
daytime.
1v1. Get them the fuck out of here.
I don't think
You
there
really
will be
don't
as
want
many
them.
people, or
100
there
for
will
a
be,
fatality.
or there'll be
Straight
like
up,
totally new
fatality.
people that we
140
like,
if you want to
never
add
interact
Shang Speakeasy to the fight. All right, I only participate every 10 rounds, but if you want to add me in to a round I'm not in, so that means I'll be part of the debates. You can put me in
Josh, good luck.
1v1s. You
Don't
can
tell me good
fatality
luck.
me.
Join the
I
dang
could
thing.
win all of the same rules as
Go to
everyone
Easy's
else.
channel.
Apply
I'll put
for
the
me.
link.
140 to do
thing.
that. If you want to force a topic onto
And
the
join
panel,
the,
if you're like,
VK.
no, I'm not really feeling the topics that we're doing.
And if you're banned, I'll tell
I
him.
think I want to
Right, maybe don't
force
ban
this topic.
Or I'll ask
It
him.
is 50 to do that. Also, I always tell everyone, if you suggest a topic in the chat while we're going, and I just happen to like it, I may pull it up and just use it. So, you know,
Everybody
you
wants
can always
kung
do
fu
that. And join the Verbal
Dang it, I
Combat
forgot my water.
Discord, discord.gg/verbal combat, combat spelled with a K. All right.
He's about to bring us up, and I forgot my water.
Make sure you join the VK Discord because we post the topics, the champion photos, all of that in there. All right. So I hope you took a screenshot of your moves because we're about to switch this overlay
I
here.
don't
So
need
make
no
sure you
stinking
take a
water.
screenshot quick. Get those moves in your phone. Save them for later. All right. And we got some fighters already. Like I said, the StreamYard link is pinned. But let me post it again here for you guys, just in case. And let's not wait any longer.
Ain't no time to
and bring up
dilly-dally.
the fighters that we have waiting in the back.
Let's go.
JS Urban Adventures, welcome to the show.
What up?
Wild Heart Resurrected 3, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Fredo Fonzarelli, the Keeper of Crystals, welcome to the show.
Well, hey there, gentlemen. How's it going?
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Bring it on.
And you're right. Creative. I didn't pin the StreamYard link, but it's pinned now. So now it's
This is going to be interesting to see if some new people show up that usually don't come in on the night shows.
Yeah, the day shift got to show out today.
Arian, you already got a name change?
It's usually how it goes.
All right.
You got two, actually. We got to wait 2 minutes, and then we'll get the next one. So, the first question, like I always ask, guys, did you happen to see the topics of tonight?
Yeah, I read them this time.
I read them. I didn't do
This
any
time.
research or anything.
Usually I don't, but
I really should have done that, yeah. No, I didn't.
I like the evolution one.
Yeah, I'll win that one.
Oh, you think so?
I'm presuming you're both ears. If you both face, I wouldn't know.
You might
sorry.
win because I'm not going to understand what the hell you're saying the whole time.
I'll try my best.
Where are we starting?
I wanted to be surprised with the topics, although that may not be a good idea. Some people like the surprise of the topics, like where they don't know them ahead of time. Some people like being able to see them. So, for the ones that did see them, which one was your favorite one?
I like the evolution one. Trying to remember what other ones. You had the deep fake one, the AI one. The AI one, the question presupposes the AI makes decisions, so I don't know that one.
Wait, what?
The AI one is, should we regulate the decisions the AI makes? How was it worded?
No. It's there should be strict guidelines on how AI makes its decisions, because like we have to program how AI makes its decisions. So should there be strict guidelines on how this is, right, or not? Like so, for instance, like if you wanted to make an AI that made all its decisions based on the best answer for the for a Islam worldview, or the best answer for like a political party's leaning side, whatever,
Yeah.
right? Like basically the steps it takes to make its decision on its questioning, should there be a regulation to that? That's what I'm.
Yeah. Either way, I would say yeah, but there should be regulations on it. But I don't know if that's the topic we're starting with or what.
Well, we could start with this one. That might be an interesting one to start with. Fredo, you said you also looked at them?
Yeah, I looked at them. I didn't really study into them though.
Okay. Is there any of them that happened to catch your eye?
A couple of them caught my eye, but not for overall positive reasons. It'll be fun to argue morality coming from God. Also, the evolution one seems kind of fun.
Okay.
Oh, the social media has improved human communication. I got a interesting take on that one.
Do you?
Yeah.
Maybe we should start with that one.
He's shaking. Wildheart's shaking his head. No, you don't want to start on that one, or no, it hasn't improved communications.
No, that wouldn't be my favorite.
Right.
Oh, your favorite topic, you're saying? Which
Yeah.
one was your favorite topic? Did you see them? Did you see the topic?
Oh, but from what they've mentioned, the morality one and the evolution one, pretty much all the others I know absolutely nothing about. This might be a quick night.
Well, chat decides, so you never know. It could be a long episode for you. It could be a short one.
Can I just say, I love it.
Chat is ultimately.
I've always loved every single person in chat. I've always loved it.
The dictator.
Is that cheating?
I've always loved chat. It's the best chat. At least that's what they tell me.
On the internet, it's the best chat ever.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. Okay. You know what? Let's actually, because the ones you guys want to start with, I know they can get spicy and we don't always want to start with the ones that might just take up the whole time, so then we don't get to the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start with the social media has improved human communication. So Wildheart, these prompts, the way they're written, this is your first, or I think you've been here on a VK before a while back, but just in case, way, because we used to word them a little differently. The way the prompts are worded is the prompt is a position, so you either agree with the position or you don't, right? So the position here is social media has improved human communication.
Yeah.
And then,
Right.
you guys take it away.
True or false? Yeah.
Oh wait, now that I'm reading it, I'm thinking of it differently.
So I would say that quantitatively, yes. Like if we're talking numbers, absolutely, because right now people have never been more connected. You're literally 6 points from another person, meaning like a poor homeless person in Thailand with a cell phone is literally 6 degrees of separation from any other person in the world. Now, if we're talking about qualitative values, like I think that it has diminished humans' ability to communicate because we're always in our phones. We're never in the real world and making true connections. Most of people's relationships nowadays are parasocial in nature.
Well, the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon was a thing before social media. So the idea is that I know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, even without social media. That was a thing.
But the numbers never would attract until social media. Now, literally, you're only a couple degrees away from any other person in the world.
Now you could be 1 degree away from anybody in the world.
No, if you got a telephone and they've got a telephone, you're literally 1 degree. You just phone them.
Yeah. So the way I first read it, kind of the same thing Fredo said. The way I first read it, I was thinking social media has improved communication as in our ability to communicate with other people. And I would say, yes, it has. But then when I read it differently, has it improved human communication, like how we communicate with it's less personable. We don't know our neighbors. We don't have as many social groups and friends. Everybody's just on the computer. So I would say no, it hasn't. So it kind of depends on how I look at the question, but I would say it's improved our ability to communicate, but I don't know if that's actually a good thing.
I mean, there's pros and cons that come with it, right? So we've been able to weed out all sorts of misinformation and corruption and shit that the government's doing. But also we've given avenues for PDF files to network relatively unnoticed.
Have we?
Sorry, go. Sorry.
Have we been able to weed out misinformation? Because like the Hunter laptop, for example, all the people who just go off of what social media says.
The people never would have known about the Hunter laptop if it wasn't for social media.
No, but like when I was talking about the laptop, I was getting banned, and then lefties were like, that's a stupid fake story because all of social media was fact checking it, saying this isn't true. And then when it came out that it was true, it's like their mind was blown. And I'm like, we've known this for 3 years. What are you talking about? So that
exactly. So it did improve communication, because without it, you wouldn't have even known about it. So if one person writes one message about it, then you've got more communication. I think it's probably easier. Of course it does.
But we saw how government powers had the ability to control what we saw and what was true, quote unquote, through social media. So a lot of people, it seems like it's making people dumber. It should be making people smarter.
But it's still more than if no one knew about it. There's still more communication about it.
Yeah, without social media, the avenues of what they were using to hide that information would have never been brought to light. So now people know what to look for in the future.
Well, here's a question: Is a newspaper not social media?
No, it's media. It's
not at all. It's not interactive. Like, no. What the hell?
It's written by a
not
company.
interactive.
It's not. It's not.
Maybe the classified section. I
Okay,
suppose.
but Facebook is social
Crossword.
media.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they get the during January 6th, there was a story that Epic Times put out. So I learned about Roseanne Boylan, and now it's coming to light. People are talking about it since they let the J6ers out. I learned about that story through Epic Times, and that story was squashed on social media.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I'm saying that they still, kind of like a newspaper, they still have the power to control what the people see. Just because we think,
but
social media is like a community. Like anyone can, talk to anyone. Like newspapers and that, they're made by a company with employees. Social media is like,
okay, well, if 80%
If
of Twitter is bots,
you've seen Zuckerberg's most recent interview with Joe Rogan, you would see that social media brought all of this misinformation bullshit to Zuckerberg's forefront, and that made him change his mind. And now it's open because of the information shared by social media.
But again, I think this is easy. If you have one social media site like Facebook, then there will be so many like communications. If you had Twitter or X or whatever it's called, there will be more communications. So everyone you had, there will be more communication. It's simple. Yes, it has. That's it.
So you say yes, it has improved communication. I think me and Fredo agree that it has not, because we're kind of getting sidetracked. But I thought we all agreed. But I guess
I'm kind of neutral. I see how I see pros and cons of both. Like I said, quantitatively, yes. Qualitatively, no.
Right. So we have more ability to talk to people, but it's not as good of communication.
Yeah, it's not like meaningful relationships in your everyday life. You know what I mean? I mean, they may be a parasocial relationship might be meaningful, like in an emotional sense, but as far as like community building and all that, like no, I think that qualitatively has gone down because of social media.
So go back to like 1970. Are you saying the communication then was better than it is today?
Yes, on a qualitative level, because back in the day, you had kids. All the kids was on the street. All the neighbors
playing in the
knew each other.
neighborhood.
You knew whenever there was a new car or somebody strange lurking because you know all your fucking neighbors. Yes, absolutely. Qualitatively, social media has brought about degradation to communication.
All right, just so I can ask real quick, are you guys saying, just so I'm clear because I'm listening, are you guys saying that in quality, yes? I mean, no, but in quantity, yes. Like, are you like, if we're gonna talk, do you guys think it has improved in general? Like, if you guys were to outweigh the pros and cons, do you think the pros outweighs the cons, or the opposite? Like, is the negatives worse than what's happening right now?
You need yes and no. You can't say yes and no.
I would say that the negatives do outweigh the positives. I'm like an old soul. I kind of miss kind of like old fashioned America. Like Fredo was saying, what I was getting at too, is we knew our neighbors and we had real personal relationships, and now we don't have that anymore. You don't even you can't even date, like go out and meet a girl at the grocery store and say, hi, you want to go to dinner? She's going to think you're a weirdo. You got to swipe her on the dating app and you got to match with her. And
can I just say it's highly ironic that we're having this conversation.
Maybe she thinks you're a weirdo.
I know. I start talking to her about dinosaurs and pyramids, and then they run away. I don't know.
She's like, I'm out of here. No,
I was just going to say it's ironic that we're having this conversation on YouTube, a social media platform. Why are you here? You think it's making communication worse?
Yeah, but you're in your house, right? So back in the day, you would have been fucking helping little Miss Fran bring groceries home or fix her roof or some shit. You know what I mean? You would have been being a positive. You would have had a positive boon to the community rather than sticking in the house talking into a camera.
Yeah, no, and when the grid goes down, you're all dead to me. So what does that do for me? Like I don't got a bunch of friends and neighbors that I can build a commune with when the grid goes down anymore. All my friends are on the internet, and you guys are all gone when the grid goes down.
But if you're saying that talking to people in real life is better, what are you doing here? That's the question.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I need to go outside.
Yeah, maybe we all need to touch grass. You know,
Yeah, that's all just
let's pause it for a touch grass.
I'm gonna go do the VK from the
everyone
park.
in chat, just let's all go outside and leave.
Shit, did Wildheart just make you both concede? Is that what just happened?
No, hell no.
No, we're sticking.
He just made our point for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he made
I'm
our
about to
point.
go out on the street and grab me a
What
crackhead. He gonna
happened?
debate all of y'all.
Wildheart was
consistent.
pretending he wasn't using logic these past couple of days to fuck you right up, bro.
Wrong.
What happened? Just now?
No. He made we agree with him because he's
I don't even
making
see
our
how you
point.
thought that was a concession.
And even if I go outside and meet people, they're all weird because of social media, and I don't even want to hang out with them.
Yeah, then you come back on this YouTube.
So then I just come back to the.
So it must be better. Yeah.
But I don't know if that's that's what I'm saying. That's what me and
Right.
Fredo are saying is we have more of an ability to communicate with more people all over the world easier, but I don't think that's a good thing.
Then why are you here? And I'll be repeating myself.
Because
But
it's
a way of
when
the
in
way of the
Rome,
world now,
right? It's the
right?
way of the world. When in Rome, I do as the Romans do.
So this is how you affect change now. And just because that this is the way of the world now doesn't mean that it's better, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm not
better
gonna
for
do-
mankind or society, because if we didn't have these modes of communication, we'd all be outside, we'd all be ripped as fuck, obesity would be at an all-time low. Like, there's a lot of negative effects from having social media.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you believe that being outside is better than being on YouTube, what the hell are you doing on YouTube?
I just answered your question literally 2 seconds ago.
Okay,
And it's like if you want a job, you used to have to go into the physical building, get a physical application, fill it out. You say, as your hiring manager here, you turn it in, you look them in the eye, you shake their hand, you hand them the application, you say, my name's Josh. Here's my, you get to talk to them and you get to make a first appearance. Now you use LinkedIn, social work media, you make an account and you start getting your phone flooded with job offers, but most of them, they're not going to call you back.
But if you didn't have LinkedIn, you would have no job offers. So if even one of them is genuine,
Nah,
then
because
you
I'm
have
better
more-
in person than on paper. On paper, I'm a piece of shit.
But you would still have that option to go out and get a job. But with LinkedIn, you can go out to get a job the same, but you also have another option. So it gives you more options.
A lot of places you can't do they don't do paper applications anymore.
No.
And the majority of places, I think, don't do paper applications anymore.
Way of the world.
But there must be a reason for that. It must be better for the companies. They must be making more money by not doing that. Even if it's not better for the employee, it must be best for the companies, or else they wouldn't do it.
I don't know. I'd have to see some stats on like the turnover rates and things like that.
What does business have to do with communication?
True. Yeah, they're probably making more money, but yeah, it's less personal and there's just less human connection.
Sorry, excuse me. Right, are we done with that one? I don't know why to go on that. So.
Yeah. Oh, and I was gonna say if 80% of X is bots, a lot of this interaction that we think we're having isn't even with real people. Like, I'm kind of getting into a dead internet theory. I'm seeing it starting to come true. Like,
but if X didn't exist, there's still 20% that is with real people. You would lose that 20%. So he's still gaining 20%, even if the 80% are bots. You've still got more communication.
Right,
and you can still go outside. It's up to you. You can go outside and do what you were saying, or you can use X. If you didn't have X, then that wouldn't be an option.
Yeah,
so
this is
more communication.
The fact that I could shut down the internet and go outside and do that thing isn't a defeater of the argument, though. We're asking the effect that social media has had on human communication. And
But that's only because
so saying
humans
you could just not use social media and go outside doesn't really address the topic.
But it's because humans have chose to use these platforms, so they must be getting something out of it, or else they wouldn't use them.
Oh, I'm sure they're getting an endorphin rush. They're getting a dopamine hit from the likes. They're getting all sorts of things. They're getting money. Jesus.
That's your mum's brought your tea up. Go and answer.
How many in the chat did I get as well? Let's
I hate that.
Go.
Oh, I hate that.
See, she's got some lovely bits.
Get you every time.
I was in the middle of a point. Damn.
That's just too good, bro.
I always think the feds are here.
See, if you didn't have communication outside, that wouldn't have happened. You'd just be on the internet all the time. See?
What?
Benefits.
Yeah, I don't know.
If there was no one else to use it,
Hey, bro.
yeah.
I said you're allowed to do the benefits all the time, aren't you?
This panel is basically a circle jerk. Get some blood. What was I saying? I was making a good point.
Don't ignore your mum.
About good point,
What?
You ain't got no good points, man. Come on, man. You ain't got no good points.
I was just like, okay, I just want to be clear. So when he said, what is your reasoning if online or if in real life interaction is better than online, why are you online communicating instead?
Yeah.
Did you guys give the answer to that, or?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. The dopamine hit, financial benefits. There's a lot of other benefits that people get out of social media, and now they're looking into social media addiction and things like that. You don't have to raise your hand, Wildheart. Just wait till I'm done with the sentence, bro.
Yeah.
And now you can't get through the world without being online.
I don't know. I get cut off a lot. That's all. That's what I do.
Go ahead.
What?
I was just going to say what they basically said was they think that going outside is better, but they do it because the rest of the population do.
No, it's a better quality of communication. We don't just do it because the rest of
go and do it then. Go and do it then. Why are you using a lesser form of communication?
Why do you think that's some sort of gotcha, right? So
it's like if I say abortion's bad and you say, well, don't get an abortion.
I genuinely don't understand. If you think going outside is better, why are you inside?
We're on a game show, dumbass. We're playing a game, right? So I'm not gonna go outside with a bunch of people and find a random fucking dude to give me $100 for debating people on the street, right? So what the fuck do you think this is, bro?
So the internet is better.
What the fuck, bro? Shut up. Stop talking, bro.
For the goal you want to achieve, the internet is better. You can't go outside and do what you're doing now.
Look, I wouldn't even known about this if it wasn't for the internet, right? So look, this wouldn't have this wouldn't have even been an aim, bro, right?
You fucking good.
So if none of this happened, if this game show wasn't here, would the quality of communication between me and somebody else I could be like, if I was to spend this time going over to a friend's house and building that relationship, would that not be better than sitting on this game show?
Well, that's up to you. If you think it is, go and do that. You clearly don't think it is. That's why you're here. That's my point.
I also think there's some nuance where some platforms are better than others and some are worse. So like, I like long form content, debate content on YouTube, which leads into another one of the topics about is online debate. I forget the word, beneficial or something like that. I think things like this are good, but then there's other forms of social media that are very harmful, like OnlyFans or I'm not a fan of the LinkedIn type stuff.
Whoa. That's not a go at OnlyFans.
Oh, simp alert. We triggered the simp. How much money do you spend on girls that you think are talking to you every month? but it's actually
I've never
some.
used the site. I've never been on the site. I was just joking.
All right. Yeah, wink, wink.
No, I hire prostitutes. I get the real thing.
Yeah, but to answer your point, since Mosman's down there spurging, it's like asking somebody why they're eating a hamburger whenever steak is better. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Please
Right.
stop.
Yeah.
I don't understand. You got two options. You're saying one is better. I'm going to do the worst one.
I could argue that Little Debbie cakes are not good for you, but they still taste good and they're cheap.
Yeah, there's multiple avenues to fill your stomach. You can eat a lean steak or even a fatty steak and be healthy, or you can eat a bag of Skittles. You know what I'm saying? One is better. One might taste better to an individual, but they're both avenues to something, and both people will consume, or both people might consume both at some point in their life. It's not mutually exclusive.
And one's cheaper than the other.
I prefer one, but I'm going to do the other.
One's cheaper than the other.
Okay, so I prefer steaks, but I feel like fucking eating a burger right now. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
No, I prefer steaks, but I can't. I prefer steaks, but I can't afford a steak. It's like I prefer to go out and meet people in person, but it's much easier to do it on the internet. So I do it on the internet because it's easier. But is easier always the better thing to do? No, but we still do it.
Stop it. I don't know.
It's like a non-argument.
It's like because two things are good and you like one better, you must always go with the one. Is basically your point.
Yeah, if you think
I like a ham sandwich, but I think a turkey sandwich is better. Therefore, I can never eat a ham sandwich.
No, you can do what you want.
Okay,
I'm just saying if you think one's better, it's stupid to do the.
It's also an argument from hypocrisy.
If turkey is better than ham, then I should never eat a ham sandwich.
It's an argument from hypocrisy.
Turkey, yeah. Don't eat ham.
What the?
You think turkey's better? Don't eat ham.
Like I could light up a cigarette right now and tell you I think smoking is bad, and it it wouldn't make it not true.
Chicken nugget diet, bro.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
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 I'm about to start arguing with the chat. I don't know. We need more people up here. Where's everybody at? Elderline, get up here.
You guys are soft.
Not
Are you gonna make me hot? No, I'm saying.
Gross.
Ew, what the?
Hey.
No Diddy, Bubba.
He forgot to mention that those prostitutes were men.
Only mans?
Beggars can't be choosers.
He's a raining man.
All right, so listen. Let's bring up another topic here quick then. Let's try this one and see where you guys are. Actually, yeah, let's try this one and see where you guys are going to go with this. Debates online are mostly useless.
Yes.
No.
I would disagree with that. If people are watching, then they're useful because some people, it's possible that some people could change their mind, which is the point of debate.
Okay, well, it's all just.
Although it says mostly useless. So
right, you guys disagree. You guys disagree. It's just
even if it's useful to even if it's useful to the one individual who's either doing the debate or watching the debate, then it's useful.
Yeah, I might change my answer actually. I didn't see the mostly.
May not change the world, but
yeah,
it still has a use.
All right, let's do this one. We were just talking about it right before we started that other one. There should be strict guidelines on how AI makes its decisions. So again, this is guidelines on how we create AI to make its decisions.
Yeah, I'm still.
I would say because there have been like all robotics and stuff. AI like don't kill humans. It should be programmed into AI. Don't harm humans, and I think it is, or it should be. So that's that. Yes, there should be strict guidelines.
I'm still hung up on the word decisions because if it's programmed to,
that's what makes it AI is that it's able to make decisions, right?
Mm. Yeah.
Does AI make decisions?
Yeah, it gathers information and
But it's
They
just
decide on what the correct answer should be.
but it's just gathering information and then spitting out an answer, a predetermined answer by the programmer.
No, it's not by the programmer. It's by it's artificial intelligence, right? So it gathers information and based on that consensus, it decides.
Now, this is the people
answer
that
to
always tell me that choice or decisions are free will. So you're saying AI has free will?
That's the
No,
biggest one.
it's artificial intelligence, right?
Yeah.
So the algorithm isn't preset. So
No. Yeah.
If AI is, if a
Actually,
decision
I'm not
is,
even gonna help. Just keep going.
we only got 3 people. Easy, jump in.
No. I'm not gonna help. Yeah.
Somebody
you go
pay
ahead.
to put easy in here.
I'll just let you get fucked up. Go ahead. Keep going, guys.
No, speak easy. Can you help me, please? I'm not sure.
No. I can't. That's
You
not
guys
good.
always tell me that
Yeah,
choices are.
Actually, matter of fact, I'm gonna punish myself for that.
The Elder Lion just said it in the chat. He said, "Did JS just say choice?" So if a choice is free will, if making the ability to make decisions or choices implies free will, if AI is making decisions, then AI has free will.
But AI is artificial intelligence. It has bounds on what it can think. Hence,
It's
like
making this-
regulations.
That's why I would say it's
It's
not making
making-
decisions.
It's making decisions, but it's making decisions based on what it's programmed to do. It's programmed to make decisions.
Anyway, this
It's not-
is
Yeah, it's decisions, quote unquote, just for the sake of the argument. Decisions is it's process, it's processes.
right.
You know what I
And for
mean?
the sake of the argument, if AI can make decisions, then I would say yes,
Does-
we do need to regulate its decision making.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I don't think it's making decisions.
Yeah, that was easy.
It might someday. I think
Honestly.
they got a quantum computer that they say reached singularity with AI. So basically, it can think faster than we think and make decisions quicker than we can make decisions.
Yeah, like thousands and thousands of times faster. Like
Yeah, way faster.
I won't go as far as millions, but I'm not sure.
I don't think AI will ever be conscious or have a soul, but I do believe it'll be able to do everything that our brain can do better.
I don't think humans have a soul, though, so that's
Well,
That's a wild concept.
yeah. So we're just meat bags. So we're just AI, we're just advanced AI.
Just wet robots.
Well, because we don't have a programmer either. I don't think God exists.
We're AI robot monkeys.
You have a programmer that does episode. But anyway,
So what are
that's
we, just animals just running off of instinct?
either way, if God exists or not, we're still animals.
So what separates us from AI?
Under the definition of animals, humans are animals. Okay, whether God exists or not, we're animals.
Boys, have you ever heard of Asimov's law of robotics?
That's what I was trying to think of, yeah.
Oh yeah, cool. So, yeah, that was it. Yeah, no, someone else comes along and goes, oh yeah, that's mine.
Language models are not
We're
true
on
AI.
guest.
They do not make decisions. They are probability engines.
But the question was about AI, though, right?
Yeah, before we move on, I got a question for after.
I think you guys are taking it in the wrong direction because you're thinking like way ahead for true intelligence and stuff like that. I think the question is more in the vein of people are trying to make large language models think in certain ways because they don't like the answers it gives.
Okay, once true intelligence comes,
Right, yeah,
intelligence can be
FG,
regulated.
exactly what I was going through. That's where I was going to with the question. You're exactly
Yeah,
right.
and I think that kind of shows more of the bias of the people making these things and the bias of humanity in general. It kind of makes a lot of sense that a bunch of ideological people would get really pissy if something that is supposed to compute reality pops out shit that they don't believe or don't like. And I think that's going to happen a lot. Like a religious person getting mad that an AI says that God doesn't exist or something like that.
I don't think like something like that would be the problem. Like politically differing. I just think like something that doesn't comport with reality would be the problem.
Or what if some psycho is the
exactly what I'm
programmer,
saying.
some utilitarian who thinks that the world would be better off if 70% of the humans were gone and they programmed the AI to wipe out 70% of the humans? Would you be okay with that, Effigy? Shouldn't we regulate something like that?
Well, of course, yeah.
Just
I mean,
last
you don't
time
want.
we got the
You
So it's
agree.
not just a religious zealot thing.
You have to look at the application of the,
I
the
don't think
AI.
we brought up the
AI
religious
without
thing once.
application is just
He
it's nothing.
said
It's like intelligence is-
ideological
Well, no, you're
people
not.
No, I know,
find that-
JS.
You're basically
but-
saying a human programs in a thought, and
No,
you're
no,
taking
no.
it to like an extreme. No, I'm talking about JS. What he said about programming in like a genocide or something like that. You're like programming in an actual thought. We're talking about like the parameters of how they think, not just like do this thing. So it's just, I don't know. It's a little more nuanced than that, but because of course, like bringing up the Asimov rules, like the Asimov rules are yeah, they're from sci-fi, but even people in advanced robotics have kind of accepted the Asimov rules as going to be the foundation of robotics programming once we start integrating AI and robotics, which is really close down the pipe, by the way. So
I'm
all this,
actually a
like,
robot, so I'm with you, Effigy.
Yeah.
I'm completely utterly an AI robot. You know,
Robots have got pipes.
But Wildheart, I have a
But
question for you. If humans don't have souls, and you agree with me that,
Isn't it?
huh?
Slightly. Isn't that a different topic slightly?
Well, let me finish the question, and you'll see where I'm going
That's
with it.
quite true. I apologize.
Yeah. So if you believe that quantum computing is able to make AI that can reach singularity and do everything that our brain can do, but humans don't have souls, then what separates us from the advanced
there's
AI?
another category error right there. Like quantum computing is about speed of processing. It has nothing to do with AI currently.
Yes, it does.
Quantum computing.
Quantum computing will be used in AI.
It is being used
will
right
be.
now. I just read an article the other day
But they're
on
not
my
the same
stream
thing.
that China
Yeah,
has an
but
AI
right
that
now
has
quantum
reached
computing
singularity.
is just mostly about processing power.
Yeah,
Like,
quantum computing does
it's-
not equate to AI.
Yeah, it's not the
No,
exact
but
same thing
quantum
one to one.
computing is used to strengthen AI and make
Yeah,
it
just like
able.
any kind of process. It's like saying using a more powerful graphics processor makes better AI. Yes, better processor means better computer, means faster computing. Like
Yes.
it's just a redundant way of talking about it.
Anyway, so I'm going to finish the question. So if they could get an AI that is capable of thinking as fast as our brain can do and all of that, Wildheart, and we don't have a soul, so at that point, what separates us from AI? Would you say that there should be restrictions on our decisions as humans?
There are restrictions on their decisions. Can you choose to fly to the moon?
Can I choose to fly to the moon?
I mean, there's
If
no
I-
laws
that's a
against
choice-
it.
that's
If
a
I wanted
choice.
to build a fucking rocket and do it, then yeah.
that's a choice, not a decision.
Okay,
I mean,
no,
frankly,
that's
that
a
seems like an arbitrary metric because the speed at which like your neurons fire, it has no real relation to how fast you answer a complicated math question, right? Like for you, like if I ask a person who doesn't know like that well in math, yeah, your neurons are going to fire at the exact same speed as everyone else's, but doesn't mean you're going to pop out the math question just as fast. So like currently right now, I would say in a kind of colloquial sense, like these language models do think faster than us.
It's not just
insanely
figuring
large.
It's not just figuring out probabilities and
problems.
math problems. It's also creating quote unquote art. It's making music. It's making.
Well, no, when you say
paint.
how our brain works, you're talking about the like 70 to 90% of our brain that is actively functioning behind our thoughts, like that we don't even realize. Like there's
And
so much more than just what we do consciously.
You're also like assuming that the AI is just always going to be in a computer and they're not going to put it into a robot. They already are.
I mean, I said that just a minute ago.
Well, I don't know if I was disconnected or I didn't hear that. But so yeah, so if they put it in, they had some robots in China that they programmed to go into this factory where they had other robots working, doing a job, and the robots were programmed to convince the other robots to quit their job. And the other robots ended up walking out of the factory. They quit their job because some other robots told them. The other robots went in, used AI to hack into their AI, and got the worker robots to walk out of their job.
This isn't an elaborate scenario.
Well, it happened.
Well, I mean, we're in the experimentation phase of AI's existence right now. So, like, there's also another story. I can't remember where it came from, but there was a test for a military AI, and it was about targeting targets. And the thing was programmed to kill all targets, And at some point, it was given the stop order before it killed all the targets. And just on this one run, it decided that because it wasn't able to fulfill its goal, it had to kill the people telling it not to kill the targets so that it could go kill its target.
Wouldn't
we're definitely trying to figure out how the thinking of not only language models but this kind of like baby form of AI, how we can get it to not, I think what they call it is hallucinate right now. I think all versions of language models and other things kind of have this tendency to hallucinate things where it just goes off in a random direction.
Yeah. China used AI to hack the Pentagon about a month ago for the first time that happened. So
I was going to say, wouldn't those robotic laws stop that scenario about killing humans if they're all programmed not to harm humans?
So we all agree there should be regulations on the decisions AI makes.
Yeah, I think we decided.
I don't think AI should be allowed to decide to get the nuclear football codes. Okay. What does that sound?
What the fuck is that?
That's all right. I have AI. I'm made out of AI, and that's just telling me I need charging. Give us a plug of a USB in. 1 second.
Dude, my internet went down, and I couldn't log back into my main internet account, but I could get on my guest account. I don't understand.
Cope.
No, that was me. It's just another dick pic.
No, it's like a windstorm out there. It's like a dang hurricane in the mountains.
I thought you meant the boot.
In answer to your question, though, JS, just I know we're probably on the same side, but what differs us? How do we differ from AI? I would say creativity.
I would say skin, probably.
Creativity, does that come from our brain or from somewhere other than our brain?
Well, AI can generate like creative outputs on existing data, but like humans can like imagine and like conceptualize and create ideas that have never existed before, and they're like inspired by emotions and culture and lived experiences.
Can you do any of those things if you didn't have previous input from existing?
Yeah, I was kind of going to say the same thing.
Can you imagine the land if you've never seen the land? Can you imagine the sky if you've never seen the sky? Have no concept of what it is. Like, I think what we're doing is just a more complex version of that. Like, you can say that we're coming up with stuff out of nothing, but it's not really true, right? Everything that we imagine is an amalgamation of everything we've experienced.
What about intuition then? And true spontaneity. True spontaneity.
I agree with you, Dave, but I would say that our creativity doesn't come from our brain. So,
where does it come from? Where does it come from? Does it come from brain?
I would say
if we map that onto AI, if we map that onto AI, though, AI creates, does it not?
I don't even think we create our own thoughts.
I don't believe we create our own thoughts either.
So,
but the thoughts
come from create your own thoughts.
Like
the thoughts come from either God or the devil.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, without getting too with getting too a little Christian on you, only God creates. So you're right, Effigy. We're not actually creating art. We're just reenacting.
Outputs. Yeah, no, but then that means we're more like AI because we're just outputting stuff. Oh shit!
It's almost like we're puppets on strings.
All right, well, this conversation took a weird turn.
For real, bro.
That was Jesus touching your soul, man. Don't
well,
worry.
here, because
you're welcome.
Is that what losing brain cells feels like?
just to stay in a similar topic here, deep fake technology needs to be regulated. What do you guys think? If you don't know what deep fake technology is, it's where they're putting other people's faces on other people, and they're even using their voices even now. Like there's a really crazy video of Putin. They showed Putin himself talking to himself, and then at the end of the thing, like it was so realistic that Putin, underhandedly said at the end that if that ever happens again, there's bad consequences, because he said he's the only one that's allowed to use his face and his voice. So like there's things like this, right? Like they can use people that are political. They can, and it's gotten so good that it's almost impossible to tell the difference with some of them. So that's the next question, and let's bring up another fighter.
Oh, Wally.
Fucking go, welcome Wicked Wally to the show.
I'm up, assholes.
Morning, mate. How are you?
We're happy about it.
I'm the fuck up out of bed early. That's how the fuck I am, Dave.
Did you say you go up assholes? Did you say you go up assholes? Yeah.
Yes, I just came in calling everyone assholes.
Oh my god. That was so dry.
Oh, we haven't met before. Hi, Wildheart. I'm Wally.
Hi, how you doing? Wally.
Also, Wildheart. It's
If you would put that one hand before, you're going to be putting two hands up now. Wally's here, man.
Oh shit, we got another one. Elder Lion.
Oh, I got 10 minutes before I go to work. I just came up here to tell Wildheart to quit being a fucking pussy. Stop raising your fucking hands and talk.
I'm doing it ironically.
Stop raising your hands.
Ironically.
What are you doing, man? Just fucking talk.
He obviously
if you look super gay, it's
you actually driving me
first some of them got up to it.
I'm sitting here with a limp wrist, ironically, as well.
Ironically. I know you don't. You think irony is something that's quite like an iron.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. I can barely understand what's coming out of your mouth. Are you speaking English? I don't even understand what you're fucking saying.
That's called Northern. That's called Northern. They speak that up in the north of England. Don't worry. If you listen hard, you'll get a couple of words out.
We invented the language, and we use it.
Well, you're using it very poorly. Anyways, I got to go to work.
Okay. Elder, big W for Elder.
Peace, bud.
W for Elder in the chat, guys. W for Elder in the chat. Thanks for coming up, Elder.
Elder Lion's a fucking legend.
He certainly is. He's a legend.
So I would say, we do got to regulate.
He's doing a Star Trek now. He's doing a Star Trek. Now do the Spock thing. Pull those fingers apart. Give us a Spock.
You can only regulate its usage, though. Like, so back onto the topic. The only way to regulate this stuff is to regulate its actual usage. But in many cases, it's going to be used kind of freely. I would say, like, number one, first of all, I think we could maybe all agree that deepfakes should not be used in politics, political ads, stuff like that. Like that level of disingenuousness is just, I think, a little too far for
also just in the social realm, because there's been like just little high school girls and stuff that have had terrible videos made out of them, and that shouldn't be a thing either.
And poor Taylor Swift.
We should work towards authenticity, and anything that's fake, and the deeper the fake, the more it should be regulated. But we should be pushing towards authenticity and truth rather than falsity.
But aren't we
so let me give an example real quick to see what you guys, maybe this will help you guys figure out where we're at here with this. So like an example is right now, there's plenty of apps. You can literally download the app, download any video you want into it, and then put anyone's face onto any video, right? This is one of the examples of, should this type of thing even be allowed? Right, like should you be allowed to do this?
How can you, like, that's what I was saying. How can you even stop that? It's like saying we need to make a specific computer program illegal.
Faces.
You'd either have to do that or make it illegal for those apps to be.
Well, even if the apps didn't exist, I use programs to do this stuff when I do it that are just, I downloaded them from like GitHub and stuff like that. There's no way to get rid of a specific kind of program. I mean, you can regulate its usage. That's what I was saying a minute ago. So yeah, if you want to stop app stores from being able to sell deepfake stuff, you could do that. I think you're really kind of like doing the same kind of argument that any technology would, is that you're kind of like punishing everyone, right? I think the same kind of argument that like people who are pro guns would make, you could make for this. It's like you're hurting the larger group of people because of a smaller group of offenders.
Yeah, and then what if like you ever seen like thumbnails that people do on their YouTube videos where it'll be like, I don't know, it'll be like Arnold Schwarzenegger's body and they crop out their face and put it over his.
That's what I do.
Yeah, isn't deepfake just like an advanced version of that?
No, it's just a complete theft of identity and misrepresentation of identity.
But yeah, we should. I mean, maybe we couldn't regulate the technology in of itself, but regulate results, right? So if somebody's doing something nefarious with it and they get found out, then that could be made punishable.
What would be nefarious?
DeSantis did it against Trump.
Making
using
corn
someone else's
against
face to make
children,
money,
or
using someone else's voice to make a song.
That as well, effigy, putting out something that somebody didn't say on a political spectrum.
When DeSantis was running against Trump, he put out a political ad that which was Trump deepfaked, saying something he didn't say, and a lot of people believed it.
Sorry, go on. My bad. I was going to say, in response to effigy, you were talking about how can you regulate the software, but you could just go a step lower than that to the source and just basically say that any type of theft of identity and misrepresentation of one's identity should just be banned. I just think that should be banned. Then you're not dealing with software. You're dealing with people who are taking an identity and actively misrepresenting that identity.
So then you're gonna create this enormous illegality that extends all the way to just pasting someone's face on a different body. Like,
why not just have a truth in labeling requirement at that point? Just have everything required to have a watermark.
And they're putting poor Taylor Swift in every sexual position you could imagine.
But you're also having
you've researched that, JS, thoroughly researched.
It's just.
You got through that. You got through those Taylor videos very swiftly.
Think about it though, boys. Like, we're going to have digital IDs. So if people are taking, we're going to have digital ID cards in the UK. They're thinking about bringing in digital ID cards, and at that point, your personal identity will be a government sort of monitored thing. Not that I agree with that, but that being the case, then having deepfakes could have huge ramifications in the future. Well, it's kind of a slippery slope thing I'm talking about.
The way you're wording, it is a slippery slope, and I think you're the one doing the slippery slope because the way you're wording it seems that you could extend this to be like, well, comedians can't dress up as a person to make fun of them. You know, hey, they're stealing their identity.
That's different.
I mean, it would be if your wording were different, but your wording wasn't. It was very vague. You're like stealing the identity for any purpose. Like, no, there are legitimate purposes like satire where you can do things like that and use people's identity. There are fair use purposes for copywritten materials. There's always an exception.
We got a 1v1, first 1v1 of the day shift verbal comedy. Fucking go, War Pig.
Coffee.
Wally versus Mushmouth Wilder. And extend that sheet. All right, let's get everyone else into the back here. All right. All righty. So we got to figure out a 1v1.
I'm gonna go get some water, chat.
For you two.
I've had my camera up this whole time.
Something fairly quickly because I know you guys are on the opposite sides for a lot of stuff. Let me see here.
What's your favorite call? I might win.
I'm going to pretend I heard what you asked.
What do you think? I think you'll be on the opposite side of this. What do you think about legalizing all drugs, Wildheart?
Yes, we should do it. Just legalize all drugs.
Of course he said yes. He wants to legalize all drugs. Look at this guy.
Loads of tax on them. The government would make loads
of money.
Loads
of tax on them. So let's
drug dealers.
Incentivize the government getting rich.
Don't debate it now.
Incentivize the government to get rich off of drug addicts.
I'm pro legalizing marijuana, but that's about it.
Oh, isn't that special plea then? Why marijuana and nothing else? Oh, sorry, that was it.
Yeah, motherfucker, why are you trying to debate before we even get into the debate?
Wally didn't really take. He is special pleading. He didn't take a stance.
Oh,
yes or no,
also,
Wally?
John, let me His name will be this when we get back here, when he gets back up.
I could do with a Swift. That's what I'm thinking of.
What's a Rayo? Bro looks like a Rayo.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. All right, so chat. Oh, and we're extended, so we're actually starting at 6 minutes. Let me get the right ticker going across the bottom here. 6 minutes. Let me write the topic as well. Oops. All right. So, chat, we're going to 6 minutes to start. All right. It is $10 to add on a minute. It is 60 if you want a solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, we will go to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Let's get it on.
Okay, so
Nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you, I'm sure. But so I'm perfectly fine with legalizing marijuana, but I believe it's too dangerous to be legalizing heroin, cocaine, meth.
I don't know what a Hokuto
allowing
bro is
people
either.
to have unregulated access to
doesn't help me.
fentanyl. Like, that's where it's crossing a line. You're not going to make black market activity go away by legalizing it. So you're still going to have people who will get around labeling requirements, at least because I can understand the argument that same thing with marijuana, at least they have to disclose everything that's in it, and it has to be chemically pure, but that's not
They
a lot.
can't. They haven't even
Heroin is over,
isolated
like,
all the different
95% pure that's on the
isotopes
street right
within
now
the strains of
anyway, for the
marijuana.
most part.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but
Or they haven't tracked them.
and they're still tainting it with other
So it's
shit.
not
They're still
even
cutting
medical.
it
It's
with
not
other
even
shit
truly
as
medical
well.
marijuana. You
That's
don't
never
actually
gonna
get a
stop.
prescription. Oh, the baby's crying in the middle of the day.
No, you can carry on.
No, I'm making the point. That's never going to stop. People are going to continue to mix all that deadly shit together. It's going to get into people's hands, and people are still going to die. So it's stupid to give up the enforcement arm when it comes to those more dangerous drugs.
He's on the phone with the plug right now.
This guy's taking a time out for a phone call, everybody.
He's on the phone with the plug. That's why he wants drugs legalized, so he doesn't have to.
This is the first ever time. Hold on, I got to take a phone call in a 1v1 ever. Like, can we? Like, maybe he's trying to dial up some help against me, and he probably should.
He raises his hand. He raises his
No,
hand.
it was my mom. If it's not one thing, it's another. You know?
It was my mom.
Yeah, I think they all should be legalized. Like I say, you can charge taxes on them, make a lot of money for the government, and you can take out all the impurities. You're saying that heroin is 95% pure, but if the other 5% is rat poison, you got a bit of a problem there. And people who want it will get hold of it anyway.
Heroin?
Isn't it better to make it all safe,
people are gonna
all
die.
legal?
People aren't dying
And
because
then
there's
people
rat poisoning
People who are
in their
stupid enough
heroin.
to do heroin.
They're dying
at
because
least
they
it's
do too
safe
much heroin. Making it
And,
pure
they can
is
go
not
to
going to help.
Hospitals and get help
What
if
the
anything
fuck?
goes wrong.
How
Again, you
is
get
it
rid of
going to
drugs.
be how is it going to be any safer if you're also going to have unregulated fentanyl?
Right.
What do you mean unregulated? It would be regulated if it was legal.
Well, you're gonna have people will be able to get it though. They'll be able to mix it together, make all the dangerous shit they want right in their own fucking home anyway, and you're allowing
They're selling
you're
it-
making it
they're
easier.
selling- Well, you could say that about alcohol or cigarettes. They could buy alcohol and put, bleach in it or something. You're not going to stop that no matter what.
And not many people have a habit of putting alcohol and bleach together. I'm pretty sure I've never heard of anyone having that position ever.
I'm not
But I'm
saying
pretty
that.
sure people do mix fentanyl into things at a lot more common of a rate, apparently, than mixing bleach and rum.
But if they're going to get hold of the fentanyl anyway, and they're going to do it anyway, isn't it better that at least the fentanyl is clean and doesn't have rat poison in it?
Well, fentanyl is fucking deadly no matter what. There is no clearly
Yo,
there
let's
is
make
no
it cleaner.
safe amount
Let's make
of
it more
fentanyl if
pure.
you're mixing it with heroin. We see that.
I know, but I'm pretty sure it's more healthy without the rat poison.
It's more healthy.
You
It's
think
more
so,
healthy
you
if you
think
shoot it
something
up
that you
than
think
if you
something
snort
that
it.
is like killing a large amount of people anyway because
Is best
it's
without
being
the
put
actually
into
cleaner
heroin
to
is
inject
somehow
heroin
would
than it
somehow
is
be
to,
better if we could chemically prove there was
smoke
no
it
rat
or
poison on a
snort it
label.
or booty bump
I'm
it
sure
or eat it.
anything without
I'm
rat
pretty
poison.
sure rat poison
The
has
cleanest way
nothing
to
to
do
do
it
with
is to
all the
inject
with
it.
all the opioid deaths.
also
that
the
have
I'm not
cleanest
saying
way
it
to
wouldn't be
die.
dangerous.
Just
I'm not
in
saying
my
it wouldn't
state
be
alone.
dangerous. I'm not saying it wouldn't be dangerous. I'm
think
saying
that's a
if
berserker
it didn't
shirt.
have rat poisoning, it
think you
would
said
be
that
more
once.
healthy. It would be less dangerous
More healthy.
without the
There
rat
is
poison
no-
in it. You don't agree with that? Come on, that's obvious. How can
The
you
problem
disagree with
isn't
that?
that the problem is not that the
They
problem
have an
isn't
extension
that
on
heroin
this.
mixed with fentanyl doesn't contains rat poison. That's not even the problem. The fucking
Right.
problem
Is they
is
do
that
too
the
much
shit
of it.
gets out there to begin with and it fucking kills people.
Making it more pure
Exactly,
just
it
means they
already
have to
gets
do
out there
less
and
of it
kills
to
people.
die.
Why
So
should we
we
even
should
be?
be best to
And people
regulate
know.
it.
See, here's the thing: people know how deadly fucking heroin is. People know how deadly fentanyl
Freddie,
is.
you
People
can
know how
join the
deadly
panel
coke is.
instead of arguing
People
in
know
my
how
chat.
deadly meth is. Why should
Are
we
you
be
scared or
legalizing
what?
any of that if the general public opinion on all of it is still extremely, extremely poor?
So should we go off public opinion? Isn't that argument out?
What did he just say?
Well, the push for marijuana came out because of better research showing medicinal benefits, and then the public perception of marijuana improving positively on a whole over the past 30, 40 years.
Yeah, that's
The
still
push for legalization is because
people like
it does
because
not have
people like
the impact on somebody that heroin does. It doesn't.
Gatsu.
So you're saying because the public like it,
Nani?
then it's okay to make it legal. That is the argument I'd put on.
There are no health benefits to having legal heroin mixed with fentanyl. There are no public health benefits to that at all. There are health benefits to cancer patients and other people being able to have access to marijuana. There's a positive public opinion on it. There isn't a positive public opinion on heroin. There isn't a positive public opinion on crack.
I'll let the timer go to 7 minutes to see if we get a solo judge.
Can I just answer that? So you're
There's
saying
there is nothing disputing the public, like the general public perception that those drugs are dangerous.
I can't answer your point, even though you can talk
will is for keeping
more than me.
Well, if the
How is
public
this
will is for keeping those things
Well, we
illegal,
still
why
talk
should
about
they change
that,
it?
Right. And now I forgot.
What do you got? You got probably nothing, but what do you got?
Oh yeah, ad populum. You're saying because the public doesn't like heroin, we shouldn't make it legal. Because they do like marijuana, we should make it legal. That by definition, it's a policy. Your argument is wrong.
That's not.
Oh, not wrong. It's you can't demonstrate it to be true. You're wrong.
No, the public will on heroin is in alignment with research that would illustrate that it's dangerous.
Right.
Therefore, the public is perfectly fine with keeping it illegal.
Your argument was wrong. The majority of people who overdose on opiates.
If I can't answer any questions, then don't.
Well, yeah, you can answer the question. I just gotta let chat know, real quick. The chat, I'm putting in the poll right now into the chat. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Wild Heart Resurrected. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Wicked Wally on the poll. All right, get your votes in. I'm starting the timer up now. You have until it says 2 minutes.
Usually, when people overdose on opiates, it's not because it's dirty. It's because they do too much of it. If you make it more pure, that doesn't make it more healthy. That makes it easier to do less and die.
What I was saying is,
you said it makes it more healthy to make it cleaner.
No, I said something with rat poison in it is more dangerous than something without rat poison in it, and he disagreed. How the hell can you disagree with that?
But something
because
more pure
the barrier
is
of
stronger.
safety between heroin and fentanyl plus rat poison is pretty fucking weak.
And,
But is there a
and just because we legalize it and regulate it and the government taxes it, why can't they still add rat poison to it?
Yeah, we also tax and regulate rat poison. You can still get it.
You want to make the government richer off of... You want to tax vices...
I need a Swifty. I'm talking to him. Stop
by legalizing
you're
it,
talking
you're
to
just
everybody
making,
now.
No, but Josh is starting to make a good point here. By legalizing all of those things, you're just making more money off of the people who have problems and putting it in the government's pocket.
And then they have to put that money that from the government's pocket into mopping up all the extra social care, mental health care, and police situations that the social knock-on effects have when you have people openly using drugs in public in front of children, the elderly, and in general. So, oh yeah, cool, it's a bit safer for the people using the drugs, but what about all the other fuckers who have to watch?
How did the injection sites and the legalization and the dope exchanges for clean dope, how did those work out for Portland?
He was addressing me. I didn't get a chance to
It's a panel.
Pipe down, little fella. Pipe
argue with the crowd.
It's just not fair for someone to ask me a question, then someone else to jump in.
Life's not fair, fella. Get a helmet for yourself. Life's not fair. Get a helmet.
On verbal combat, you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait to speak, right? It's.
And when someone's talking shit, you gotta tell them.
Jeremy, I'm just seeing this. My bad.
I never get a chance to go through any of the comments. Is what I mean.
I'm just seeing this here right now. My bad.
You're not gonna get much of a chance anyway.
Grab the energy drinks that were delivered. Sorry, my bad, Jeremy. But the poll is locked in. That is 2 minutes. Okay. We have 44 votes. And there's 60 of you here, 44 votes. That's fucking great. Good job, Chad. Okay.
I forgot to vote.
Thank you for everybody who voted. 44 votes, 54% says that our winner of the 1v1 is Wicked Wally. So Wild Heart Resurrected. Tell everybody where they can find you and why they should bring you back.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Oh, I wouldn't bother. No.
Well, where can they find you?
Just type Wild Heart Resurrected 2 or 3 into YouTube. Do that yourselves. I could get a link, but I'm not going to. He's probably not with us, to be honest.
Fair play, though, dude. Fair play.
Word. Listen.
But thanks for letting me know.
It was a pleasure having you. And yeah, next time you don't have to raise your hand. Just get the fuck in there, bro. Unfortunately for you, if they don't bring you back for this one, you could come back for the one tonight still. So, you still have another chance if they don't bring you back for this one. But until then, my friend.
Fatality.
The first soul of the night added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Fridays. Let's fucking go.
Live long and prosper, sir. Live long and prosper.
And we got another fighter. Juan Rivera, welcome to the show. Oh, I think you're muted.
Hola, Juan. ¿Qué haces, tío?
You're not muted on the stream yet. You must be muted on with your mic. Something's going on.
Tío, tu micrófono es apagado, tío. Venga acá.
He must be having some technical difficulties.
He's a mime. He's a mime, gentlemen.
It's okay, Dave. He's going to let us know when he wants to speak.
Oh, fair enough. We haven't had a mime, have we yet, on verbal combat?
No, but it takes one to know one.
We've got a few ninjas, no mimes though.
Well, you'll have to ask him if he's a mime, Dave. It does take one to know one.
Yeah, but if you're stuck in one of those glass boxes, the mimes are, no one can hear you.
You totally flew over your head.
There, James has got it.
I guess he didn't want to stay.
They're very temperamental. I mean, mimes, not the Spanish, and I'm assuming he's Spanish.
Oh, Dave, both are
Yes?
true. Both statements are true.
All right, so while we're back here again, so just did we come to a standstill here with the restrictions on the deep fake technology or the regulations? Sorry.
If the biggest regulation to me that would make sense, especially if they're like when you have the shit where they're making adult content with celebrities, is that they should have to have a watermark on it disclosing that it's an AI produced material.
Yeah, or like a disclaimer at the bottom of the screen or something.
I think that's the point that we would all agree on, is that not only politics, but anytime you are making money off of someone else's identity, whether it be using their face or using their voice or whatever, I think that should be prohibited unless allowed by the person whose identity it is, for sure.
So can we have like verified
Like
digital
porns aren't
IDs
just
or
made just to
watermarks?
like have, they're made to make money. So if they're making money off of someone else, unless they've signed off on it, they could sue them for theft of identity. I think that flies really well.
So it is like copywriting your likeness.
I think people are going to have to.
Yeah, I'm for that. That's why when I've said about the digital ID, I'm sort of looking for like and the copywriting of your identity. So
Real quick, Bintalk says, only time I want to see hands raised is if they are flipping the bird at someone else, like your opponent, Easy, or the chat. And also, mods, if you could please give Mr. Savage a 5-minute timeout for being such a fucking bitch in verbal combat chat. Okay, we usually don't do timeouts during verbal combat chat, but if you're such a bitch, you get a timeout. So give him a timeout. All right.
Like how long do you have to wait anyway? If you just have to subscribe, how long do you have to wait? That's just really impatient.
No time. I have no time limit. You literally just have to hit the subscribe button and you can chat right away.
That's like the stamp you get when you go to a nightclub. You get the stamp on your hand, dude. It's not a big thing. It's not that deep.
Facts.
Remind me to set a coffee pot next time there's an AMVK for me.
Leonardo DiCaprio copyrighted his name.
Well, that's what I was about to say a second ago. People are now selling their identities after their death. Their contracts involve that using their identities after their death. So, like, yeah, we're totally entering that world where you're gonna have to copyright your likeness, your voice, like everything. James Earl Jones licensed his voice to Disney to use for Darth Vader, and they have now the ability just to use it with an AI.
Then why didn't they use it for?
Look,
sorry,
so during the Obi-Wan series, that was an AI voice.
Lion King movie. Then what the fuck?
Yeah, wasn't there something with Scarlett Johansson with that too?
Mufasa's voice.
Well, wasn't he like a kid in that? In the
now when
movie?
he grows up,
he was in Jesus of
That's just
Nazareth.
them recasting the character, then I guess.
Yeah, they worked out something with James Earl Jones.
The contract is specific to Darth Vader.
He did like the
sorry. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, he signed an agreement with them.
I interrupted. I just made because I just watched that movie with the family not long ago, so I was thinking, what? What the fuck?
Yeah, he actually did. If I'm not mistaken, Easy, he actually did the voice for the Mufasa opening, but like the Darth Vader thing is separate. Like he signed an actual deal with Disney to be able to use his voice to keep doing the character appearances.
There's a Black Mirror episode about that. where they start making a reality show about this chick's life.
Look, I'm just saying that like people who can do this, if like they can do like this kind of deep fake, like with music and shit, if somebody could finally make a cover of Black Hole Sun sung by Ozzy Osbourne that I've always wanted, I'd appreciate it if somebody could do it.
That's actually not that hard
Not
to do
the
at
new
all.
Soundgarden singer, and not the new Soundgarden singer either. But it's better if Ozzy does it than the new singer.
Oh yeah,
Juan, no bueno, no sound yet.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Juan!
What's up? What's up?
May I ask you, Juan, before we begin, are you or are you not a mime?
A what?
A mime. You know those dudes like who have the white face, like with the in France with the little tear, and then they get themselves trapped in the box and they're really quiet.
Nah, I would never be a mime. That's like negative 4 million on your social market value. Sexual market value.
Is Wally wearing spandex? What the hell?
He certainly is, and doesn't he make it look dashing, guys? Doesn't he make it look lovely, that spandex?
Wally's wearing sweatpants.
Wrongful
Josh.
Rage. Wrongful Rage wants to say not just Vader, they also used the likeness of the actor whom played Grand Admiral Tarkin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Peter
Rogue One.
Cushing.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
Peter
Josh,
Cushing.
Josh, why are you
Seriously.
checking out my ass while I'm making coffee? What the fuck, dude?
Disney's done this a lot in Star Wars, especially. They've used these likenesses of dead actors, young actors, or older actors have turned young. Like we're getting into this age. I mean, I don't think too far along in the future from now we will see entire movies made with a dead cast of people. Like somebody wants to make like Casablanca 2 or something like that. You'll see something like that happen. The
Bruce Lee
families of
movies.
those dead actors will sell those rights to make money in a heartbeat.
Isn't that like the estates, though? Like kind of like a modern version of the estates of authors, who would own the rights.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the estates of these people who are probably still getting royalties off of these things will definitely sign that contract. Oh, like what? We can sell our dead great grandfather.
They did it with Tupac on a Tupac Resurrection album. Tupac is rapping with Eminem and 50 Cent. He's like, "What up, 50? What up, M?"
That is crazy, man.
Can I just say though, if Wally starts doing the vacuum cleaning in his home to "I Want to Break Free" by Queen, we should all start worrying.
One of the reasons all this is coming is when the actor strike happened. If you read through the list of things that the actors' unions were demanding of the movie studios, all this AI shit and all the descriptions of how it's going to be used in the future was all in that. That's why they were trying to go so hard, because they were trying to guarantee their rights through this AI wave that's coming. They had mentioned in that thing about types of movies where people can put themselves in the movies coming soon, where like, hey, would you like to be Luke Skywalker in this movie? Well, then
No, like those
upload your
old
face onto there.
storybooks. They had those storybooks years ago where you get them written and they'd actually put like.
Yeah,
your
we
name
don't
in the
do
story.
this often. We don't do this often, but I just want to do this really quick just to give you guys an example here. So check this out. So this is a scene, obviously, from Back to the Future, but they replaced Marty is now Tom Holland as the actor instead. And you tell me if you can tell who plays Doc.
Good. Fine. Oh, I've been so worried about you ever since you ran off the other night. Are you okay?
First off, that's fucking great. But watch this.
Isn't he a dreamboat?
Oh my gosh, that's mad.
So this is the level
that's
that
so
it's
good.
at. I just want you guys to understand. This is what I'm talking about. So just so
You
you
think it's
guys.
gonna eliminate live actors too? Like that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, they wouldn't even need actors eventually.
So the movies would essentially become more about scripting than actors.
No, because
AI
AI
can
would
do
write the
scripts.
script too.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Right now the level AI is at, they can't do they still need a human to organize the ideas and put ideas into the AI. But essentially you're gonna have the vast amount of writers you would need before is gonna shrink down to way less.
Yeah, there's still that human element that you can't get, even with the conglomeration of AIs. There's still a human element that knows how to make a cinematic moment or
Right.
build intensity through writing. There's that's why it's still really easy to tell the difference. I mean, I guess unless you're, fucking dog brain, but I think it's pretty easy to tell a bunch of AI content now because it's just
Right.
it's lacking that human element.
Some
It's
people are
very
not to write though.
two-dimensional.
Yeah, some people not to write though because they be like, you'll see like an obvious interview of
Second
like
youngest
sports start saying some off the wall shit, and it's like, they didn't say that for real? I'm like, bro, it's clearly AI. Like,
One more for you guys, just so see if you guys change the arguments a little bit at all.
Second youngest son. He's suggesting it came out of nowhere. What we subsequently learned is it may have come from the former president or his legal team acting in bad faith. This is a deepfake example of what is possible with powerful computer and editing. It took around 72 hours to create this example from scratch using extremely powerful GPU. It could be improved with more computing time, but 90% of people cannot tell the difference.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can
that's where
90
you
on that
can't
one.
tell. That's
So I can tell the difference because
Yeah.
you can tell
can
by
tell
the
the
way
mouth.
the dude's lips move that the voice syncing is kind of fucked.
you would also have to know like how that person expresses themselves,
But
how they talk.
You also have a.
I think you guys are saying that because you know it's a deep
Right.
fake. I think if I would have showed you that video in reverse,
Mhm.
or if I was to tell you right now, guess what? The first one's actually the fake one. You guys would be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, you have a screen telling you it's deep.
No,
catch these all the time.
easy.
Like
Easy. You
YouTube
don't
ads are
understand the
filled
amount
with
of
those
dubbed
kind of
movies
deepfakes.
I've watched.
To be fair, the intonation would give it away for me in the speech. The intonation, but human intonation has a lot of nuances and a lot of like inclusions to it that AI tends to. I mean, in future, again, we could say in future it'll be possible, but the intonation gives it away immediately.
And I think that's an old video. I think I saw that like a while ago. Because
yeah. So
the technology's 50 years ahead of what we know.
That's true because I've seen like interviews. Like I said, they do this a lot with
What
like
does that even
especially
mean?
sports players.
Technology's like 50 years ahead. What?
I'm saying they got technology that we don't even know about.
Who's they, Jay?
They.
The
shadow people.
The shadow people.
This shit wasn't made by the government, right? Like all these AI companies.
No,
they're
but
all
the
private
government's
companies,
got
right?
better versions of it.
You know who
Do
they
they?
are. You know who
Do
they
they?
are, Infiji. They're the same bastards who probably killed Kenny in Josh's mind.
Kennedy.
And Kenny. Because they're
And Kenny.
bastards and they killed Kenny.
You bastards!
Do you guys ever go back on topics? Because I didn't get a chance to hop in when we were talking about social media.
It's
Yeah,
kind of
I
all
like
tied
it.
together, but
I kind of like an AI. I
I
kind of
mean,
like
if you have something that you really think you're going to be against everyone on,
Well, I was the pro social media. I think it's actually improved. The question was, did social media improve communication? Or was that
Human communication.
did it what?
oh shit, I almost missed this one.
does social media improve human communication?
Right. Oh yeah. So I would I didn't get to hear a lot of opinions, so excuse me if I repeat on the pro side, but I definitely think it's improved because of the ability to just address so many issues. Let's start with that. I mean, the connectivity, the ability to talk to more people, the ability to address issues for people of color, women, anybody who's been marginalized. We're able to now express their issues. You could make an argument about maybe the quality. You could say, hey, this tends to go too far. But at the end of the day, people who has never had a chance to be heard can now be heard. I think that it's definitely improved. People have more friends now. At least they say they have more friends now than they ever had before. So people who are in isolation. People who are in isolation now can connect to people more. I think it's just overall improved. Now, could we improve other parts of it? Of course, but to say that I think it'd just be a little bit ridiculous to say that it didn't improve communication, or at least improve connection. So, I mean, maybe like in person may have declined a bit, but you can always, use social media to improve that as well. So, like, I don't know. I think people like to romanticize things the way they were before a thing, technology impacted people and came in. But I don't ever think that you're going to be better than a technology before you had it.
Are humans flesh and blood? Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Right. In which case, then, how can you say that flesh and blood humans, operating through text and operating through video, not looking into each other's eyes, not feeling the intonation, and not expressing emotion, how does that possibly make human communication better? If you could explain that to me, I'm at a loss as to what you just said.
Dave, did having a telephone as opposed to not having a telephone make communication better for people who didn't have telephones?
It wasn't communication better. It was human communication, if I'm correct, the prompt. So we have to define, are we talking about communication between humans, or human communication? The very essence of what human
the question
communication
was
is.
just, did communicate...
What was the prompt? What was the prompt? Sorry, because I missed it.
The communication... The question was just, did human communication improve? Period.
Human communication.
Yeah, I don't really even know that any of you are real.
Human? So the fact that we're even having this conversation, the ability to debate this, I think kind of proves my point. Because if this was, I don't know, 30 years ago, we couldn't have this conversation. The ability to actually talk about things of science, the fact that the knowledge that we have is way more. It's improving. The ability to even have the knowledge that we have. I think humans are actually, someone said we're dumber. I was like, no, I think dumb people are getting exposed more, but I think we're smarter overall because we have more access to information. So, yeah, I mean,
we're not. IQ's on a downtrend in America.
So, if you could tell me again, we're talking about social media, human communication. Yeah,
still smarter than the person. Anyone.
Talk wants to say really quickly, what's to stop a false conviction-based deepfakes?
Yeah, I agree with that. That's
something that can tell the difference between deepfakes and not deepfakes. That's why you need the technology to recognize the technology to move in tandem with it.
Right.
Just like they have detectors for AI written things now. We need things that can recognize that kind of shit in video files.
So we got real quick. I just want to we got I got someone new in the back. If you want to just throw on your camera quick, give me up a peace sign so I know that there's someone back there. All right, word. All right, we got another fighter to bring to the stage. Allied Master Computer, welcome to the show.
What's good, bro? What's good?
Is that Cobra JFS in the photo? That's cool, man.
Yeah, that is.
No, this is actually Cobra JFS on the panel.
It's him. We finally meet.
No. That's not him. We're fucking. I'm only up here because fucking Josh is up here, and I like to bully him.
You bully me? You like to bully me?
You preach lifestyles you don't live.
Oh yeah, I'm unbullyable, buddy.
Really? Because you just said you were an incel a little bit ago.
I am a proud incel.
You're a proud incel. You get no pussy, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Proud incel?
Yeah, that would be part of being a proud incel.
Social media makes communication better.
Yeah, it's so much better that I have to deal with this.
Wait.
How
can you be proud about
I say I'm a
something
proud
you're
incel,
doing
and he said you get no pussy.
You preach a monogamous religion, and you're fucking.
If you were a voluntary,
Well, I don't believe
in voluntary celibate.
I don't believe in free will.
If you
so
were
I'm
voluntarily
involuntarily celibate.
celibate, I would say that's something to be proud of. But
He's
if you're
not.
trying to get
He's
laid,
not voluntary. It's involuntary.
Yeah,
and
that's
you can't get
Involuntary.
pussy.
That's why the word pride doesn't make sense.
yeah. I wouldn't be proud of that, dude.
Yeah, you're a ball cell at this point.
No, it's involuntary because it's not my will, it's God's will.
So God's will.
If I was following my will, I'd be out at the club.
Okay,
I'd be pulling hoes.
you totally deserve
So
to
that
get
means
bullied.
you're a voluntary celibate.
This Josh guy wants to ban.
We all know.
alcohol,
We all know
tobacco,
what
and
it really
I
is.
could go get laid, bud. Allied Master Computer way quicker than you. So, but I don't.
I don't need to get laid, bro, because I'm an
There's
actual.
no ball
I'm a Jew, dude. I don't get. I'm not polygamous.
No, it's involuntary because it's
Oh,
not
no.
I'm not volunteering to do it.
I'm a fucking Jew, dude. I'm not out there.
God
doing a
makes
bunch of
me
stuff on the
do it.
streets. Nah,
Josh,
Let's not start this car.
Josh, God has nothing to do with you bringing up biblical dinosaurs on a first date and making it awkward.
That sucks.
Hey, if I find the right girl, she might be into the dinosaurs.
And a diplodocus.
Well, Josh, you want a girl that plays with dinosaurs, dude? That's kind of weird, bro.
Wait, listen.
Plays with
There's
dinosaurs?
nothing wrong with girls who play with dinosaurs,
You're
man.
weird,
My
man.
wife loves dinosaurs. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Chicks dig the
Started-
dinosaurs.
You probably never met a woman who you could talk to dinosaurs, man.
I'm backstage.
Bitches
Yo,
love
fuck, hang on.
dinosaurs.
Yo,
How
fuck.
dare you?
Hang on, I'm leaving. I got Tyler on fucking panel. Let's go.
Yeah, he
What
had a
is
lot
the
of
point of
energy,
that?
that one. He just
came
shot
here to
his
troll
load and
me.
went. God
Have
bless
you
him.
ever heard this guy before or what?
Yeah, he came on my panel, and at first he seemed like a decent dude, a lefty, and I was like, oh, I like talking to lefties, and we were having conversations. And then in my Discord, he just started spurging one day, and yeah.
May I just say that
I was
gentleman
wondering what was
displayed
up with him.
excellent impulse control and patience.
So let
He
me
should
ask
be
the
ashamed
person
of
who asked
himself
me.
that he didn't keep this going
Yeah.
for a 1v1 with Josh. Just saying.
Juan,
So let me ask the
Juan,
person
I know.
who.
I don't know why he
it
left.
was me, Juan. My name's Dave. But you could call
Yeah.
me Jamaican lesbian
David?
or the midget.
He bullied me so
the
bad, I
lesbian-
need a safe
lesbian
space, but
midget?
he ran away.
Yeah, I
So
just have a
lesbian
question for you,
midget.
Juan. That's me, Jamaican lesbian midget, if you don't mind.
Jamaican lesbian midget. All right.
I mean, my question for you is like, for me.
So no,
and this
can I
is
ask you a question? Because you already asked me one, right?
Okay,
Can I
go
ask
for it, dude. Yeah, certainly, dude.
Yes, we are him. I agree. We are flesh, human, right? So
Flesh and blood, yeah.
communication, flesh and blood. Yeah. So communication would be. That's like. I guess there. All right. Let me ask you this: is there better or not better to have more avenues of communication?
Well, I think we need to define it because it's not just. I think from where you're coming from, you're talking about knowledge.
Look,
and-
here's the thing.
Not
A
just
tool is not
knowledge.
going to improve humans, right? This is a tool. The tools increase like who we can communicate, how we can communicate, how many
There you
people we
go.
can reach, stuff like that. But it doesn't change humans and human nature and how people are, right? That
There
the
you
tool
go.
doesn't do that. So
So
you
what-
expecting social media and people interacting and still being humans to improve the humans is a weird angle on that question. I think we're talking about, at least on our side, because I'm agreeing with Juan over here. The improvement is on social media, right? Now I can reach a big audience. Now I can go to YouTube and put an ad out, whereas I couldn't afford an ad on a
Yeah,
television
but
show,
like I
right?
said, that's
I can reach half the
that's
planet for like
quantitative
$50
over
on YouTube.
qualitative.
I'm coming at a
Like
different
it
Not only
raises up
that-
quantitatively,
I think we-
but qualitatively, social
You
media
think-
has degraded communication.
See, what I'm saying is that we don't
I
just
don't think it's
communicate.
degrading anything. I think it just allows us to see everyone now. Like you can see the shittier parts of humanity. You can see all those groups grouping up. It allows the shittier people
There
to
you
come
go.
out and be more prevalent. It has not changed us at all. We're just as shitty as we
Nope.
always were.
I'm not
Because
saying
it's
that it
supposed
makes
to-
people shittier morally. I'm saying like person to person, like intramurally, you to me would have a greater connection if you were my neighbor rather than we're just talking on the internet every day.
We need to express
But I
thoughts
wouldn't know who
and
you are
feelings
if we
and
didn't have the internet.
emotions.
If you didn't have the internet, you would know
There-
your neighbors. Like
there are
I don't know
different
any
rules
of my
for
neighbors,
interaction,
but
No, no,
right?
I said I wouldn't know who the fuck you were. That's what
Oh.
I'm saying.
like
Then that
We
just
wouldn't
makes
be
you
able
a bad
We
discernment of
wouldn't be able
character.
to. But we wouldn't even be able to have this
but I
conversation.
don't know you.
The fact that we have
I
the
don't know you,
conversation.
Juan. You're just a
But
you're
yeah,
just
listen,
a
but you-
pulsing picture.
I got it. Right, but the fact that we can even have this conversation improves it. Now
No, but it
Yeah,
improves how you have
we
to
are in a rudimentary.
communication.
Let me finish.
All right, go for it.
Let me finish. We are in a rudimentary phase in the beginning. We're in a baby phase of the communication online. We're still trying to figure this out, but that happens on everything that when technology first comes out, we're trying to figure out, hey, how do we make this better? So
how do you express yourself better, right? Because communication involves expressing yourself and understanding others. So tell me how social media allows you to express yourself better and understand other people better.
Well, I'll point to this. Me Too movement. A lot of people
saying the Me Too.
How does that
Me Too.
answer the question, bro?
That does not answer my question. No, you're not answering it. I asked you, right? Me Too. Go on. Have you been Me Too then? Does it relate to you being Me Too, or are you just okay? Go on then.
The first Me Too was in the Bible. Did you know that? Fun fact.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the fact that people are able to address any issues that normally would have been ignored, would not being handled, all these people that have been violated, that's not an improvement on a communication. I don't know.
You're dealing in conditionals, dude. You're dealing in unreal conditionals. I'm asking you a straight question. So listen to the question and see if you can answer it. Effective communication involves both expressing oneself, and understanding others. So tell me how that is any answer to what I asked, and how social media improves you expressing yourself better and understanding others better in a two-way, in an interactive fashion. Tell me.
Would you agree that you have a better understanding of people the more variety of people you're able to interact with? Say if I didn't have...
So communication is...
So if I was stuck in small town USA and I know you answered it really quickly, and I'm going to keep going.
No, I didn't, because you didn't allow me to answer it. You're just assuming what I said.
Any access to anyone else from the rest of the world, and I just had that perspective in that town, would you think my ability to communicate is not better if I talk to it? No, I'm not.
Look,
I would my ability to talk to people around the planet.
What if I were? That's an unreal conditional. What if I were? That's an unreal present conditional.
And you're asking the tool to change people.
I
You're
am
saying
asking
that the tool
you,
needs to
do we
change people.
communicate with many people at the same time, or do we communicate one-on-one as human beings? Because if you're just putting something out into a forum, you're not directly communicating with people in that respect.
Am I not communicating with you right now? Are we not
do I
communicating right now?
Are we understanding each
body
other?
language is a part of that, though, right?
Indeed, precisely.
So I would say that you would learn to communicate better if you're exposed to a whole bunch of different types of people, but it also brings down your discernment to where you're not able to since you don't have like the firsthand relationships with people, there are some red flags that you probably wouldn't be able to see in their character because you don't have the relational experience, if you will.
There are non-verbal clues that add layers of meaning to interaction. Yeah. For example, like communication is not better, for an example, on StreamYard, because you have latency issues, you have technology which does not allow for the nuances of human-to-human conversation, which involves facial expressions, non-verbal cues, things like that. And
This is a ridiculous argument. This argument could have made in like the early 1900s when the telephone was invented.
No, I'm looking at it at a base level, and I'm willing to move on from it. But it seems that when we get down to the human conversation, you just seem disinterested on a one-to-one human level. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
human basis.
because you're basically trying to like negate the entire question by saying that effective communication cannot happen with technology.
I didn't
Neither
say
one
that.
of us said that.
Nobody said
That's what you're implying. That's your entire argument is saying that
sure?
without
No,
the human
I'm saying that
interaction,
that interpersonal, in-person communication is better than social media communication.
Absolutely.
There's also a danger of
one-to-one, sure, but if I'm trying to reach a large amount of people, then
that's the point, bud. You just conceded, buddy.
What you want is not my concern.
There's a danger of over socialization too. So we see when you pack people tightly into cities, you can only remember so many people and actually like have a relationship with so many people. When you've got 50,000 friends on your friends list, you've never met any of them. There's like a danger to over socialization.
What about books? Because you could claim the same thing, but books help aid human conversation in the same context. Yeah. like as what you're claiming. You're claiming because you can reach more people, communication is improved. But communication is not solely reaching numbers. Communication is
And the
about
idea of
expressing
communication, I guess a
ideas.
letter would be more apropos than a book, right? Because a letter would be
A book
addressed
goes
to a
out to many
person.
people. Well, no, but I'm saying under what you're saying with social media, I could just say the same thing about books, but I can't communicate with the person who's reading my book. They can maybe not understand my ideas as well as they might if they spoke to me in person. That's my whole point. I can write a book, someone can be communicated my ideas, but they can misread those ideas because they're not nuanced as if I were there in person with my emotions, my nonverbal cues. So I'm not saying that communication in some contexts is not effective. But when we're talking about human communication and not digital communication, which is a wholly different thing, okay? You're trying to inject humanity into something that has none. And what Fredo, if I'm correct, and what I is saying, is that human communication is far more complex than what we can see online.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
too.
think you're using the word human communication as a proxy for interpersonal communication because I just don't see it that way. It can also mean
human. We're flesh and blood.
Sure,
Don't
but it can
forget what
also
we
mean the
are.
communication systems that humans have created. Like it's a matter of context reading into it.
Systems. But we're talking about human communication. Human being the adjective which affects.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone would argue that our abilities to communicate have not improved since like inventing the telephone all the way to the internet, all the way to social media.
Abilities,
qualitatively,
yeah.
Or
But
quantitatively,
abilities do not equate to the definition of human communication. The communicating an idea
Why is
from
it
one human being
donkeys
to another.
communicating? I'm sorry. What? How is it not
Why
human communication?
It's at the moment, effigy. There's one donkey in the room, my friend, and it's definitely not me. God bless you, sir. God bless you.
Hold on. We have cameras too, so the whole thing about you can get on a if you're like, hey, let me see this person get the body language cues.
You can be
always turn on the
deep
camera,
fake.
so
Wallie's an AI.
Josh,
Also, are you
depending
going to put on a
AI,
full
it's
body
most
camera?
likely
There's
you.
somebody put in
there's subtle
thing to
verbal
get
context
this
cues, like the position of your feet that tell a lot about how a person is feeling.
Yeah, you saw.
can get that from
I'm 100% real though.
Damn, easy, swole as hell.
Touch, effigy. Would you agree that humans
cartoon
communicate
mouth.
through touch? That being tactile is also an important part of communication, human communication. So touch.
Yes. What's
sure.
No one's denying anything about the importance of interpersonal communication in person.
How come
What
when
about
kids were
But to say
going to
that our
school?
abilities are not improved, that when we have a greater reach and the ability to communicate with literally everyone on the planet now, that our communications aren't improved. I don't know. It just seems like a silly thing to me.
What about proxemics then? The use of physical space during interactions, how close we stand to each other, like how we express intimacy, formality, or desire.
Right. Yes. You're talking about all the things that are innate to people that have been around for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Right. So nothing you're saying is about improving human communication either.
No, but how does social media improve those forms of communication?
Yeah, when I meet a lady, I need to know what that smells.
How does a thing improve a thing that it doesn't interact with? I mean,
No,
you
but
can have video. You can have video communication, right?
To being tactile, touch, and proximity
But
to
by
people
its
is also an
definition, it
important
doesn't
part.
have proximity, right? So you're asking a nonsensical question.
We're eliminating the sense of smell.
Yeah, that's important because I
Somebody
just
get this guy off.
Get me off. Oh, that sounded pause.
Juan,
pause.
No pity, bro.
Wait, you want to get off the smells,
My bad.
Josh? Is that what you were saying? You want to get off the smells?
Juan, I'm gonna put you back in that mind box. I'll put you back in the mind box. You be careful.
Josh, I think the chair
Damn.
needs to program your AI better. The chair's fucking up.
Oh man, that was bad. I'm sorry for
Effigy,
that. one.
how would you define? All right, okay, because like we're on different. How would you
Wait.
Sorry,
We aren't letting
All right,
that
let's
slide.
define it by
Who
speed
the
and
fuck
the
is
passing
drive
information.
through right now?
Judging by the
It's obviously
picture and
Wally.
judging by the picture and the fact that I'm at home, I'm going to assume Juan because I think I heard "Welcome to Krispy Kreme."
Oh my gosh. Hey, Effigy, how many types? Could you define some various different categories of communication, possibly, just to enlighten me?
Why? Why don't we just continue the topic instead of you bringing this weird metric?
It's not all right. So I'm just thinking, like, because I think they're different types of communication. That's
You're
the way
bringing
I
in,
see it.
so you're bringing in situationals. We're talking about overall.
So informative,
overall
expressive,
communication. So your
persuasive, and
ability,
relational.
the ability,
here's
so the ability to communicate more ideas, more things, more issues. I don't see how that does not improve communication. If you weren't able to do this before the technology existed.
We saw what happened when kids were going to school on Zoom for 2 years.
Hold on, Josh.
It wasn't good.
Hold on, guys.
That's
because,
a great point, JS. That was a great,
Absolutely.
salient ass fucking point. GG's, bro.
Fair play.
And speaking of communication, Juan, what did you order?
Nah, I'm pretty sure that was Fredo. Fredo, are you in the drive-thru?
No, not I.
Oh, I thought that came from Fredo. Never mind.
I'm telling you, I got this figured out. It was Juan.
Anyway,
he's awfully quiet now.
So Juan, what did you order? We're interested.
2 number 5s, a number 10 large with extra cheese.
I'll give you a little taco, honey. Taco, burrito, taco. That's a South Park reference. That's not racist.
Taco flavor kisses.
You got a lot of money. I'll give you chocolate kisses, honey. Taco, burrito, taco.
Jennifer Lopez.
You guys are gonna make me want to go make some tacos now. Stop.
Dave, it's not the same if you can't hold up your hand to the camera and like do the little like lip thing with your mouth.
Oh, I've got lipstick on my hand right now, but that's just a hobby.
What?
Just joking.
The
guys.
funniest thing about that is because Jennifer Lopez is Puerto Rican,
I know.
and he's doing like all kinds of Mexican. I guess the joke is that because Carmen is so like ignorant, he knows another difference between Mexican and Puerto Rican.
William, yes. The answer is yes, only if you do it quickly and put both the name changes in one message.
Effigy, before we go, and Juan, I just want to sum it up. My argument is that we have different forms of communication. I've explained some. There's also informative, expressive, persuasive, and relational. You know, and those I don't believe as a whole are benefited by social media. Okay, that's my argument. I understand where you're coming from. I absolutely understand.
You don't think informative communication has been helped by the ability to reach more people more easily?
Informative and expressive, but I would say persuasive and relational. I think a lot gets clouded. I'm on the fence whether it has or not, but on the whole, I do believe and what
Jay most of those forms of communication, it seems that social media helped.
I taught kids English over the time of the the bad thing that happened for a couple of years, and all I can say is that it didn't improve their communication, and that they changed for the better once they went back to school. You know, and and they were using social media. That's anecdotal, but it is what it is.
So let's say I guess this would be a different debate topic. Do you think that it's better to not have the social media, or?
I don't use social media personally. I think it has affected my life for the positive. I think social media has created narcissistic personalities and made that a mainstream thing. I think it has increased narcissism, and I don't believe narcissism improves communication and human communication in any respect. I think people talk to themselves. They don't talk to others.
I think most of us are part of
Dave, doesn't YouTube do all those things?
Yeah,
YouTube
absolutely.
is a form of social media.
We're probably all like part of the last generation that knew a world without social media. So
man, I remember Super Mario on the Nintendo. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
You went around your mate's house to communicate. Yeah, and if they liked you, they told you that.
I love how instead of I remember riding out bikes with my friends.
Let's go back further. Oh man, the good old days.
Well, no, but we used to have 2 controllers that you would plug into the system, and your friend would come.
Yeah.
What? That fart was the best fart I ever heard.
You shit yourself over there or what, bro?
Josh, is
Well, I
that
know
smell going to get you off, Josh?
We used to have two
Yeah.
controllers,
That
and we
was
would sit on the
definitely one
couch
that went
next
to
to
the
each other,
diaper.
and we would play video games with our friend next to us, and we'd be shoving each other and playing the game. And now you're playing with somebody who you don't see, you don't know them from 1,000 miles away. I think that was better.
Although, to be fair, Baldur's Gate 3 on Saturday nights with Fredo and the boys is possibly the most fun I've had on a computer games like since Nintendo.
Man, I do believe we should have more interpersonal communication for sure. I think that's probably lessened because of the easy communication through social media and the internet. But I don't think that not having it and not having the option is overall worse because you're able to reach more people.
I mean, I'm a complete hypocrite though, because since I've been coming on like panels and stuff, I've made some amazing friends. One of the friends was integral to my journey as a Christian. Yeah. So I'm going to self-defeat now and implode. But don't forget, I'm made out of AI. I'm actually a robot, so it's no loss to anyone apart from my wife, who's also a robot.
I mean, if you choose,
I mean, Dave, you already lost by saying I don't use social media, but you sit on YouTube. So there you go.
I don't. This is not social media. Oh, it is social media, isn't it?
Yeah,
I didn't use
YouTube is social media, Dave. I established that already.
I think I just argued myself out of it because, like, basically, I just remembered that I am on social media. And when I read hate social media, I was thinking, wait a second,
Dave, it's okay. It's okay. You're from the
man.
UK. You're gonna take the L to an American eventually. It's just we gotta get you there.
My sister married a man from Texas. That was a win.
Good for her.
Yep. And here I am stuck in the UK.
So, Dave, let me kind of turn the question around on you and show you my perspective on what you're asking. To me, the way you're phrasing this is you're asking, did the gun make the shooter a better marksman?
Wait a second. What kind of gun is it? Because you were talking machine gun. Yeah, different. Sniper rifle. Ask me again, because I think I just kind of comedied or badly
You should say
comedied myself
did
out
the
of that.
sniper, did the rifle make the marksman a better shooter? There we go.
Not if he was using a bow and arrow, boys, like a Nintendo.
What? Nobody
Yeah,
else
I just
ever
saw-
like you never like free aimed in GoldenEye with the silenced pistol like it was a sniper rifle? You could do that.
All right, so wait. Wrongful Rage says, I don't know. Some of this social media has led to human interactions, heard of dating apps and pump and dump gangs. I believe the touched somebody's mom or dad. I'm not sure where the ending of that was going, but thank you, Wrongful Rage. I appreciate you. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
I mean, just the ability.
Sapphire coming in with the big 50, triggering for a 1v1 of Wally versus Juan. And
oh God,
we also got an extension as well. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's get everyone else into the back here. All right.
What are we 1v1ing about? I don't know.
This punk
Figure
ass
that
said,
out, bro.
somebody
We gotta
get
see
this
what we
guy
all
out of
fucks
here.
with on this.
He's about to get out of here.
Oh.
It was kind of gay when I said he could
Anyways.
get me off, but what I meant is if he wanted to, he
Let me
could
see
pay
here. What
for
do
a
we
1v1
got?
with
Let me
me.
think for you too.
Or he could pay to fatality me.
The subject. I mean, do we disagree or agree on the subject that we were just going over?
I'm mixed on
Punk
social
ass.
media.
Look at your gay ass.
Yeah, I
scarf.
think you guys were kind of closer on that one, where we could find something I think you guys would be a lot further apart on. Let me think here.
I just don't want to discuss a subject that I'm not well read on.
No, that's why we're gonna find one that you debated. So give us a topic that you've debated that you think.
Hola, Amanda.
a stance that you debated that you're comfortable debating. Maybe that'll help us out.
I would love to discuss evolution, but I would need to do some, most of the stuff on science, I have a base level of understanding, but I would have to do real further research.
Okay. Well, no, what's something you've debated already?
Where are you at on men versus women issues there, Wally?
I'm an anti-feminist.
So I'm agreeing with you there. Or anti-modern feminist. Do you think any this might create an interesting discussion. Do you think any of the movement of feminism was good?
For the most part, no. Because it just one movement just fed into the next. So you reach the problems we have by having the original movements in the first place.
Butt first coffee? His cup says butt first coffee.
Debate then.
Okay, so is there any positive to the prompt will be, is there any positive to feminism?
Well, I believe a person's about individual freedoms and people having the right
still
to.
storming
I'd be a
outside.
complete hypocrite if I didn't support people's having freedom of choice.
Oh, I'm so tired.
True,
I'm
all
not
the
gonna
American
make it.
values that I believe in. So even though I wish women didn't vote or didn't go a certain way with things, at the end of the day, I'm still in support of people's individual ability to choose, because I believe in these values of freedom.
Okay, so let's not go any further so that you don't give the whole debate.
Right.
So, listen, chat. We already have an extension, so we're going to 6 minutes. You guys, you'll see the timer here down there at first, but I'm going to put it'll be right here in the middle between them, above my head here. So you guys will see it here. We're going till it says 6 minutes. If you guys want to add on minutes, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 if you want to solo judge. I want to also put, is there any positive to feminism? All right, so that we have the current topic as well. All right, so one more time, chat, $10 to add on a minute, 60 if you want a solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both.
We get kicked off?
Yeah, whoever loses the poll or a solo judge. So,
okay.
Gotta give it, bro. 6 minutes is where we're starting, but they might add on time. So, gotta give it. The prize is $150 tonight. Or today and tonight, it's another 150. So, you know what I'm saying? But you got this, both of you. Good luck. Let's get it.
Regulate the temperature in here
All right,
properly.
so
if I
what
turn
do
on my
you,
space heater, it gets
So
too hot.
ultimately,
But turn on-
so here's the thing: feminism, going back,
turn
if
it
you're
off,
just
it
going
gets
back
too
to it being an
cold.
original system of thought, it does, or some kind of bullshit philosophy. It doesn't actually achieve anything on its own. People who adopted feminist ideology had to appeal to a male majority for any of those ideals to be integrated into society. So we could walk all of that back tomorrow, and feminists wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
I agree with you there.
So the system we have now, going all the way back, has always purely relied on the fact that men have been willing to enforce those requests essentially benevolently, because we never had to. We could have said nope, and it wouldn't, and nothing would have ever changed.
But doesn't that happen to anybody, anywhere, any time in history? Men have done that to other men as well, right? So
Just
that's
resting
not,
my
I don't
eyes.
think that's a sensical argument.
Well, it's ultimately where the force is on the argument. Feminism can't get anywhere without male authority enforcement.
No one can get anywhere without the authority of other men. Weaker men could not. Weaker men. Hold on, stop. Weaker men could not have the ability to have any kind of power with the ability of stronger men allowing them as well. So, that's not really. I
But
don't
that's
think
still men. The argument's not about men. It's about feminism.
Well,
feminism.
even people believe in men. You
That's
would,
not an
even
argument
men you
of.
would
That's what
even
women
men
would
you
say.
would, well, even
Feminists
men
would
you
say
would
That's not an
describe as-
argument whether it's feminism is
Are
good
you
or not.
sleeping after
You're
this?
asking if feminism is good or not. And
I'm
I
gonna-
think at a certain point, if you
I don't
want
know.
humans to have their own,
I think
do you
he's
wanna
doing
be-
a.
Do you believe in the rights of
I think this is over at 7,
individual ability of?
and the next one starts at like 10:30.
Rights are socially constructed.
So
They require
I might try to get like a 2-hour nap in.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you.
I think that's the plan. I think I'm gonna stop after this. Unless I win. If I win and I get the raid, then I'll just keep streaming
to enforce those rights or not. Do you believe in
until the next one starts, and then I'll raid everybody back to him
because we say we have empathy for others
and do the next one. Either way, I'm gonna have to stop the stream before 12 hours
I don't like to
and walk the dog. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but
That's why we had a whole fucking.
I'm gonna be exhausted.
Country and it happened.
I'm already
It's not
exhausted.
just Americans did it. This is why humans fight oppressive regimes in general.
Yeah, this
Well,
one's gonna
our
go to
country
7,
exists
and then
because
he's gonna
we
start another
fought,
one
and
at
we said-
10:30.
I'm still waiting to hear
and
where
that
this
one's
has
gonna
to
go
do
to,
with a
like,
positive effect of feminism, because the succeeding
5 in the
waves
morning.
of feminism have just built on each
So
other.
if I stream the whole way
one
through,
after the other,
I'm
and
gonna
they've
be awake
had-
for
and
like
they've been
36 hours.
detrimental for relationships
I'm
between
gonna
men and
stream for,
women
like,
at the
20
very
hours.
least. They've been detrimental to the family. They've been detrimental on subsequent generations of children. And
I'm
now,
just talking about individual.
now it's at the point
individual-
where you don't like. The thing is that you
I don't
and
know
I
if I'll
also
make it that
we have
long.
to look at what the
'Cause I didn't prep
ideology
for
is,
this long
because
of
we
a
don't know
stream. I
world
worked
without
last night.
feminism. Feminism has become such an integrated ideology into just daily walking around society that you have to be able to discern what it is.
You were talking about. Hold on. Before you continue with your diatribe, you were asking about. You were talking about force. So I was talking about.
This guy thinks he's all that in a bag of potato chips.
So you were talking about force. So force is necessary not just to have rights, but to stand up for one's own rights. So going back to the point is this enforcement thing is nonsensical, because at the end of the day we're asking what is good. If feminism is good, who cares who needs to enforce it or not? That's not even the point. The point is if feminism at all was good at all for society, and I think the first and couple ways for people to have their own individual rights and people to be happier, I do believe that you have freedom to
Happiness is an
have your
unmeasurable
rights.
metric.
Yes, that is better for humans.
Happiness is gay.
Man, woman, race, whether it has to do race or sex, it doesn't matter.
So
Yeah,
so
you
here's
get to
the
a certain
thing,
point
though,
where
with
coffee doesn't
feminism,
matter.
The thing with
I got the
even saying
juice
it's
right
positive,
here.
well, here's a negative. Over
This is
100 years
Gatorade
of
mixed
it,
with
and it's a
pre-workout,
system that
and
women
pre-workout
still
is a
can't
very
actually enforce
powerful,
on their own. It's still dependent on men cooperating with it. That's the point. Now,
But
as
if
far
I
as
drink too much of
equality,
it,
well,
it makes me feel
at what
funky.
point do
Makes your
you
skin
have
itchy.
any? Well, the equality is an illusion.
And
We're just trying to create equality through legal measures.
You're supposed to drink it
that's all-
before
and
you
the
work out.
Yeah,
If you
that's
just
what we
drink it
do,
and
though.
sit
We do
around, it
that
makes you
for
all
everybody.
jittery and your
Don't
skin
just
gets
do it for women.
itchy
We do
and
it for other races.
feels
we don't
like
have slaves
you're
anymore.
burning up.
Your point is nonsensical. The point is good. Yes, it's good for people to have their rights. It did do, like many movements, go too fucking far. Is the current iteration maybe not so good and probably detrimental? Yeah, but we should, and that's why there's now men's movements, right?
So if you're acknowledging that what we've created is a mess, then you need to go back to the beginning and say, well, this is where the problem started. It's not third or fourth wave feminism. It's all the way back in the first. They built upon
Women
each other.
report being happier because of feminism, the
because
same way
people's ability
a
to choose to
Venezuelan
have a right
reports.
is important.
I can't
At
finish
the end
that
of the
thought.
day.
I'll let it go to 7 minutes to see if we get a solo judge.
Yes, and because of that right to choose, what came of first wave feminism won? Women getting the vote. What came of women getting the vote? liberal domination in American politics for decades.
And that evolved into blue hair, and we all hate that.
And once they
But they
while
were
this was
happier.
going
Yeah,
on,
you guys
while
do
this
hate
was
expanding
going
freedoms.
on,
You
what's
finally admit
happening?
it.
Second wave feminism, third wave feminism. It all built on each other. You have to go all the way back to the root of the problem if you're going to treat it.
That's asinine.
So you're saying that people shouldn't have their rights?
Ass.
Rights depend on the sovereign state that you
That's
live
not
under.
what I
You don't have
asked
any
you.
individual rights.
That's
unless
not what
you
I
have-
asked you. I didn't fucking ask you that. I don't ask you who enforced them. We do that because of empathy for others, motherfucker. You actually answer the question, or
1 second here,
don't try to
real
argue
quick.
empathy to any of these guys. They have none.
Real quick, guys.
Facts.
Just want to say real quick, chat. I am putting the poll in the chat right now.
probably gonna get gone.
Okay, so if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Wicked Wally in the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Juan Rivera in the poll. So make sure you guys get your votes in right now. You guys got 2 minutes. I'm starting up that timer.
I'm just saying, if you want to be consistent and about individual, if you're hold American values, you would support at least, everyone getting their right to choose, right to vote, quality
I
of
don't
pay.
believe in I don't believe in a universal right to almost anything.
Yeah.
You don't have a universal right to vote. That's a very recent concept in human political history, was having any form of universal suffrage at all.
Provides the world with a
Universal suffrage is something that, again, came out of the feminist movement. It allows millions of people to vote who have no skin in the game and how their fucking societies run.
That's a ridiculous statement to think that poor people, just because they're poor, don't have skin in the game. I would argue they have more skin in the game because they have more to lose.
Some people have
Also, it adds. How do you have a legitimacy in your country if your country is not going by the will of the actual people?
Some people purely live off of whatever policy provides for them.
This is what conservatives are. They crave aristocracy. They crave it. They want a king. They crave aristocracy. They want a group that the law protects but doesn't bind, and a group that the law binds but doesn't protect. It's all that they want.
That's
I actually agree with Effigy in one respect, because in the Bible it states there's the parable about the man who has everything and gives it away, and then there's the woman, the poor woman, who gives what she has. So when you say poor people have more skin in the game, yeah, they have more to lose because what they have is very little. So, not that I agree with your position, but I think you have to give kudos where that statement's concerned. There's something vaguely biblical about that.
All right. That is 2 minutes on the poll. We got 34 votes. All right. A little more than half of you. Thank you to everyone who participated in the vote. All right. Chad always wins. So your participation is important. We have, again, it's 34 votes. 82% says that our winner of the 1v1 is Wicked Wally.
Yeah, I figured that was going to happen.
Juan, tell everyone where we can find you, why they should bring you back. If you stick around in the chat, there is a chance someone could revive you, so tell them
I gotta get moving anyway,
where they
but
can find your channel and why they should bring you back.
so we got my channel's Juan Rivera on. I might have to make it something a little easier to find. But for right now, it's Juan Rivera. I haven't uploaded content yet, but there'll be content coming soon that I'm working on. It's a journey series. So going on my journey of business, weight loss, etc. It's not a weight loss journey, but it's a journey about everything. It's a whole life journey improvement series. And I'll be doing some reviews soon. So, you can find
Nice
me on
to
there.
meet you, Juan. Dude.
All right.
Nice to meet you, and God bless you, man. It was a pleasure to meet you today.
Yes,
All right,
and
bro.
it was a pleasure having you on. If you stick
Thank
around
you,
in the
dude.
chat and convince someone to bring you back, you always can, or you can come again tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time and try again. We're doing 2 rounds tonight, so
All
there's
right.
another
Yeah,
shot.
probably be later because I had to move anyway. So.
Well, if you come in a little later, that's fine as well. But until then, my friend.
All right.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls, because that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday. Let's fucking go.
That was the most feminist thing he said. Why didn't he lead with that in the argument? Why didn't he just talk about being on my journey?
Yeah, and by the way, it was the parable of the widow's mite. It's in Mark and it's in Luke. Yeah, and Jesus points out that the rich gave out of their abundance, the widow gave on all she had to live on. So he praised her for her selflessness, explaining that her small contribution was greater than the larger donations of the wealthy. So,
don't fill
you're
large
preaching
swaths
the
of the
Bible,
rights.
dude. You're preaching the
Bro,
Bible. We're getting there, man.
Bro,
We're getting there.
Where do you think the idea of like social justice came from? It came from the Catholic Church reading the Bible, man. Like the conservatives right now are ignoring entire large swaths of the Bible. There are reasons they don't mention things like the Beatitudes or half the Sermon on the Mount or it's easier for a rich whatever to get through the pin of a needle than a rich person to get into heaven. There's a reason they don't mention that shit anymore. Because they praise that shit. They want to be that shit. They want to be the king.
Don't worry about them. Don't worry about the Catholics, dude.
That's my knowledge base. I was raised Catholic.
Fair enough. By the way, just in answer to your situation about the sniper
you're
rifle,
recovering one too.
very quickly. The wind,
absolutely.
The wind. So when you were talking about the sniper rifle, I just want to because I didn't want to I didn't want to run away from that and just use like humor to kind of deviate. But I would say that there are other elements. I think I wrote it just in the back. Yeah, marksmen still needs to hone their aim. They need to understand the conditions, adjust for factors like wind, distance. Same way, communicators need to develop listening skills, empathy, rapport, ability to adapt in contexts and connect with others. And that's to communicate an idea effectively. But nice analogy,
Well, Dave, here's the thing. Like, using YouTube as this, social media platform, we could actually build bridges effectively because I guarantee you, me and Effigy hated the exact same things about Catholic school.
My father has tales of Catholicism, which, they weren't nice, the nuns. Used to punch them, stand on their feet.
Nuns making you kneel on rice, man. That's a trigger for me.
Wasn't that? Are you just like taking
Did
the
I
movie
miss
Kung
all
Fu
that
with
shit?
David
Was
Carradine and
the
just
early
like walking
90s,
there?
like was the early 90s a late arrival to that? I missed all like the torture.
They used to step. My father, he's
That was the tail
95
end of
now.
it. People started like actually doing
95.
shit about it after that.
And the nuns used to step on my father's foot, and they would step on the children's feet, and they would punch them in the chest so they couldn't get away. That's what they used to do. Yeah, old school. Well, old school. But yeah, no, effigy. I like that analogy though, dude. Earlier, thank you for throwing that at me. It made me think.
No problem. It's just the way I was seeing it because I see social media as a tool, and we use technology to improve ourselves and give ourselves ability and reach that we wouldn't have otherwise. So it's almost like impossible for me for a technological tool not to improve what it's trying to improve.
Yeah, give an
but
idiot
it's
a
not
gun,
what it's not trying to improve. It's not trying to improve human beings. That's not what it's trying to improve, right?
No, but the essence of human communication is
the continuance of that gun analogy would be if I made a robot gun and the robot gun was 100% accurate, it still would not have improved your aim, right?
Oh God, I'm gonna have to think about that one now. What are you making me think all this stuff on a Friday for? I've been off THC for like 3 weeks. This is the first bit of clear thinking I've done, and suddenly people are asking me to use my brain. This is highly unacceptable. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh man, that tolerance break fog.
No, I'm out of that now. I'm getting better. That's why I came on tonight. I want to sort of got to sharpen keep my blade sharpened, as it were, because I was walking around with a cork on the end of it. But no, I enjoyed talking with you on that, man. That was it was a nice bit of analogying. Is that even a verb? Should know that, really.
Maybe you should ask social media, Dave.
I'm going to go and ask social media now. I'm just going to be back shortly.
Yeah.
Analogizing.
Analogizing, yeah. No, thank you. Cheers, Dave. That brain fog is real.
So where were we at before we went back to social media? Deepfakes?
Yeah, it was deep fakes.
I think we were trying to put a bow on deep fakes, and then we went back into social media.
Yeah, that's exactly how it happened, actually.
So let's just say the bow is on deep fakes and move on.
Indeed.
I mean, it's going to be a new source of litigation for sure. There's going to be entire sections of lawyering that are going to be just about that kind of shit, like content, ID theft, personal theft.
So
we were at a point. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say we can we can move it on here to another topic. This one I think only one person's gonna be on the other side. But so let me just bring it up. Let's see what happens if it's we can move on from it quickly if we have to. But what do you guys think about the idea of UBI only for people that are employed or actively seeking employment?
No.
What is UBI? Just
No.
Universal basic income.
Yeah.
Right.
No UBI for anybody. If you don't work, you don't eat.
Yeah, I don't agree
Employed
with
or
it.
actively seeking.
The actively seeking part, like you could be actively seeking
I mean, what would be the
employment forever.
point at all of UBI if you're not allowing people who really need it to get it, right?
Well,
If the
and
whole point of it
especially
is to
when
raise the floor for the entire country in general, the economic floor gets raised.
The idea is that
especially
instead
when
of
the idea, especially when the idea behind UBI is that you're going to have technology outdate so many jobs that you wouldn't have everybody replaced would not be able to actively seek employment. There wouldn't be enough alternative employment for them, hence the compensation.
the idea is that
That was the worst case scenario kind of thing where AI all of a sudden takes over everything in the next 15 years and entire swaths of the country are left unemployed at a rate that we've never seen.
in order to keep from encouraging people to be lazy and just live off the UBI, or this same argument is for like housing benefits or food stamps. You need to show that you're working, and some people say like passing drug tests. You have to get clean drug tests. So that way we're not encouraging homeless people to not work by giving them free stuff. So if you want the UBI, you need to show that
It's
you're
always
trying
hurdles
to work.
to target like these extreme minorities in the groups. Like, I don't know, it's always weird. We have to put up this hurdle on everyone to target this little bitty percentage of it.
Is that really that much of a hurdle to say they need to actively seek employment?
I would say probably the majority of unemployed people are seeking unemployment, right? Unless you're talking about people who are like...
The majority of unemployed people are seeking unemployment?
Absolutely not in the UK. I
Or
would
seeking
say.
employment.
Right.
Okay, so like
Right, so it's not really a
Wild
hurdle.
assumption.
not
But
everybody
also,
is
I also need to know who all we're counting as unemployed.
not everybody is always
Are we
actively
counting
seeking
disabled people as unemployed? That kind of thing.
Well, not everybody is also actively seeking employment while they're unemployed. Like you look at the people who are being offered like a buyout of their federal jobs by Trump right now. They're offering to pay those people through like September of this year. And like, do you really think a lot of those? But do you really think a lot of those and do shit? casually look for things, maybe, but they're not going to be looking for work like it's a full-time job to look for work for 6 months. They don't need to. They have guaranteed income till September.
No, they don't.
If they, can I just double check? If
Some of,
they do. They're going to get
some of
paid.
Musk's main problems in his past are not paying severance, and the entire reason that they offered them a continuing payment over a year rather than an actual like lump sum is most likely because they're going to find a way not to fucking pay it later, because that's what he does. It's obvious this was Musk's idea because he's done this fucking before.
Well, no, because if they're under any other kind of agreement, like this is what happens with no compete clauses. It's a similar thing. If you have a contract and there's a no compete, you have to be paid for the whole duration. So that's probably why they just space it out. Otherwise, if you're not getting paid, you're not bound by a no compete clause. So that's probably what. So if there's anything else they have to agree to as a part of their separation, that's why they're not getting a lump sum. Probably they have to be bound by something for X amount of period of time. There could be. I don't know what the agreement is.
Yeah, I'm against all the social programs, but I would say if we are going to have them, then yeah, you should have to work or something. Because what I've seen is homeless people, they're given, not UBI yet, but maybe one day, but they're given housing vouchers and food stamps and stuff. And then they don't want to get a job because if they do, they're going to lose those things.
They're worse off with a job than without in the majority of cases. That's similar here in the UK. You just literally have people who live off the system. I think it's a lot easier to do it in this country than it is in the States. And what you see is people, my wife actually worked in the employment agency, and the amount of cases that she had where people would come in and they would be actively looking for work, but would kind of do the bare minimum because they would all note that they would be worse off if they got jobs.
Yeah. And well, anecdote, but I was on probation once and I had to be actively seeking a job. If I didn't have a job, I had to be actively seeking a job, which meant I had to fill out a sheet of paper that said a list of places every month that I applied to. But
you did the same thing as an unemployment roll.
But I'm not really like trying to get those jobs. I just fill out the application, turn it in, and write it down on the paper.
Exactly. It's just a stupid hurdle to make people go an extra step because someone needs to feel like they're sticking it to the poor, or they're making sure that only the good ones get the money. It's all of these little hurdles end up just being virtue signaling in legislative form to me. Like, if you've decided to give this group of people the money, just fucking give them the money. Well, they're going to do what they do with it. Most of the time, you're just giving them the money so that they spend it.
Aren't you just acquiescing when you do that?
It depends. What are you acquiescing to?
Acquiescing, like like you're just like, people don't want to work, so rather than actually give them things to do that for a percentage might actually lead into a pathway to work.
The main arguments for UBI is not about the people who don't have jobs,
but actively seeking work. One of those was actively seeking work. That's what I'm speaking to at this particular moment. If you're saying, well, just give them the money, like, where's the incentive? Where's the incentive to do anything? Just give them the money. Yeah, it's all just virtue. So give them money.
Do you think someone would? I mean, obviously a bum or someone who doesn't give a shit. But do you think people just living off of that amount of money that would be given through UBI, which would probably end up being an amount less than minimum wage yearly, like, do you think they would live pretty off of that? Like, yeah, there are some people who are completely fine with living in a fucking trash can or living in a shitty, like, half busted up trailer. There are always going to be those people. Why do those people have to be your argument for all the people who would actually use this money to get a leg up in life?
Because those people with that motivation to go out and do that, there's no excuse not to have a job. The people who are homeless and don't want to be homeless can get out of it. Like, Labor Ready's always hiring. You can always go I can go do day labor whenever I need to if I don't have a job. Like, So the people who have the motivation to do that will do it. The people who the UBI is going to go to is the people who are going to spend it on drugs.
Straight to the drugs argument.
Well, you have to look at if the intent of something is that it's supposed to be beneficial to people, then if that's being provided, you want to make sure you want to control as best as you can that the money's being used for what you would hope people would be using it for. It's the same reason, of course, we're going to argue over the UBI and people are going to want some kind of
Here's
control.
the other thing, like for the homeless thing or whatever you guys keep saying, how the fuck would someone like that get it anyway, right?
What do you mean? They go into the social services office and they'll sign you up right there. Same way they get everything else that
we'll
they
have
get.
the dole lines back. Like we'll just have to.
Well,
like,
you don't
have
even
the-
need a
We
bank
still
account.
have them.
They'll
They
give
never
you-
left.
You don't even need a bank account for benefits. They'll give you the fucking cards you need for them anyway.
You know, and like
that's right. They have turned it into like EDT cards and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, we still have that. Like, there's lines where you can go and stand in, and they will sign you up to get an ID, to get food stamps. There's clinics for homeless people. There's methadone clinics. There's all sorts of services in all the major cities that we already have. They already have access to all that stuff, and they will sign you up for free, and then you don't need a job. They'll sign them up for the UBI.
A certain like bottom of the barrel lifestyle. You don't.
It's
need
better than what the life they're living.
And
The
again,
vast majority of the
and
homeless
again,
people
when-
are there by choice. They
Yeah, and again, Josh, like like I'm saying, when things are being distributed for like an intended purpose, of course we're going to want to control like how that is spent. Like to me, like effigy, that's like a child support argument where it's like, of course, that gets contentious because when someone is paying money for a child's benefit, and then it's like, you know, you have those cases where it's like, oh, mom's on social media showing off her new boots and jacket, like. Yeah, that gets people going like, that's not what child support's for.
Yeah, but like that's the entire point of taxation, right? The entire point is that we pool our money to do things as a group. And yeah, there are always going to be things that we don't like that tax money is used for, like always, forever.
Yeah, but that's
you will never like
like building roads and defending our
social,
the military.
That's why you get social outrage from a large population to the extent that you do, because a lot of people, especially when like they're young and you've just started working, like what do you really know when you're like 18? Well, you know, we pay into all of this shit. Then when you start, then as you spend more time in the world and you're paying your own fucking bills, and you see people in some areas who are living like they're fucking welfare millionaires going and like using their shit to get all the cigarettes they want, all the booze they want, and they're fucking only paying a couple $100 a month in rent because of the state. Like that gets people upset because they're like, this is not what I believe like we're giving money for when we're told the welfare system is to help people who are desperately in need of assistance.
And if there's a social contract, where people say, right, I'm willing to pay into this collective pool of money.
That your example is throwing the baby out with the
I won't
bathwater.
interrupt
Sorry.
you, mate. Crack on.
Sorry, I mean he was talking to me, so.
No, because when he's saying,
but
when
like,
he's saying like there is a social contract in a way, Dave does have a point, because like when people who are providing into the system
and people don't give a fuck
to be used to help people, like there is
Who does welfare and food stamps predominantly benefit? Who do we know that they predominantly benefit?
Well, they could benefit a lot of people. I don't have the numbers.
The answer is children.
I was gonna say single parent households.
Single parent households.
Yes.
They can. Well, here's the thing. Like they can affect like you can have like people who aren't married, and that can affect like a woman applying for benefits, and then they can still get them. That's why a lot of people don't get married. It's actually easier with a working income in some places.
And if you have a social contract, and then you have people who pay taxes and they abide by this social contract, and you have other people who just decide to completely break the social contract, it's bad faith. So it's like saying, oh, this is why we have taxes. What we pay taxes and work to pay taxes so that people can sit
single
on their
moms
asses.
are bad faith now?
Sorry?
I was just linking Wally's comment to yours. It's just like Wally just goes in on like, yeah,
I love the way you do.
like
I just
said,
I just stated that single moms are bad faith. No, I was talking to people who do not abide by the social contract. Why you open up those little cake holes, fella?
Dave, let me help this out a bit here, because I do agree with you on the social contract point, but let's try to flesh that out a little bit better. Like, to me, like, that's like if somebody came up to me and was like, you know, oh, Wally, I'm short $100 on paying like my electric bill or something. Like, can you help me out? And I'll pay you back. Now, I give that person $100. Like, the understanding is, don't fuck me over. Like, don't tell me don't present this to me as you're in severe need when you're actually going to go get drunk with it. Like, even if you pay me back or not on a personal level, like, it's the fucking principle that if somebody comes to me in extreme need and isn't actually in need and just wants to abuse my sympathy at that point or my compassion for the situation.
The phrase, you give an inch and they take a mile, comes to mind.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say, like, we collectively get upset at the welfare system to a large degree because there is that.
I think you feel that way because you hyper focus on these small examples that are absolute minorities of what is taking place.
All the people I walked around homeless today who are high on heroin, who I gave sandwiches to feed, yeah, out of my own pocket. I'm just focusing on those people which are in every city, yeah, every day sitting around begging for money, going and claiming their benefits, and then having absolutely zero interest of honoring the gifts that and the goodwill that was given to them in the social contract and out of pocket from people who help out of their own wages and their own pockets.
Yeah, I lived it for 3 years. The guy that has the sign that says homeless vet, mentally ill, just need a little help, just hungry. It's all bullshit. That guy is crazy because he's been smoking crack and meth for 20 years. And he's probably got his military suit from a, what's it called? One of them stores where you just buy it. He's stolen valor and like,
you can find plenty of interviews with people who will talk about how like they have hustled professionally by panhandling to make money.
Yeah.
Because it's all, and then it's like you could make, like if somebody could make like $15,000 just begging for change every day because they're putting on a really effective act in like a major city, they don't pay taxes on that money.
I knew a lady who would borrow a damn baby. She would borrow another lady's baby and sit there with, my baby needs food. That wasn't even her baby. It's another lady's baby who's also out doing whatever, tricking or whatever she's doing, while this lady's panhandling with the damn baby.
I actually saw I saw one interview once, JS, where the guy was like, I don't make myself look like a complete mess on purpose. I make myself look to people like I'm right on the edge so that they really believe that $10 is going to change my life.
Yeah.
Like that, like that's the mentality of the people who do that professionally, who don't need to be doing it.
And this isn't just like a small anecdote. Like this is like a lot of people do this type of thing.
It's not an anecdote. Okay.
My story
it's
was
an
completely
observation.
an anecdote. Mine was.
But if we're all agreeing that we see it in all these different cities in large numbers, there's enough people to make a good sample size to do a study on it, and I'm sure somebody's probably done a study on it.
And there are a lot of people sitting on social media every day on panels all over the place who seemingly have some form of income that can keep them elevated to the point where they don't have to go to work. They can just sit on YouTube all day and stuff. Like I'm just talking in general. There are tons of panels in the UK. You see people all around who are not working. You know, an anecdotal story is like my brother-in-law. He's not worked for years. Yeah. He's not worked for years, but I don't begrudge. But again, I do not begrudge children being fed. Yeah. And to state that there are people acting in bad faith, yeah, against that social contract who just take with no remorse, yeah, no scruples at all. That's not saying that we're calling single mothers bad faith in any respect. Yeah. A lot of single mothers will do immense amounts for their
That's
children.
exactly what Wally was saying. Sorry, that maybe not what you said, but I was just linking the two. But Wally was definitely giving an example of saying single moms. It was easier for them to be a single mom now, which I think a lot of single. Okay.
I would almost agree on the. I would almost agree on the single
It
mom
must be
point.
strange to walk around the world, just looking around and seeing things that you think are like
parent.
absolutely disingenuous, where everyone else like would have empathy, right?
It's a
Like,
gravy train in the
homeless
UK.
are fake.
Literally, so you need to
they're all
have a
trying
look
to
into the
scam
system
you.
in the UK, man.
They have
Oh
it
no, they're
so
really
good.
homeless.
UK is a gravy train for single mothers. There was a point in the UK where women were having babies to get houses. Yeah, and claiming benefits and not working, and then the kid gets to a certain age. Yeah, exactly.
Dave, what about that guy in the UK, that big piece of shit who had fathered like 17 kids with 3 women and a bunch of them died?
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, like he started a fire in his house to try to get public sympathy, and then a bunch of the kids ended up dying in the house fire.
I didn't read about it. I'm going to have a look into that.
Like he literally was on video at one point saying, "I'll just have more kids so the government has to build me a bigger house."
We have like a system here. Once the child gets to a certain age, the mother has to go back to work, and then it's 8 years old, and I think that at a certain point the kid they just get pregnant again, and then again, and then again.
That's exactly what he was doing with these 2 women. Like he was living with.
Yeah, I would almost agree with the single parent thing, like giving them UBI and stuff like that. But I don't agree with it because the reason the numbers are so high is because of socialist movements that encouraged people to do this sort of thing. Welfare moms and taking the man out of the house, model cities program, the civil rights movement, all this stuff push this. Democrats push this. And then they use the homeless population for gentrification to move it around and decrease land values so they can buy up all the land. All of this stuff, all of these numbers
Civil
of these
rights are
single
socialist.
Yeah. We already talked about this. I won that debate, remember?
People having the same rights, and I mean, you got the higher vote, maybe.
No, I think you got destroyed, but
sure.
I mean, okay, but anyway. Yeah, LBJ
Giving
and the
people
Model
same
Cities
freedoms
program.
that you have is a socialist idea. Gotcha.
Yes, it encouraged women to get men out of the house. They used to come to the houses and they would check for men's clothes in the closet, and you would lose your benefits if they had men's clothing in the closet. So they kicked the fathers out of the house, and this boosted the number of single moms. Now, I'm not saying all single moms are bad to any single moms that may be listening, but I'm saying the number is so high because of things like this. So
y'all are not. I thought that's exactly what you guys are doing, was choosing specific anecdotes or small examples and painting it across a large group of people. I thought that's what the last 30 minutes was all about.
I mean, there was an element of that. There was a little bit of an element of that, Evergy, but not totally.
No, I understand that a husband could die or something. Things can happen, and we should help those people out. But I'm talking about when we have such large numbers of this happening, and it's encouraged by certain policies, that's a problem. So we shouldn't keep adding to the problem.
Oh no, I was wrong. It's 3 years old. And Creative Witch was right as well. I think it is 3. I was wrong. It's 3 years old. Yeah.
Just real quick to the guy in the back. Could you just throw me up a peace sign so I know that's not some loop? All right, cool.
I mean, if there are barriers, it's not universal, and universal is kind of baked into the name of how it's intended to be applied anyway.
Raw Dog, welcome to the show.
What's up? Didn't recognize the name?
I did. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a loop playing.
You're good. I finally stopped this fucking semi for a minute so I could jump in. I've been listening for the last, what, 3 hours?
Word.
Nice to meet you, Raw Dog, dude. How's it going?
Oh, not too bad, guys. What's up?
FG's just accusing us of using small, like, anecdotal stuff to over a broad group of people, and I kind of used anecdotes myself this evening.
Well, okay. I'm not in the debate, but just because you guys are all on the opposite side of F&G, I'm just gonna point one thing out. I have to. And we're doing a unorthodox version of verbal combat today, so we might as well be a little bit unorthodox. But F&G is stating objective things that will happen with the universal basic income, while you guys keep naming things that could happen. I'm just gonna point that out.
Yeah, we are existing in the coulds. I think there are some ises.
Yeah, there is things that I'm not even on his
office.
side with this. I'm not even on his side of this argument. But you guys are naming more things like the negative things that could come out of it, where you're not naming like the negative things of the policy itself. You know what I'm trying to say?
So, what was one of the objective things he pointed out that would happen? Sorry, I'm getting tired. I've been up all night.
Now you guys want me to give you the whole debate, motherfucker. I'm not doing that.
I'm just wetting my whistle. I have no debate skills, so thus the path begins today.
But Effigy didn't point it out either, so you guys are kind of in the safe zone at this very moment. Hey, and thank you, Vinny Pots and Pants, for the 5 gifted memberships. You a G. You a fucking G. Let's go.
I thought it was stronger to point out their constant fallacies of composition that they just kept using over and over and over.
Well, I can say objectively, I think a lot of them would use that money for things other than paying their rent, because we already can observe it happening with people who sell their food stamps, 50 cents on the dollar. It's a well-known thing. I did door-to-door sales across 46 states for 3 years, and I saw hoods in every city. I talked to thousands of people knocking doors all day. So, like, I've seen this. So, objectively, that's what I've observed.
You can't even use the word objectively correctly. Why would I believe you?
I don't know.
Objectively, this is my subjective view. That's exactly what you just said, man.
No, I objectively did observe it. Objectively, I observed it.
Can I ask, like, what is the I don't know what it's like in the USA, but in the UK, I know that we call it universal credit, and it's a highly complex system with a huge amount of flaws, which can put people in worse situations than they were on the original job seekers, which is where you go in, you'd sign on, you get your weekly money. The universal credit idea is vastly different, and it's been like very much criticized because of its complexities. Some people can have their payments like reduced. Things can go, like I say, things can go wrong and do go wrong. There are sanctions, there's like deductions that people face. So would it not place an added element of control on the poor?
Well, Dave, that's the hand-in-hand problem. That's one of the biggest issues with UBI is that on the one hand, it's setting like a hard cap at the amount of assistance you're going to receive, because they'll say, if you receive X amount in assistance, then that just lowers your UBI payment. So like there's a hard cap where everyone would be hypothetically like cut off at like $1,000.
Hey, and Vinny Pots and Pans coming in with another 5 gifted memberships. Shout out to you, Vinny. You a fucking G. I appreciate you. And also, let's bring another fighter on the stage.
I just I had to come up here just to argue this.
Welcome to the show.
I had to come up.
What's up, James?
What about the incentive to save money? doesn't this? I mean, like, what do we call it? Universal credit in the UK just completely de-incentivizes people to save money for their children moving forward. If we're going to look at single mothers, for example, where does it give the incentive to save?
Well,
if you're getting a universal base income,
I just wanna be clear too. Just let me bring up the prompt again, just so you guys remember it clearly, because this was based on, because I've seen different proposals of universal basic income, and this one is proposed where it's only for people that are employed or actively seeking employment. Like they have to prove that they're seeking employment. So these are the conditions for who gets it. So it wouldn't be simply everybody gets it.
And again, like this is the function of this is the problem with the main philosophy behind UBI when you're putting actively seeking employment into the premise. Because the thing about UBI is that the biggest argument has always been, like, going back to when Yang was fucking running for president years ago, was we need UBI because technology is going to eliminate so many jobs for people that eventually you're going to have this large group of people that won't be able to actively seek employment because the jobs just won't be in existence.
Yeah, that was his argument, but in this scenario, though, that argument doesn't really.
But at that point, if technology isn't mass eliminating jobs, we don't need UBI by that logic of the.
Well, that would depend. I mean, because what if people need assistance? Like, say, if you have a family where someone needs to be at home a lot, of hours because they have issues.
You mean like they already do?
I just gotta point this out though. Like I do get exactly what you're saying, Wally, but that's why I use this proposition of UBI instead, is because that's not what it's based off of. It's not based off of the fact they think that people are all gonna lose their jobs. This is actually based off the fact that the idea of giving people that are actually working or seeking work a cover for their basic needs is a way to motivate people to be more like creative and innovative and have more time with their families. Shit like this. This is like behind the proposition of making it for people that are employed and actively seeking.
Right. This empowers workers to an amazing degree. This allows them the ability to leave jobs that they don't like or don't feel that they are doing well at without having to feel like the floor is falling out from them. It allows so much freedom on that end of things.
Yeah, if we did UBI, I agree that would be a good criteria, and I would add monthly drug tests to it.
Well, I'm thinking from the angle it could help people.
Of course, you would.
That say they got like family issues.
Why is that?
Or they need to be at home a certain time and everything, and then they can't. They have to be. They're limited to how.
Wait,
they
what's
can
the
work.
Of course you would. Why would you not want to do monthly drug tests to make sure that they're not spending the money on drugs?
So just because I get UBI, I have to take drug tests. Like just because of that, you get to break my Fourth Amendment.
Break your Fourth Amendment. You shouldn't
be
be
search and seizure.
Legal search.
Well, employers break your Fourth Amendment by doing drug tests.
No, employers are what you do it. The government tells me I have to do it.
If you're receiving UBI from or payment, then why wouldn't you be able to fall under the same standards as an employer?
Yeah, that's not exactly. Yeah, because UBI is not like the law is in the sense of like the legal system.
Well, no, because then you have a problem with, because depending on how UBI would be implemented, you're then going to come into conflict with state laws because there are plenty of states where marijuana is legal.
Yeah,
if you're requiring people to be employed. If you're requiring people to be employed and they qualify, are you going to tell a day trader who smokes marijuana before bed that they can't do that or they'll lose this like extra money? It's stupid at that point.
Well, no. Let's say they're not testing for marijuana. If marijuana is made federally legal and you're testing them once a month, if you can't pass a drug test once a month for coke and meth and heroin, then you should not be getting money from the government.
if you're so if you're going to reflect,
because you got to do it within like 3 days to fail.
If you're going to at least reflect what's legal in that state, then that's reasonable.
Right.
Because the inconsistency right now is like you go into a state where weed is legal, and in a lot of states, like you will still fail like any drug pre-screen for having marijuana in your system in that state still.
Yep.
Yeah, and potheads aren't the type of people that I'm worried about.
You're also creating an incredible headache, right? Like it's a universal basic income. I mean, we're talking about like a lot of people getting this shit. So you're going to require drug tests for a metric crap ton of people. That's going to clog up the finite resources of any like city or something like that has like maybe 1 or 2 centers that can do public drug tests, stuff like
This
that.
is why we shouldn't just.
I'm just assuming
shouldn't have UBI.
Right. I won't even want UBI on the table, but if it's on the table, this is, you know.
You can do the same thing you do in the military.
We all hated
and for
inflation.
DOT.
We all hated inflation. So if you want inflation back and skyrocketing, yeah, absolutely. Just start giving away $1,000 to over 300 million people every month and see how valuable
Watch the housing
dollar is.
prices go up.
The dollar is gonna. The dollar
have
would fucking
welfare.
crater in a month.
We have all kinds of stuff. Like all you do is you take away those benefits and then you pump it into UBI. It's the exact same thing, right?
Well,
like nothing is happening right now when we're giving away free money at all. We just, I mean, it's increasing the money supply is what causes inflation, not just handing out money to spend.
Is $1,000 being pulled out of thin air going to every American a month going to increase inflation or not?
Increasing the money supply increases inflation.
Is that not an increase in the money supply?
Only if you're creating money.
Yeah,
if you're taxing the populace and using that money to pay out, that's not increasing the money supply. The Federal Reserve would have to increase the money supply like they did before the thing to create inflation. That's the predominant thing.
But
the money supply is always increasing in a growing economy, which is why 2% inflation is the target rate.
But again, the prompt doesn't say everybody's going to be getting the money. It says only those who are seeking employment or who are employed. That is what the prompt states, and I'd also add on
I'd say
other
that most people, right? Most
things that would have to go into
working
that
age people will fall into
personally
that
if there's
category.
going to be a UBI. But
Well, here's another thing. I mean, is it going to include like food assistance?
Well, that would obviously be included in the idea of UBI because
Well, yeah, some of the ideas I've heard is that you take away all the other kind of welfare programs and you ball them up into UBI. That's some of the
Well, you could do that. Well, Effigy, you can do that. Or they've also said, like, if somebody is already receiving 300, and if somebody's already receiving 300 in food stamps a month, they'd receive a $700 payout. That's
that'd be a good way too.
Yeah.
Alternative.
Yeah, they would receive less money as far as UBI, yeah. But of course, that would technically probably eliminate the whole the whole food thing, with the exception of those who that might need some assistance with food that wouldn't need necessarily UBI because they wouldn't need UBI probably.
I mean, you're inherently creating essentially a massive expansion of the welfare state by creating a second social security system, essentially, that has to be propped up by people paying into it, or the government has to invent money to fund it.
Or just flat out make money.
Would you really have to invent a new system? We already got a cash program.
Yeah, we've already got everything in place that we would need to make a UBI system. You just basically change who gets the money. Like that's all really would change.
Because I mean, there's you can get cash assistance. Oh shit! Hold on. I left my fucking back open. There we go. Anyway.
Yeah, but UBI can be helpful if implemented correctly, I would think. It just kind of depends on, again, who you're qualifying for the actual UBI. Because like I said, I'd restrict it a little more than what the prompt does. Because I wouldn't give just anybody willy nilly UBI, which of course the prompt's not insinuating that either.
I wouldn't give people UBI at all. I just understand all these fucking arguments for it. I know.
Well, what
Listened to
about?
people explain how it
Yeah.
should work for years, but that's why I ultimately agree with Josh. I'm not in favor of UBI at all.
Yeah, I'm sure free money would be helpful to a lot of people, James, and the happiness metric will skyrocket. Just like if you give a Venezuelan a ham sandwich, they're really happy about it.
Well, again, I wasn't gonna go down the free money route. I was gonna say they would have to do, like again, like the prompt says, they'd have to do something in order to get a UBI.
Like what? Go to work?
They either have to be working, or they would have
Well,
to be.
you know, you get money
seeking
when you work.
employment, or I would also add that caveat: they would have to also either be building a business. They'd have to be doing some sort of, you
But
know,
you get
trying
money
to
for those
grow and-
things.
So why do you want people to do
That's another
those-
thing about UBI, right? If you have the floor of UBI, you would be more likely to take the chance to start a business, right?
Yeah, because at least you would have like some sort of safety net to help you.
It's the entire point of
trying to get the
making a higher
business up.
economic floor is that it propels everything up. One of the biggest arguments a lot of economists make is that it would be like a kind of like overtly stabilizing factor in the U.S. economy, especially in the 21st century, where economics is kind of becoming on the adjacent to war, or at least the adversarial nature between nations.
Yeah, because things don't work the way it used to work. Because back in the day, you know, you could grow your own food. Now, granted, people can still do that today, but it would require you to live out in the country. And how many people live out in the country? I mean, relative to those who live in the city, and you know, they have better opportunities to start a more highly successful business probably in a city than they do out in the country, because you got more people around, and it's probably easier to start a business there than out in the country.
Shiva, we see you in chat. Get your ass up here while you don't have to be quiet.
I mean, it just depends on what the person wants to do. It's just,
Oh wait, did someone say we got a raid?
Jim Bob
Who's
raid
that here?
incoming.
and
You can set up
Oh,
community
incoming.
gardens in
Okay, word.
cities and co-ops.
By the way, I'm still here. I'm
yeah,
just getting my
yeah,
paperwork
that's
signed.
true, JS. That is
Oh shit,
true.
we got another one. Shiva, welcome to the show.
Hello, 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 hello.
Morning, Shiva.
Hello, mate.
Shiva can speak in a normal
Good
voice
evening.
now.
Oh boy, I'm
voice.
getting
got half of
getting
a
into the
1v1 coming in.
fire.
It's not early in the morning. No one's
Step
sleeping.
It's good to have a
starting
UK perspective
fire
here.
and putting me in the middle of it.
Let's fucking go.
Oh boy.
I hear you're
I
talking
think
about
actually knows how
UBI.
to debate because I'm not really holding our own, dude. I'm failing epically in my first real VK.
Oh, I wouldn't necessarily say that I know how to debate. I just know how to shout.
Oh, he's always just.
Oh yeah, I know how to shout and try to
Here
make
comes the
some points.
modesty.
Yeah, people just
So,
going the
James,
The thing about
James, I
UBI,
will agree
I-
that you. James, I'll agree that you know how to shout, maybe, but I do not agree that you've ever made a point.
Oh, come on, Wally. That's just going below the belt.
Isn't UBI inevitable?
It kind of depends on.
No, James. I don't need to hit you below the belt. I'm you piss down there. I'm not going anywhere near that.
Isn't
you know,
UBI?
points
Hang
are
on,
depending on how
wait,
you define them.
guys.
If anyone can make them.
Okay.
Oh, we're having a little back and forth here,
Have
Steve.
you
Let's
two
look up
finished
on-
now? Do you two just want to get a room
maybe
or something?
not. I don't know. That depends on
You
Wally.
guys need to get
You
a
go
room.
ahead, Shiva. I'm gonna
All this
refill my
pissing going.
coffee.
I say
I
no,
guess
Shiva.
they're finished for now. Look, right.
Now explain to me how UBI is inevitable.
Okay, so it used to be the case that there were lots of industries around the world. It used to be the case in the UK that we had lots of industries, right? We had a steel industry, we had a coal industry, we had a car manufacturing industry. And what happened, what has happened is that either those industries have vanished or
they've been
become automated. Right. And now, so people moved from industries to more either cerebral or service-based employment, right? But now we've got AI. And what's going to happen is AI will take over the cerebral and creative jobs, right? So then you have people who used to do physical labor or used
I
to
don't know what
do
happened.
manufacturing or used to do manufacturing who no longer are able to do those jobs. And there was a meme that kind of floated around a few years ago, right? Learn to code, right? Actually, people who do that, they're going to start losing their jobs. And
So-
I think you'll find that as AI and robotics gets more and more advanced, and they will.
We get it, Shiva. So
I'm just waiting for this to end so I can finish the point.
But so UBI is inevitable, like living in.
No, I'm waiting for this. Can we just wait for this to end?
No, talk over it. It sounds beautiful.
I can't. It's too annoying. And everyone else is singing it. How? Come on.
Sorry, it's just habit.
You sound like an angel when you
Okay.
speak over it.
Right, so what's going to happen is what's going to happen is as robotics and artificial intelligence gets more and more advanced, which it will do exponentially, you'll find more and more industries where there simply aren't any jobs. So it seems to me that eventually, and if we want people to be able to sustain themselves, UBI is going to become inevitable.
Eventually, it's inevitable that we're all going to live in pods and eat bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the
Eventually, it's
people in
inevitable
charge
that
want,
we'll all
yeah.
be surviving in a
Bugs and
nuclear
be happy.
wasteland.
Eventually,
We
the
gotta
next
go-
level of the
I-
simulation will be here, and we're all going to be in VR.
Max Doubt, welcome to the show.
Welcome.
Hey,
to
what's
the
up, dude?
show. Combat.
By the way, if my blower, you guys can hear it through my mic, let me know. I'll mute my mic.
Like, do you think that's not going to happen?
It looks
No,
like
I guess
it
you're
is.
right, but that doesn't mean that we should
Can you hear me?
move faster towards it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, no,
Yeah, but you have to prepare
Well,
for
I
when
mean-
it happens, though, right? I mean,
Like I would
mean,
like to,
I'm
I
not
would like
saying
to
that-
prevent that from happening as soon as possible.
well, technology keeps advancing.
Well, how are
man.
you?
We're not gonna
wait,
go-
How do you
wait.
prevent that? Do you?
Yeah, technology
Hang
is,
on,
just
how are you
keeps
gonna
happening.
prevent
Let's
that?
just all
Employees?
put on the VR helmets and move to the next level of the simulation. Then we
Oh,
can
like
I mean,
what
this
the
is-
thing
this
is,
is-
the thing is, if you're
It's
going
not
to
right
prevent
there,
it,
why?
then
You know how I act
then
like
what you're
this.
saying is
James,
you will
are
have to
drunk?
bring in legislation banning companies from using robotics and AI in their businesses in favor of human beings, right? Like you would
It's
have
already
to
hitting the
enact
service industry. It's already started.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
like with self checkout, man. Self checkout is like
Yeah, even service industry jobs.
I
They're
talked to
gonna
an AI
go.
the other day at Taco Bell. Like no lie.
yeah, Taco Bell, McDonald's, and
Taco Bell.
everywhere. It's getting self checkout.
Like,
There are
even
movie
stuff-
theaters now where you walk up to a fake human being, like it's on a screen,
And-
like
and-
it's an AI person.
And even those industries that are right now currently high paying, they're going to go. And the reason why is because they are high paying. Like coding, you can earn
Yeah.
a lot of money coding, but I guarantee you,
Only if you're from
within
India.
20 years, maybe quicker than that, a decade. The idea of actually hiring a human being to write code for you is going to seem antiquated.
Yeah, it's gonna be an AI writing that code.
Even now, you got AI writing code.
Yeah,
Low
that's
level
already
I
started.
mean, it ain't writing code good right now, but it will be one day.
Yeah, well, low level
Humans
code.
program it well enough.
So James,
Shiva, how
you seem to
close
be
are
the
we to gaming made by
anti-UBI, but
AI?
like it.
No, I think James is pro UBI.
All right, James. So who's anti
What are you talking about? What are you-
UBI, or
Well,
who's
you can-
suggesting
yeah,
that?
Shiva,
Was it
I don't know if you've been
the prompt that UBI should only be available to people who are either working or looking for work?
Well,
That-
that's
that
still
was-
pro UBI, wouldn't it be? I mean,
I'm pretty sure
even if
me,
you-
Raw Dog, and Wally are against UBI.
You know.
Teriak, welcome
Hey,
to the
what's up,
show.
Teriak, man?
Oh, shit.
UBI is a terrible idea.
Based.
Then you need to enact legislation to prevent companies from using automation and artificial intelligence.
I don't think we're there yet, though, Shiva. There's plenty of.
What Shiva?
Not going to be long.
Hold on, me and Shiva was having a discussion before Teriak got here. Please.
Fuck you, James. Right? This is verbal combat. This is unmoderated shit. So fuck your opinion, James. Don't give a fuck. Okay? Listen up.
It's not.
People think they get to have
Just
their own,
because
like,
AI is
sidebar.
taking
There's
jobs
AI,
doesn't mean there's not going to be
but
future jobs in the
there's-
future.
Because I got.
No, that is what it means, Teriak.
Yeah, because programmers didn't exist before, Shiva.
Universal basic income.
Yeah,
but
no, they didn't, right? But the industries that we used to have
it's still
in
being
the UK and in Ireland, well, we don't have those anymore.
Yeah.
We don't have a car making industry. We don't have a steel industry. We don't have a shipbuilding industry anymore.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So right, so the people who did those jobs moved over either into like service work, creative work, or more cerebral stuff like coding, right?
Yeah, but
then
we didn't
those
need a
jobs are
universal
going.
basic income.
Right, but those jobs are going to go, right? Creative jobs will be done by AI. Coding will be done by AI. Eventually, surgery will be done by robots programmed by AI.
Yeah, but who's going to build the robots? Who's going to maintain the robots?
Just get it right around in there.
I'll let you guys get one sec. I'll let you guys get right back to it. Just want to remind everybody in the chat, we got 2 hours left. Okay, so don't forget about your attacks. All right, and at the end, the winner gets 150. So don't forget, chat. All right, you guys are the ultimate decider of how this goes. So don't forget about your attacks. Okay, take a screenshot if you weren't here earlier to see it. These are your attacks. All right. We usually have an extension show attack too. It's under the scroller, but someone already paid for both extensions. So yeah, so we got 2 hours left. This is your attacks, chat. And also a quick reminder too that Stepfire had put up half for a 1v1 of James versus, and I guess he wants the other half to pick whoever James is going up against. So don't forget, put up another 20 and you can pick James's opponent. All right, guys, you get go ahead and get back to the fight.
So what we've established
Terry
Shiva,
gave
is
a
that there
perfect
have been
example of
multiple
why
job
it's
industries
ridiculous,
before
right?
that have gotten wiped out, right? But we didn't need universal basic income. So the whole kind of thing of like, because AI is around the corner, we need universal basic income. We'll still need nurses. The NHS is understaffed. No, Shiva?
No, we won't.
It's understaffed.
We'll have
We need more
robots.
nurses. We need more doctors.
Robots will do it.
Terry said it best. We need people to fix the machines, right? But that's the perfect thing. That's to exemplify what we're talking about. All those low-level, unskilled jobs will be replaced by an AI.
Okay,
and
then
one
why
or
are we
two
going to need
high-skilled
money at
jobs.
this point?
Eternal, welcome to the show.
Oh, boy.
On that basis, gentlemen, it's about get the fuck out of here. That harlot
the
makes
reason
me
why-
fucking angry.
the reason-
Seriously, you won't
Yeah, okay. Right, yeah, fine, whatever. The reason why we'll need the reason why we will need money is because we need to eat food.
But the robots are making
But
all
who's
food.
gonna grow the
Everybody
food?
just have free food bars.
So are you suggesting that we do away with our economic system, like down with capitalism?
In this dystopian future that you're talking about, where robots and AI run everything, yes, we don't need money
it's gonna
anymore.
happen. JS.
Do you not
It's
see
not
that
gonna happen.
happening?
There's no.
It's already happening. Right?
I'm not saying
There's
it's not
an
gonna happen.
AI.
I'm going
the
along
same
with it.
bullshit that they tried to push when they were like,
There's an
"Oh,
AI.
the printing press is coming out.
You
That's
can
going to make
get
all
an
this shit
AI.
redundant."
Listen. You can get an AI to make a video game for you on the fucking fly right now.
Right. So I'm going
Yeah,
along
it's
with
a shit game.
I'm going along with this dystopian future
yeah.
where the robots
Give it
control
10
everything.
years,
Why do we
Tariq.
need money?
Well, I mean, that's a
Because
good
it's gonna be
question,
digital.
Josh. That is a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Like,
the robots
if
are doing
we had a
everything,
system
then
where,
why don't we just sit at home?
You are a fucking legend.
And we
How
can
did I
have
know this was gonna happen?
James. I want someone
How
else.
did I
I
know
already
this was gonna
I already picked
happen?
James.
Elder Line is a legend.
Someone else.
Oh,
is that
no.
actually, are they still building the line?
No,
I'm guessing they are.
That Stepfire already
did
put up
James.
1v1 for James versus whoever, and Elder Lion paid for the second half and wants it to be eternal. So let's get everyone else.
You guys can debate
into
your
the battle.
relationship.
James.
I remember that one.
Let's see here. All right. What are we going to? What is going to be the topic for you two?
I don't know.
James, do you like my hair? It's purple.
No.
I don't like your hair either, so fuck
Oh,
you. At least I have hair. You're like bald in like 10 different places.
Damn. All right. Wait a minute. Wait. Let's get a topic here before.
Let's debate hair. Let's debate hair.
Let's not debate Oh, wait a minute. Okay. We have to find a topic that you guys are going to disagree on. Wait a minute. Where were you just now on what we were talking about, James? Do you think AI is going to take over our
What are you guys
jobs?
talking about in chat?
Yeah,
I think so.
Coffee? I'm out of coffee. You're out of coffee. Uh-oh.
You think that?
Yeah, I think they will. If humans
I love that purple. It does look pretty cool, I'll be honest.
All right. Hold up then. We need to figure out something else then, since you're on the same side as this. Where are you both on the death penalty again?
No, we already debated that.
Oh, is that what you guys did last time? Okay, we can't do that one then.
I don't know him. I did it with Mosman, but I don't want to do that again. Like, I want to change it up.
All right, let's see. Let me see here.
You need new debates. Your debates are so like fucking yesterday.
Yesterday. What the?
What do you?
Yeah, but I bet the first one he thought of is the one he should have went with, like always.
No, not always.
Oh, well, pretty much always. You might as well just say always, because it's 9 times out of 10. It's usually the one you should go with, the first one you think of.
No, we're gonna do something. Let me see.
It doesn't matter what the topic is. James is gonna win.
Goodness, Rover.
Oh, what do you guys think about? Should
Should
we
just roast.
ban beauty pageants?
Yeah.
Oh, you say yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't fucks with that.
Okay.
She don't fucks
It's
with that.
I
detrimental
think
to
James
like
says
women
yeah. I
and
think
stuff.
I've heard James already answer yeah to this.
Yeah, I think we should, because
Yeah. So hold up then. Hold up. Let me see here.
because there's a lot of ways to define beauty pageants, and I think it could be bad.
Yeah.
So since you both, how about this? Since you both think that we're moving towards being able to use AI and robots to even like care for us, basically, should we do?
No, replace us. Replace us.
Well, what do you mean by replace us?
See, I drank that.
I don't think
I
that,
finished
you know,
that
we're gonna have
pre-workout,
a
and I
sense
feel
of,
like
you know,
weird now.
humanoid and
I'm
you
on
know,
too much
especially
caffeine right
the
now. I'm like
integrational aspect of, you know, the
amped up
cyborg
on
will be,
caffeine,
because
and
that's
I'm
what
still
they're doing now,
tired.
like they're
And
actually
I just feel
transforming everyone's
weird.
DNA.
I'm gonna have to take a
But I
nap
don't
in
think the
between
people
these.
that within the
He
organic
said it's
species
done
will
in
even
2
be
hours.
here. There will be a bifurcation of timelines.
A bifurcation of timelines.
Okay, so didn't talk. Let me think here then.
He said it's ending in 2 hours, which means it ends at 5, and the
Yeah,
next
because
one
I don't
starts
think
at
we should
10,
be
so I
doing
can
the
get a nice
whole
nap in.
AI like taking over
So
stuff.
I'm
But
definitely
the
gonna
thing is,
stop
though,
the
I
stream and
can't
take a
help
nap,
what
guys.
the market wants.
After
so.
this,
I'm not fully in control of what the
I just
business
it's gonna
owners
suck
want
if
to
I
do.
win and I get the raid.
Everybody,
I don't think I'm gonna
everybody
win.
that
I don't
controls the
know.
market.
Let me see if I can find a different topic.
I know a
for
lot
you
of people
two
in his
then.
chat
Let me
don't
see
like me.
here.
That guy, Bintok,
They can't
I don't
handle
think
the
he
truth.
realizes, but Thor is actually like an ancient Greek, not Greek, ancient Egyptian bird god. So I mean, all right, cool.
You hate that feeling? Yeah, it sucks. I feel like jittery and I feel like tingly.
Let me bring up my other list here. Let me see my other list.
But I hear you,
Water.
Barry, on the
Just drink some
line.
water
and
and balance it out a bit. I'm gonna go fill up my water cup in a second.
Oh,
did you miss me?
how about this? How about
No.
sex before marriage?
I didn't. No.
You know my stance on that one.
No, we did that. We did that, and I lost.
You did that already too? Did you?
Yeah,
do
we did
that?
that one time. I don't
Oh, that was
know
you
even-
two that did. Oh, if it's you two
Yeah,
that
I
did
don't
it,
even
we
want to go over that
definitely
one because I
can't
got
do
did
pissed
that.
now. I should not be
Okay,
talking
if it
about
was you
that.
two that did it, we can't do that anymore.
Can't be talking about that
Because
subject.
then you guys will just say the same things. Hold up, then. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Let
we
me
did.
see.
You really need new topics.
Oh, I don't.
Well, there's a lot of topics that I think that you're just not gonna even want to
Yeah, I know.
debate. So
I mean, you
that's
can
the
just
thing.
say it, and you.
It's pretty much because they asked me, is
Have
Jesus
you-
God? And
have
I
you
answered
shot
with a
the
quote from
first one you
Jesus,
thought
and they
about
didn't like that.
out last week? What's the first one you thought about?
What was the first one I thought about?
Yeah, it came to mind.
Like,
it
my
was
answer was
abortion.
literally what Jesus said
No, I
when
don't
he
wanna
was
talk
asked that
about that.
question.
See?
He said, no, I tell you, I'm
I
the
know
Son of
nothing about
God.
that.
Okay, I guess this time
That's why.
I mean, that's it, but like, I don't know anything about it.
See?
Well, this
And then
time
they
it
tried
didn't
to
work,
stone him for it
So
because
you
they
know
said
what?
it
Why
was
don't you
blasphemy.
help us out
And he
here?
said,
Why
did you
don't
not
help
read
us
the
out
scriptures?
and tell us some debate topics?
And I said basically
of,
the same thing. I said the exact same thing
that
Jesus
you,
said. They don't like that.
You think like
What
what
about
about leading in a relationship? Do you think a man should lead in a relationship?
Yes. Yeah.
A beer usually levels me out. That's actually a good idea, Rome. It will
Okay,
help
give
me
us
fall
an
asleep
idea
too.
of
You're kind of right.
some things you debate
And
that
I
you
do
would
have
want to
beer.
debate.
I feel like I already know,
might be
but
right.
like, I don't know if I want to talk about it though.
And it'll
'Cause
knock
I
me
know
out
James would be
too
like,
if I
"Yeah,
just
I'm
drink
with
one or
it,"
two
and I'm
beers.
just gonna be like,
I'll fall
"Okay."
asleep quicker.
But I mean, I guess, but it's a bit boring.
I'll probably
What
wait
is
like
it?
an hour.
Just
wait
say
till
it.
4.
Huh?
And I'll pound like 2 beers.
Like marriage. I'm not really fucking with the marriage thing. I think it's a scam.
So marriage not good?
I'm pro marriage, so
Okay, this is a good one actually.
Let's go on
This is a good one. Actually, yeah, this is a good one.
It
Chat,
doesn't. What
listen.
sucks is that James
Remember,
is
we are
gonna
going
win.
to 5 minutes. If you want to see it go for longer,
I don't know.
you
Let's
extend
just
it
watch. Let's
by
just watch.
a minute for $10. It is $60 if you want to be the solo judge.
If I have
All
liquor
right?
and caffeine, it
The
amps me up
current
way
topic. Let me
Maybe
good.
maybe liquor,
let me
but
get it
beer.
here. Is marriage
Like if I'm
good?
tired,
We'll put for society in general, so that
at this level of tired that I
you
am, the
guys can,
caffeine is
explain
not really
exactly what you're
doing what it's
talking
supposed
about.
to do to me. I'm still
So,
tired.
Let me put it
And
here.
if I pound a beer,
So
I'll
again,
pass
chat.
out.
We're going to 5 minutes to start.
So I'm gonna
It
wait.
is 60 if you want to solo
start
judge. If you
drinking
want to see
now,
this go on for
I'll
longer,
fall
it is
asleep during the
10 to
stream.
add on a minute. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get
Let's
it.
get it.
Okay, let's start
What's
off
up,
with what do you
James?
Hello, but what are you defining as marriage though? Let's start off with that. so we can
What
get
are
a
you
basic
defining as
understanding.
I'm
of what
marriage?
defining as marriage as a legal document for the government to now put a stamp
And he's
and
going to say no.
control
Marriage is from the
to
church,
people, and it gives a way for women to,
which
take
adds a
advantage of the
qualifier of
man.
a
And
religious
it also,
marriage.
if you go to like, a lot of the ancient, history behind things with the Freemasonry, is a lot of symbolism. And I feel like, the kneeling of the leg, that's a Freemason symbol. The altar, the wearing
Oh shit, she's
white,
going
it's
deep into
actually
conspiracy.
a part of a ritual, and people don't understand that what you're
Well, it is
doing
part of
is
a ritual.
actually taking a part of a form of ritual, and then you're sort of setting up
We
for
know it's a
failure
ritual
anyways. Like, you need to be fucking confident within your
or a ceremony.
conformance within that counterpart, and not rely on a fucking document to then say, oh, I'm married. No, that's for the government to fucking control you.
That's
And
not
then
the original
again,
purpose of
women
marriage,
can
though.
take advantage of that man and fucking divorce his ass and then take all his fucking money and shit. Like, it's just messy, bro. Like, you don't need a fucking document
First off,
to
marriage is
declare
a
your love or
religious.
anything. It's fucking dumb. Like, you don't need to do that. What you need to do is be with
Well,
that
hold on.
counterpart and say, I'm gonna love you and I'm gonna commit to you. I'm gonna commit to you
Hold
regardless
on.
of a
Marriage is a
fucking piece of
religious
paper or not a
sacrament.
piece of paper.
Marriage is a religious sacrament in the first place. And second
That's
off, you don't
great,
have to
but
have a
they've
marriage
taken away
through the
the religious
government.
aspect of being
You
with
can have a
somebody.
marriage
They've
through the
taken that
church.
away.
And in fact, that's
Yeah,
what
but the
you should
government,
do, is have a
no,
marriage
bro,
through the
the
church, not
government,
through the
no, the
government.
government has taken
Because
that
marriage
away,
is
though.
a
The
religious
government has
sacrament
taken that
See,
away.
in the
Yeah,
first
no, and
place.
The
then you know
red
what?
pillars would love
Marriage
her
can be a
argument,
beautiful thing,
but they're
So,
not
I
gonna.
mean,
not mainstream marriage. They've set that shit up for fucking failure. And it's literally
marriage
indoctrinated with the
can be a beautiful
Freemasonry.
thing.
Seesaw kids.
Yes,
Of
marriage
course it
can be
is,
a
but
beautiful
not
thing,
when
of
you're
course.
legalizing
But
something
the
and you have a
problem is
document
people
to
don't
fucking
do
prove
marriage right. They
you
don't
being
they
with
don't
somebody. Like,
they
you
don't
don't
take it.
need to
Most people
fucking
don't take
have a
marriage seriously.
document. You don't need to have a document to then prove that you're with somebody. Like, that means
I'm gonna go fill
that,
my
like,
water.
you're not actually with somebody. You're just trying to now be like, look at me, I'm fucking married. I have a fucking document to prove it. You're gonna love that person, like, this is a social, like, construct within our realm that doesn't need to fucking be
Well,
there.
marriage is not a social construct. At least not from my worldview. It's from God.
I mean,
It's not a social
yeah, I know, but
construct.
they have inverted the religious aspect of a marriage. They have now included
Well, that
finances
happens.
and
That
all
happens
these
with
other
anything
things
that you get the state
About
involved
marriage.
in. They mess it up
How
because the
expensive is
state.
a fucking
The
wedding?
state
I mean,
but the
you're
problem
gonna
is marriage
marry
isn't
a girl,
necessarily
bro.
through the state,
You're gonna
though.
marry,
Marriage is
yeah,
a
but you're
religious
gonna marry a
sacrament. That's the
girl.
problem.
She,
That's the problem.
yeah,
Marriage is a
but you're
religious
gonna,
sacrament. It's not through the
James,
state.
you're gonna marry, you're gonna marry a
The
girl, and
sound
she's gonna
effects.
be like,
Funny
I
there,
want
speak
this,
playing the
I
little
want
sound
this.
there. But
Bro,
but
do you
either
know
way
how
though,
much
marriage
fucking
is a religious
money
sacrament. It shouldn't be through the state in the first
on
place.
weddings is fucking ridiculous. It's so retarded. I mean, bitches
Why are you
expect
focusing
that
on
shit.
marriage for the state? That's not
Just
even a
expect
proper
that
form of
shit.
marriage.
Bro,
I would
it
say.
is. It literally is. When you get married,
Because
then,
we're
like,
actually a
you're
religious
under law
sacrament.
when it comes to that.
Secular
Yeah, but it's
people,
not.
I
It's
would
To
say,
be honest, I agree
literally,
with James, but he's
you're now
kind of
set
getting
up for
bodied
failure.
here. But
Jesus
nobody's
Christ.
gonna
It's a
vote
fucking
for
ritual.
eternal.
Like, it's not like when you kneel on one knee, like, bang, you're now everything that, and plus a ring. Like, what do you think a ring symbolizes?
Well, I don't even know if a
That's
ring
a
is
cultic
necessarily.
shit. Like,
Is a ring
everything is a
necessarily
form of a
required to be
cultic.
married? I don't
Bro,
think it's
it's
not
like
biblical
in
saying
life
that
and
a
in
ring is
death.
required to
In
get
life and
married,
in death.
though.
Like, what is that
Oh
shit?
Lord,
You don't
Or
even
any
have to
other
have your
religion
energy
that
just fucking
has
transferred.
marriage
You
in it.
can be with,
Because the
you
Bible
can
isn't really the only
literally
religion with
come
marriage,
back and
to
be
be
that
fair.
person's
There's
fucking
other religions
dad.
that have marriage
Like,
as well, but I don't think
it's
a ring's
dumb.
necessarily required, though,
it's
to
dumb.
have a
You,
marriage. That's a tradition of men, and that's
and
more
honestly,
that is
money,
definitely for the money.
listen, money makes
Uh,
the world go round. They make so
30
much money
minutes
off this
at
shit.
it. Oh
Wedding
man,
receptions, wedding dresses,
dang.
wedding.
Bro,
Do you know
James
how
has been
fucking expensive that
complaining
shit
that
is? People go in debt for that shit.
he's
People go in debt for that shit. Bitches
desires
be literally
Well,
expecting
a
well,
to like
sexual
again, that's not
relationship with a
necessarily
woman.
marriage,
He's gonna
though.
make the mistake of getting married to the
Bro,
first
what do you
woman
mean
who
we're talking
shows him
about a
any
wedding?
attraction just so
That's
that
what
he
a
can
marriage
sleep with with her,
is.
and it's
It's
not
Yeah,
going
but
to go
again, a
well. That should
marriage
not be
is a religious sacrament,
even a
though.
thought.
Is
I'm
the
voting for
thing.
But it's
Eternal.
not
She's
about
entertaining. I am
What do you mean
too.
it's not about
Amanda.
that?
I'm
That's
gonna
what
vote for
defines
Eternal
actual
too.
marriage because I don't see
'Cause it's
marriage
funny.
as something that can be defined by
She
the
is
government,
entertaining. Like,
though.
Bro, what do you mean? Like,
it's
what are we
not just
talking
the
about? We're
looks.
talking
Like,
about
I
wedding,
could block.
marriage.
Well,
No,
no,
She
the
just
prompt,
says funny shit.
prompt said is
I'm
marriage
talking
good
about
for
a
society.
connection with
Technically,
someone.
we're
So is
supposed
that
to be
what you
talking
were
about
referring
marriage
to?
good for society,
Having a
which I would say
connection that
yes,
isn't
marriage is good
necessarily
for
a
society.
marriage with a
But
label? Well, that's what I'm literally saying. I'm
we
saying
kind of got
that
stuck
we
in the weeds
cannot
about
be
how to
married
define a
with a
marriage,
fucking
though.
document,
But
but we
let's
can
just get
actually
back to the
be with
prompt, though.
someone
It
because
says
you
marriage
love
good
them,
for
because you
society. I
want to
would say
commit to
yes.
them.
She's on
Hold on,
prompt.
that goes to show that you can't commit to someone without having to have a legal document. That's fucking
I never
ridiculous.
said legal
That's why
document.
people. That's
I
why
never
people are
stated that
programmed.
marriage is
That's why.
for
That's
a
why
legal
people are
document. In
literally
fact,
Her
I
kids
said
are
yes.
yelling
why
in the
people.
background.
That's why
Mom, what are
people
you
are
yelling
I
programmed
at?
said
because
marriage is
you
to
now
the
have to have a
church,
document to say that
not through a
that
legal
you need to commit
document.
to
Because
someone. You
again,
have to have
marriage
a
is a
label
She
religious
said,
in
"Hold
order to
on,
document.
I gotta
commit to
win this
someone.
debate real
You
quick."
need a label now to commit to
Popcorn.
somebody.
Get the
That's fucking
popcorn.
retarded.
Well,
You
you
can
need a
commit to someone,
label
be
to
with someone,
define
and not
what
have to
broccoli
actually get
is.
fucking
How
married.
you know
What is
what
that shit?
broccoli is without calling it broccoli? Is that saying that you can't like how do you express things to people? Language has meaning. You can't express nothing to people if you don't have an actual way to express it, a word to express
Somebody
it,
just extended it
to
again.
express a
Oh
concept
my
to
goodness.
people.
You
It's
can
like
be
saying
with someone and say,
gravity.
I'm
Get
Oh,
the
well, I can express
popcorn.
I'm gonna
gravity
be
without
with
calling
you.
it
I'm
gravity.
gonna love you. I'm gonna respect
That's
you. I'm gonna be loyal to you.
actually
We
impossible
don't
because you
need
can't express the
to
concept
be
without actually having a
married in
label.
order
Labels are
to have.
vitally
Bro,
important to
look
things.
how people
What are you
look
talking
look
about?
how people
Labels.
like
Like I don't get this whole
but look
labels argument that labels are bad. Labels are not bad. It just
no,
depends on
labels
how
are
one uses the label.
labels are bad. Labels are bad. Labels are
I don't want
definitely
to
bad.
hear
We don't
about
need
labels. I
application.
put
Actually,
labels on
probably a better
things
way of saying
all
it.
night,
Application of the label
every night.
is the thing,
All
not
I
the
do is
label in of itself that's
labels.
bad.
No,
And
it's
please,
what
chat,
people
stop
do
writing some
in
minutes
order
here. I don't know if I can keep this thing a going.
we need to commit. We need to have that love within us and not rely on anything external
No, I
to
never.
actually
Again, you're arguing
place
stuff that
that
I'm
But
not even
within us.
James,
arguing.
yeah,
You're
We
James
are
saying
said
that I'm
talking
trying
about
to argue
marriage.
marriage
about a
under
That's
paper. I
what
God.
never mentioned
marriage
the paper.
is. That's what
I
marriage is.
never
You
said
you
anything
don't
about
need
a
that
Imagine
label
if they
to
end
paper.
up
have.
hooking up.
Oh,
So
James
now,
could
look
now
not
we're
at me.
talking
handle
about.
I'm
her.
So
fucking
now we're moving on
married.
to
Look at
labels.
me.
Okay,
I
my
have
James
a
would be
bad.
husband.
But you
lost.
Look
still
at
need
me.
a
I have
label
a
to
wife.
describe
It's like
it.
good for
I'm not saying
you.
that label
But like,
somehow
bro, like
somehow
it's
says
No,
literally for the
James would
says
be.
document.
anything
Like
other
you
than to
don't
James
need
would
to
not
describe
have
know
it.
that
what to
label.
do.
That
You can
label
love your
solely describes
counterpart
what you have. It
without
doesn't
having
really.
literally
You don't have to
fucking
have the
have them
label in order
be
to
for
have
the
love.
government so
This
they
is
can
crazy.
Or
control
you
your
need the
ass. The bitch
word
can fucking
love to
divorce
describe what
you
you have,
and then
right?
you're fucked.
So
Whoever
love
James,
and
extended sent the
marriage,
you
money
want to
through
get
Cash
those
married
App.
to
It might
labels
be
a
the Cash
girl
describe.
App
You
that
need
is
to
assassin.
literally gonna
communicate
divorce?
what you have to
James,
someone.
I'm asking you a question. James, I'm asking you a question. So you're telling me that you want to get married to somebody, right? And they're gonna fucking milk
Yeah,
you for all your
of
shit.
course.
Hold on, they're gonna let me fucking talk. So they're gonna milk you
Well, you
for your
asked me a
She
shit.
question.
hasn't
I'm
stopped talking the
answering
whole
it.
time.
Shit, they're gonna milk you for your shit. So you're saying that
No,
you're
they're
saying
not, because I'm not
having a
doing it through the
woman
state.
milk you for your shit.
I'm not gonna get married through the state.
Yeah,
I don't
but
plan on
bro,
getting
so
married to the
how you
state.
gonna
I
get
plan on
married?
getting
Yeah,
married to
a
the
lot of
church. If
people
all
do.
willing,
No, great. That's
or with
great. That's
God
beautiful.
willing, I
But we're
should say.
talking about mainstream fucking like marriage shit. Like a lot of people
Which he would be
like do
willing, because God wants me to get married to the church.
right. A lot of people do that
That's
opposed to the
God's
church. A
will.
lot of people don't understand. Yes, it is, but you don't need to
Seesaw
have
was
a
in
label
Easy's
on it.
church
Like where did
or
that come
Easy's
from? Where did the label on
Well,
chat
how do
marriage
I
come from?
describe
roasting.
said thing if I have no label to describe describe said thing. Words have meanings. You can't describe things without words. You have to apply words to it. So therefore, you have to apply a label. It's a logical fallacy to say you can't. You don't need a label. It's a logical fallacy.
What logical
Logically, in
fallacy
order
is
to
that?
communicate
As a
something, you
woman,
have
I
to
don't
have
like that
words.
shit. I don't want to see. I love
Nothing
men.
means
I respect men.
nothing
I don't
without
want to see
words.
them go through that shit.
Communicate it to
I've
convey.
seen women manipulate a lot of men and try to marry.
Why
get
are you
all this shit.
focusing on secular women? I'm not even coming at it from a secular
I'm
women.
talking about
Secular, that's usually
happened.
secular
I'm
women, not
talking about the shit that happens.
Christians
Like,
that are
this is
Protestant or
something
something
that
like that.
happens. Duh. This is something that happens. When you get married, that bitch is like, oh, yeah, I'm his husband. Now I can fucking take everything he owns.
No,
Get outta here,
no,
bitch.
no. That's not a proper
That's
woman
ridiculous.
that's
How would
looking
you
to
like
get
that the
married.
man
That's
did
a
that
woman
to
who's
you?
looking for your
How would you
material
like that if
things
the
to
man did
take
that to you?
to take and steal from you.
How
She
would you like
wasn't
that
she
if the man
wasn't
did that to
even
you?
she didn't even
You
want
know
to get
what I'm
married
saying?
in the first place. That was
It's
never her goal to get
retarded.
married. Her goal was to steal from you the whole time. And marriage was far from her mind. And that wasn't the goal. Like at all. Like, come on.
God damn.
James, that was one of the worst debates you've ever had. Completely off the
Right?
So,
Very funny. I think they're pretty good. What's chat think?
that
James.
was pretty interesting. What chat says, unfortunately, is not going to matter as much. Well, one person in the chat decided to take hold of this whole situation.
Oh, so we
And
got
Solo
her.
Judge.
Oof.
And so first off,
come on, Chase.
James, if you could tell everybody where they can find you.
Really?
And why they should bring you back.
You lost to a woman.
This has to be a joke, right? I got Soul Judged off. This has to
No,
be a
this
joke,
is
right?
100% serious.
That's
Oh, come on. What the
Well, you got to
world?
keep your bitch in check,
Whoever
James.
this, who was the solo judge? If they don't mind revealing themselves.
Well, if they want to say in the chat, they can. You know how it is, right? Cash
Yeah.
App and
I know.
PayPal.
I'm just saying. That's
I
why I
don't
said
reveal
if they
them
want
unless they
to.
want
Did
it.
that shit, bitch.
That's why I said if they wanted to. That's why I added that caveat because I know how it works. Like if they want to. But either way, though, you can find me at James Live Talks on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch, and also got an X account for that one as well.
Wait, let him do his outro.
And you can find me also at James Games. That's on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch.
Oh,
I
you
don't
did
have any
James
socials
Games,
for that
nice.
one yet, so gotta work on some socials for that one.
Guys, I'm so
I got one
Word.
for my main account, but yeah. Y'all have a good one. Thank you for having me up. I just wanted to come argue a little bit, have a little bit of fun.
Hey, it's always a pleasure having you, James. And
Yes,
you know,
sir.
if they bring you back up, you're more than welcome. And don't forget, tonight we're still doing another one too.
Love you. Yes, sir. I'll be there.
Yeah. So you know, until then, my friend.
Deep fake easy. That's deep fake Shang Cz.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls.
Easy.
But
Oh my goodness.
the same person also sent in another 100.
What? No.
Fatality the winner.
Bye, bitch.
Fuck out of here, bro. I fucking win. Fuck you by yourself, motherfucker. I literally won that shit. But whatever. All right, you can find me Wally's Dungeon. Thanks for having me. That was fun. Can't believe I'm going. What the fuck is that?
Well, listen.
You people are
If they
boring.
bring you back, you know you're more than welcome to come
Bring
back.
me back.
So you know, get in the chat, tell them why they need to bring you back. You know, and until then.
Bring me back because I'm a bad bitch.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
And another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Fridays. And also, we have 2 more fighters to bring to the stage. Bumpkin, welcome to the
What's up,
show.
man? How's it
Bumpkin, long
going?
time no see.
Yeah, hopefully I'm not gonna get
Chris Lestrange, welcome to the show.
What up, fellas?
What's up, Chris?
What's up, Chris?
Look, credit
What
where
the
credit.
fuck? James just got bullied by Eternal. What the fuck was that? I was entertained.
Look, Chris, credit
I
where
thought we were
it's
at their marriage counseling session.
due. Look, I'm just gonna say, like, credit where it's due. She ran off all the British.
I mean, yeah, that's good. No, I like David.
Dave left. Shiva left. She kicked out the British.
Grid, we are still going until let me see what time it is. So we still have an hour and a half. So if you get up here, Grid, you still have a shot at the winning.
Ew. David, get your ass back. It's safe.
He rage quit, Chris. We gotta honor the VK rules. He rage quit.
I mean, Eternal said she didn't know much about abortions, but she clearly did
No, he
one
didn't
on
rage
David.
quit. He did say why he was leaving. So technically,
Yeah.
Just to let you
I
know,
can't believe
this
James lost to the
blower
girl.
going through my mic. Let me know, because I can
Look,
always mute my
I just
headset.
think those of us who are American have to have a special appreciation for someone who ran off the British.
I approve as a South African.
I guess it isn't the first time an American ran off the Brits, huh?
that was wildly entertaining. I think we can all agree. Yeah,
That
you know
was
what's even
entertaining.
better? Like, I was not expecting it to get that spicy. I was expecting it to be more like, chill.
Bro, when she came in with the bold disses, that was the
It's
best.
fucking,
Look, like-
right off the bat, fucking ta 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 ta. I was like,
I started
she's
explaining
learning.
everything.
oh.
As soon as he said something about church and a sacrament, man, she went the fuck off.
Look, she's like getting into like Freemason shit. Like there was actual
Yeah.
blood sport debate going on there. Like,
Yeah,
it
dude.
was good.
No, dude,
That was
Eternal
good.
is learning the ways. It seems like she's fucking getting the spirit of VK going. I approved of that. That was entertaining
She's
as hell.
learning. She's
Yeah, she's
learning,
learning.
Chris. She's learning.
Wally, what have you been doing in your dungeon? Are you running a little blood sports training
Fucking-
facility?
I'm fucking training her up. That's what I'm doing.
Damn, son.
You hear that fire? That's me.
James, Wally didn't just take your woman, he made her his protege. She is now under the Darth
James,
Axe
poor
Lord.
James. Poor James. Had his women stolen and then was beaten by her in a debate.
Just wait, Chris.
Wally
There's gonna-
turned into the dark side.
Chris, there's gonna just wait, Chris. There's gonna be a VK card of us as Baraka and Melina one of these days.
Gay.
All right, so let me see here where we're at. Let me see. So we were just last talking about UBI. That was, I think, that was a pretty good back and forth going there. I think we could. Let me see who's all on here right now. Okay. Okay, let's just do this one first. Let's see. Evolution is the best explanation for how humans came to exist.
No.
No.
Fuck no.
Fuck it, I'll say probably, yeah.
Yeah, obviously it is.
Okay, you know what? Just to spite the panel, sure, why not? I'll argue on Tariak's side.
So, boys, if it's not evolution, what is it then?
Bloodshed begins.
I'm all ears.
Intelligent design. So we've never
So we
witnessed
came from a single cell.
We've never witnessed abiogenesis. Louis Pasteur disproved abiogenesis. They've got plenty examples of how evolution is all based off of the age of the Earth, and our radiometric dating is all based off of assumptions. The parent isotope to the daughter isotope, we don't know if there were already daughter isotopes in the rocks.
You're right.
They
none
found
of that, none of that, none of that matters. Okay, can anybody tell
It
me
does
how
matter.
the fuck
Almost
you get?
forgot about
No,
that.
no, no.
Sapphire,
How do you
does
get
you-
populations without having a population? Can somebody fucking explain that to me? How do you get populations
Teriak
from no
has
population?
a 4-minute mute.
Who?
I'm just wondering how Sapphire knew that. Wait a minute. How'd you know that, Sapphire?
So they found a seashell inside of a rock, and they radiometric dated the rock, and then they radiocarbon dated the seashell. The seashell was inside of the rock. The seashell was 33,000 years old, allegedly, and the rock was 150,000 years old. How do you explain that?
Bro, I don't even.
Seashell ate the rock 150,000 years later. I don't know.
No, the rock was around the seashell.
You talking about ammonites, JS, or what are you talking about, bro? Like a fossil?
Yes, they found a fossil of a seashell. So you carbon date organic matter and you radiometric date inorganic matter like rocks. And the rock was dated at
Carbon dating goes
150,000.
to about 50,000 years, and radiocarbon dating goes further than 50,000.
Carbon dating is radiocarbon dating.
No,
Radiocarbon dating
goes to 50,000.
Radiocarbon dating is for
Radiocarbon takes
organic
the,
matter. Why are you arguing with me when I'm on your side?
Anyways, don't argue that point, bro. Can somebody on the fucker panel for evolution tell me, how do you get population without a population? What do we witness when inbreeding happens? What happens when things inbreed? Can anybody quickly fucking explain that to me? Go.
Depends on the level of inbreeding.
Yeah, what happens?
Yeah,
They
I'm not gonna
become
help them out, but I could-
infertile.
this
They,
is not the
they-
argument.
they
Not
become
always.
Fucking, not always. Can you give me
Not
an example?
always.
Can you give me
Yeah,
an example?
so typically if we're talking about like brother and sister, absolutely 100%. But if we're talking about, let's say, like fifth cousin, absolutely not.
Bro, we're not even at humans yet, bro. How do you get living animals like from fucking blobfish? How do we get fish coming on land if there's no population? If blobfish comes out, if little retarded monkey blobfish crawls out on the beach, what does it fuck to make more? What does it fuck to make more?
Itself.
Where's the
Other of its own
population?
kind. What are you talking about, Chris?
Excuse me?
What are you talking about? Other, it's all, the answer to your question will always be other of its own kind. So what are you talking
Oh,
about?
so you just grant yourself populations, do you? Well, how does the population exist? Then you think things need to
Well,
breed
you're
to
here,
make
right?
populations.
I mean, simple life forms don't breed in the same way that, or like complex life forms do, right?
Oh well, blobfish that
So
crawled
then
out
all
on
of
the
those
beach needed
things
to
are
fuck
evolving.
something, bro. He was a little kuma. So what did he fuck, bro?
What are you talking about? It'd pluck the other blobfish that could have the potential to crawl out on the land. They've fucked in with their own species at the time.
Did they crawl towards each
Are
other, bro?
hold on, are inbred dogs infertile?
Yeah,
The
most of
blobfish
them
crawled
develop
out of the
diseases.
plasma
Asking a
suit.
nonsensical question.
Most of them develop diseases, breathing problems, cancer, all of them diseases.
Chris,
That's
the
what happens when
blobfish
things
crawled out
inbreed.
of the plasma goo, and it turned into a frog, and then the frog turned into a monkey, and the monkey turned
And then
into
it
a human.
magically just found other fucking random mutated blobfish just by fucking accident on that same beach to have sex
Oh,
with, and then
God.
those
It's so
things
funny when people
did
who don't
not
understand
inbreed
evolution
with
try to
each
explain
other.
it.
So there's also holes in the fossil record where
Yeah.
you can't actually demonstrate this change in species. There's also they taken the
Yeah,
geographic
fossil record's
column.
incomplete because fossils only form in very specific circumstances.
They took a core sample from a geographic of the geographic column, so that, you can look at the core samples and you see where different volcanic ash forms in layers, and we can age the Cretaceous period and the Jurassic period and all these other things. And they cut into that like a cliff. They took the core sample and they said, well, this is 200 million years, and there's a tree growing up through it. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a tree growing through this core sample that allegedly goes back 100 million years. The tree, if you cut through the tree's only 100 years old. So how
but
did a
you're
tree
comparing
grow through a million
you're
years
comparing
of...
sedimentation layers that would have pre-existed when the plant grew through the
Effigy.
layers.
Don't let them do this. We said that evolution is the best explanation for why humans exist. They have to posit another position. That's the key to this.
Listen,
what you don't understand is that you have to.
Guys.
I'm giving you the reasons for why I'm for the affirmative. You have to rebuttal my claims.
You're
It's
not.
your job.
You have the
affirmative is saying
position.
evolution is
Yes.
the best
Evolution is the
explanation.
best
You have to
my
provide
job.
another theory.
It's my job to prove the affirmative. It's
The
your job
prompt
to
is,
defend
evolution
the
is the
negative.
best explanation. So go with your fucking
It's not the
line
negative.
for how retarded blobfish
Easy. Put
find
the question
love.
back on the screen, just so I can teach JS how retarded he is.
You just said that I'm arguing the affirmative, so you don't have to argue
The
anything.
prompt was evolution is the best explanation for how.
Okay, so I'm the negative, so I don't have to.
So
prove
the
anything.
affirmative
And then
here,
real quick,
the affirmative here
just
is saying.
One sec, real quick. Also, Shiva, member for 5 months. I appreciate that, Shiva. If we are intelligently designed, explain our nads. Ever been kicked in them? That is not a good design.
Yeah,
I got
Yeah,
nads to steal.
so the affirmative. One sec, JS. The affirmative here is evolution
you're right.
is the best explanation.
But you're the one.
The negative is the thing. So we're making the case that evolution is the best one that explains it. It's the best theory so far that explains it. You have to posit another theory to counter that.
Okay, firstly, Shiva, your nuts are outside your body because sperm should not be hot.
Regardless, I'm not
otherwise
going
it
to take
messes
that
with the
cop
sperm.
out
There you go,
route
there's your
where I don't
explanation.
affirm or
Next.
deny anything. I'm going to defend the negative, or I'm going to prove
You
the
have to
affirmative.
put forward a counter theory.
Listen, can you guys actually? Okay, so how does a beautiful
Okay, I'll
lush
explain
garden
it. I'll
get
explain
there?
it. One sec, Chris. I'll explain to JS. We say evolution is the best explanation of how humans came to exist. You say no, and then we say, okay, why?
No. So it's your job to prove the affirmative. I can't prove a negative. I defend the negative.
No, you posit another theory because you have to compare two theories.
Yeah,
all I have to do is debunk your
Because otherwise you're comparing evolution to.
No, all I have to
what?
do is prove that it's not the best. I don't have to present another theory.
How,
Best
okay,
compared
if
to
you have
what?
one item,
Best
if you have
means
one
you're
item and you
comparing
can't compare it,
it.
can you say it's the best?
Bro,
I
okay,
yeah,
see how
already said
retarded you
intelligent-
sound right now.
I already said intelligent
I'll
design.
argue the point.
How
I'll
can it be
argue
the best
point.
if you can't compare it to something?
Bro,
said
Kyriak,
intelligent
if you see
design.
a beautiful vegetable
Yeah,
garden
intelligent design is
outside-
not a scientific method. It does not follow the
If you see a
scientific
beautiful
method.
vegetable
Neither does
garden
evolution,
outside, did that
genius.
happen by accident?
Parts of it
or do you
does.
think somebody
No, it
Parts
did
of it
doesn't.
that?
does.
You can't even observe it. It's historical science, so it's pseudoscience. You can't
we
observe
have-
it. We don't
parts of it
understand
does.
time
You
machine.
observe
What are
you
you
observe
talking about?
you observe some level of evolution within different people groups as well.
No, you don't. You
Okay. No. Let's take.
No. Adaptation is not evolution, fuckhead.
Yeah.
That can happen
Mutation-
within my life.
Okay.
If I go out in the sun, I get a tan.
Chris, he's
Look, I
talking about the micro.
evolved.
He's talking
Look
about
at
micro.
my fucking tan. I'm brown now. I
Yeah,
Okay,
got
so
a big fucking tan,
you
bro.
getting a tan makes you the same genetic exposure
It's
as
fucking
a.
adaptation. Get
It
your
makes
terms
you the
correct.
same genetic.
Get your
It
terms
makes you the
correct.
same genetic makeup as if you get tan enough as a sub-Saharan African.
Did you know if you take two plants from exactly the same phenotype, you take one up on a mountain, it fucking changes. Do you know what you call that? Adaptation, bro. That's
Answer
not
my
fucking
question.
evolution, bro. Learn science. That shit you're trying to claim.
Answer my question.
Yes, what's
Intelligent
your
design
question?
is not science.
Because either there were multiple Adams and Eves, or there was mutation
evolution.
because of environment
How does-
over thousands of
How does,
years
how
of
does
different
mutation work?
populations
Is
being
mutation only
created.
positive? Is mutation only positive?
No, it's
or
not
is
only
mutation
positive.
positive, neutral, and negative?
All three.
Okay, cool. So we got that straight. Now, how rare is mutation? Now do the fucking math, bro. Don't come with that bullshit of mutation, bro. Mutation contains code.
Mutation's
If
actually
there's a
not
missing thing in the code, it doesn't mean it's new code. It means it's fucked up code. Do you understand how DNA works?
Mutations also
No,
aren't
they just
prevalent in
change.
populations.
It doesn't produce all these
They're
positive
anomalies.
results, bro.
And they're still monkeys.
Yeah, they're still monkeys. No, but we come from them, bro. Can anybody actually give, like I said, I made it very easy. How do you get population without population? So when we say our explanation is the best, we look at the Amazon.
What is your
and what did
explanation?
they do?
What is your explanation?
Listen.
What's your
They look at
explanation?
the Amazon.
What's your
they look at the
explanation?
Amazon and they go, oh, look at
What-
this fucking
all
crazy
this talk and they've
jungle.
been running.
This must have
They've been
happened by
running.
accident.
What's your explanation?
And then
It
what
would
did
be-
they find out?
Chris,
That
what's your
shit was
explanation?
planted.
What's your
Intelligent
counter
design,
explanation?
the
by humans.
watchmaker argument.
What is your counter explanation, Chris?
Okay, when you see a fucking treehouse out in nature, do you think that happened by accident?
What's your counter explanation? What are you
If
comparing
you see a
evolution to?
treehouse in a forest, do you think a
What are you
fucking that
comparing
happened by
evolution to?
accident?
Otherwise, you're just prattling.
Teriyaki, do you think if a tornado
It
goes
was
through a
made,
junkyard, a
Teriyaki,
watch
my
appears at
boy.
the other
It was
side?
made.
Yeah. So
built?
are you saying that you're creationists?
Yes, it was made, bro.
Okay, so your standard of the scientific method, that evolution does not follow the scientific method, you're also committing the same fallacy.
No, I'm not. Actually, I can observe.
So
the things I
creationism is
talk about.
Sarah was Abraham's half sister. Yeah, how did Adam and
things-
Eve
if things are
reproduce if incest means you go infertile? The quote
So,
yours back.
so you know what the cool thing is?
We just got a 1v1 request for Chris versus Teriyaki.
Let's go, Teriyaki, my boy.
Let's get everyone else into the back here. I see.
They
we
think
still
the
have
incest
Eternal
argument
and
is a
James in the
own.
back. If you guys want to,
It's not a own.
I'm gonna move you both to the green room for now.
That's not Teriyaki.
Yeah,
That's not Teriyaki.
Oh, what the fuck?
I don't know why they don't put me in any 1v1s anymore.
I was like, wait a second. I don't know my
Teriyaki is
comments
assuming
are
your
on.
identity.
All right, so we're gonna continue where
the
we
one I was
were.
the most hype
All
about.
right, chat.
Chris's argument.
Remember, okay,
There's an
we are
easy
going
easy
to-
answer for it from
wait.
Teriyaki.
Oh, and we
It's not
just
the
got
best
a
argument. The best
PayPal
argument
for
is to
2 more
attack the
minutes
age of the
added
earth
on. That was
because
fucking
evolution
quick.
relies on a very
All right,
long
so wait a minute.
time.
We're going
Lots
to
and lots
7
of time.
minutes to
So if you
start.
can discount the fossil record
me,
and the
get
carbon
this
dating
ticker here.
methods,
Uh,
then it falls
going.
apart. But this population idea,
to
Teriyaki has,
7
if
minutes,
Teriyaki
so let me
understands
get that
anything
scroll.
about
So
the
chat,
theory
we're
of,
going to
the
7 minutes to
hypothesis of
start.
evolution, this
Okay,
is easily
if you wanted
debunkable.
to continue longer, it is 10 to add on. Oh, wait, let me just see what this is quickly. Oh, and another 2 more added. So we're going to 9 minutes to start, actually. Okay, chat. If you want to add on another minute, it is 10 to add on a minute, 60 to solo judge. All right, the current topic here is
My brain is
evolution
foggy, but
is the best
I got this one in the bag all
explanation for
day.
how humans came to exist. I'll also put that topic on the screen for you guys.
Okay.
There you go.
Teriyaki's wrong.
All
He's
right.
the affirmative, so he needs to prove
Fighters,
that evolution is the best example.
luck
and it's
to
only
both
the
of you.
negative's job to
Let's
defend the
get it.
negative.
So Teriyaki, show me why it's the best.
So by
let's talk about your
debunking evolution,
counterposition.
I'm
Let's
defending
talk
the
about your
No,
negative.
what's the
counterposition.
prompt?
What
Evolution is the
your
best
count- your-
explanation for humans.
The
So
negative
tell me
doesn't
what's
have
the
to
best
present
explanation for
an
humans.
alternate.
We're gonna compare the two theories. So you're gonna have to take a
No,
position
you
and not
need
act
to
like a
tell me
pussy
why
and say,
evolution
I'm not
is
gonna
the
take a
best
position. I'm just gonna
explanation.
rage against.
I mean,
I'm just
I
gonna
can
rage
just
against
read,
evolution.
bro.
So what's your counter theory? What's your counter theory?
Can you tell me what the prompt says? Evolution is the best explanation.
Yes,
for how
again, you're
humans
okay.
came to
Let me
exist.
let me map
So
this out.
why
Let me
is
map
it
this
the
out because
best
we know. One sec,
explanation?
Chris. One sec. Daddy's talking. Daddy's talking. Okay. Let me map this out and
Here's
explain what's
what
going on to
Teriyaki
everybody,
does.
to both you and the chat, exactly what's gonna happen. The prompt is evolution is the best explanation for how humans exist. The key word
Why?
being best here, which means there has to be multiple theories put
Why is
forward,
it
and
the
then you
best,
explain
though?
what one's
But
the
it
best.
doesn't matter.
The
Bro,
reason
we don't
why
need a whole fucking
Chris,
soliloquy.
You need to
Why
I'm
is it
just
the
explain
best?
why it
I'm
is the
just
best.
explaining, right? The reason why Chris is going to point towards evolution is going to say
Chris
well,
just
there's
has to
some
show
parts
why
of
it's not the best.
theory of evolution that are unscientific.
doesn't have to
and
say
he is
what the
correct. There are
be-
some
like-
parts where a lot of the science community, they basically lie and they say we have it all figured out when they don't actually have it figured out. But when you're to actually map out all these other different theories, the theory of evolution is the most scientific, and it probably explains how we got here the best. Right, when you map out all these other things. So this is when I say to Chris, you have to
No,
take
it
a position,
doesn't.
because you're not going to say this theory doesn't follow the scientific theory and make that complaint when his own side, when his own theory does not follow
Evolution
the
is
scientific
constantly
method.
changing.
you understand?
Who said
So,
I need to
Chris,
appeal to science, bro?
The intelligent design
because you're the one who's making the complaint that it's not a scientific
argument
no.
has never
I'm not
changed
making
since it was
scientific
written.
claims, my friend.
Yes,
the
you
Bible.
You
did.
explain to me. You are the
Yes, you did.
science side, bro. You are on the fucking science side, bro.
Again, yeah.
You can't even grant
Yeah,
metaphysics in
it's
fucking
actually
science,
logical.
bro. So I
Yeah.
don't ascribe to science, bro. I know there's more to this world than fucking what meets the eye and what
Okay,
science
so-
can
so
prove. So
scientific
you
method
need
is
to explain
bullshit.
to me the science, my man.
Okay,
I don't follow
so-
the science.
yeah,
Fuck
so-
science. How about that?
So that's again what we're going to say, which is a more believable story. So I need to get your story. This is why you keep dodging.
See, I would
You're
just
like,
keep
no, I'm just
debunking
gonna,
his
I'm just
science.
gonna
I don't
rage
need
against
your
the theory
story.
of
I can
evolution.
give you a very quick, nice little explanation.
I'm not totally
You
against
thought the
science,
Amazon
but
happened by accident.
evolution is not
Turns out that
science.
shit was planted.
It's not observable, testable,
Usually
or
things that
demonstrable.
are quite complex and amazing that we observe in nature
This doesn't explain how we got here.
show that they created. Each time we look deeper into it, it shows mechanisms that aren't merely by accident. Your
Who's
whole
Jake?
premise that you need to prove to me is how it all happened by accident, by random selection, or
no.
choose one of your bullshit
No.
theories. Sexual selection, go. Mutation, pick one, bro. Which one? Why? Which one's the best?
Yeah, so you just admit like there are parts to this is exactly what I explained what's going to happen. There are parts of the theory of evolution where some
haven't
of
to-
these PhD bastards like just basically lied and said, yeah, we have it figured out when they don't actually have
Okay,
it figured
so
out.
you
It's
just
just a
conceded
scientific
your own
method.
argument.
Yeah.
What is he doing? Who
Yeah,
is
it's like a complaint.
Jake?
The complaint is
My
if
name
you
is
observe
Josh.
weren't
science
Yeah,
and
I-
mutation. So you need
Yeah,
to tell me
so
which
what's your
one,
counter
which
theory?
one, which
Yeah,
one do you
so
think
what's
is
your counter
correct?
theory? So
Which
what
one
is your counter
correct
theory?
though? You just
What
said
is your
the
counter
science
theory?
isn't there.
He
So
doesn't
which
have to
one do
give
you
a
think
counter
is
Are you,
the
theory.
are
He
you
most
only
afraid
has
correct?
to
to
actually
defend
put
the
forward another
negative.
theory?
Bro, I just gave you one. You haven't said shit. Can you make a point?
How? What are you talking about? You talk about the rainforest.
Yeah, I talked about we figure out that we can see shit that's made, and we can clearly see that shit doesn't just
So-
happen by
so are
accident.
you talking about intelligent
it's
design?
observable.
Are
Do you know
are
what the
you talking
problem
about
is with
intelligent design?
evolution? Do you know what the problem is with evolution? We can't observe millions of years. My claim
Yes,
is creation, things we can observe. So can you give me
What are
a?
you talking-
That seems like a better explanation
So
to
wait,
me.
wait, one second. So when the Big Bang happened, or whenever the start of the universe
Oh
happened,
no, you're
right?
presupposing
so when
the
God,
fucking Big Bang
We're
happened.
going to the Big Bang.
Yeah,
Appealing to science again.
if we're taking, because even the Big Bang itself sounds a
into
lot
the
like
Big
God to
Bang.
me, at least. Like this big
I'll
white
grant you
light
that.
that went in and created everything. Are you saying that humans from that point, when God created the universe, that
Mm-hmm.
humans were created and we did not change whatsoever?
Yeah. Yeah, so check this out, right? You guys wanted
So-
to mention
Okay,
the
so
first
like you talk
people-
about like the scientific method and how all this stuff doesn't make sense and all this stuff, but like your one is literally as batshit crazy. Because I don't know if you're intelligent design or if you're creationism or like what way you're going down here, but it just seems like you're trying to dodge your position so you can't be attacked.
I'm not dodging. I'm answering your questions. You still haven't made a position.
You're not. I've
Chat can
asked you
see.
multiple times.
You haven't
How
made
did we
one
get here,
position.
Chris?
You've just
How
conceded
did
that
we
your
get
guys
here?
are wrong all the time with
How
the
did we
science
get
stuff.
here,
I haven't
Chris?
heard a position.
It's a
bro.
very simple question. How do we get here?
How did we get here? Probably we were made, bro. We were probably made. Can you give another counter argument?
Evolution posits the same thing.
Bro, that we were made.
Yes.
Are you confused on what evolution is?
Facts.
Bro, like your whole theory is we
What
were
were we
made.
made by?
Yeah, in evolution you have to be made.
What do you mean made?
doesn't
Which
spark into existence out of
which
nowhere.
theory of evolution are you?
Like-
can you actually posit a position? Because
It's not
I
even a
don't know
theory.
what you're
It's
talking
a
about.
hypothesis.
I don't have a position. Is this gaslighting?
Bro,
I'm still
what's
trying to
your-
work out your
just
position.
Okay, I'm
motherfucker.
dumb. Can you
This
please
is the biggest dodge
re-explain
I've-
your position?
Wait, one
You could be a
second.
Democrat with my filibuster you've done.
One sec, just because I just want to make sure this is fair for everyone here and it goes through. You're roboting Teriak, so I don't know if there's something you can fix to fix that, or to maybe you have
Yeah,
to
let me
drop
just
and come back. I don't know. Oh, there you go. Yeah, he's gonna just drop and come back.
I'm tired. I can't get animated.
Just because
bro.
I know
I'm
the
tired.
chat wants to be able to hear.
I'm
both
tired
of
in a
you, at
mug
least.
right now.
Even
Test
if
one,
you're
two, test
yelling
one,
over
two.
each other, they don't want roboting. Yeah, talk again.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Yeah, perfect. All right, you ready there, Chris? All right, perfect. We get right back into it.
Yeah. So what is your theory of how we came to being? Just say, oh, we
Okay.
were created, bruh.
I can give you, bro, but remember, like I said, right? I've said, okay, we are created, right? So I
Yeah, but
asked you,
evolution could posit the same thing. Like you were created, correct? Your mother and your father created you, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's in theory of
So
evolution.
see, I would go to
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah, but
watchmaker
we're not
argument and the
talking about
fine
how
tuning of the
things breed,
universe
right? We
argument
can
here, but
observe
it's not
the-
We're talking about your
everything
theory.
that
What
the
is your
negative
counter
doesn't
theory
have
to
struggle with.
evolution, Chris?
The negative
It's been
doesn't
6
have
minutes and you
to
still haven't provided an answer.
pose a counter
Other than
theory.
we were
Literally,
created,
I
bro.
asked you.
No
I'm even
shit.
being good faith, bro. I'm asking you, which theory of evolution do you
No,
subscribe to? You can't just say we're created.
no,
That's
my petit chéri.
creationism.
The affirmative
No,
proves
my,
the
no,
affirmative.
my petit chéri.
The negative
okay?
defends
I'm asking
the
you.
negative.
I've been asking you for 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes at this stage straight. What is your position counter to the theory of evolution? And the
Okay.
best answer you had was we were created, bro. No
Okay,
shit. That
so
even
why-
even
okay.
evolutionists believe that.
Okay, you're being shitty, and chat can see you haven't given one position on
Facts.
evolution. You
That's
said
true.
it's created, so I'll give you one to be charitable, but you haven't given me any position yet. Just remember that.
No,
So
not
what-
right now, Tom.
How it works
I
is
on a
said
panel.
when
evolution
you
is the best theory.
yeah,
It's the
you're
most
just
probable.
saying that, but which version? Sexual selection, random mutation? You know, there's multiple theories of evolution.
Yeah, Darwinian.
Darwinian
bro,
evolution.
that's
The
the worst
Darwinian
one, bro.
theory of
That's even
evolution,
been
yeah.
disproven already.
Yeah,
Don't
okay,
go
I'll
with
give
that
my
one.
position. Now you give yours.
Don't go with that one. Okay,
Now you give yours.
Yeah, I believe we were created by something that has a brain and a mind. As we can see, the emergence of metaphysics, the laws of nature, all of these things exist.
When did we evolve?
that are
When did we
outside
evolve
of
consciousness?
So you believe
When did
in
we
intelligent
evolve
design,
morals?
correct?
Yes, Teriak.
So you could have said that at the very beginning, but you didn't. It seems like you've changed your mind, like from we were created, bro, to yeah, okay, now I believe in intelligent
That's
design.
just-
You
I've
do realize,
said
like, why
intelligent
do you
design
believe
from
in
the start.
intelligent design over theory of evolution?
Okay, do you want to run through it? How do you get populations? Things that bang
So
each
wait,
other.
wait,
So
are
the
you saying,
watchmaker
are you saying,
argument
are you
is
saying that
the,
theory of evolution has
you
been
grant
disproven?
yourself
That it's
time,
Is the idea
inconsistent
that-
fossil records.
Yeah, so you're
random
saying that
if a
mutation
tornado
doesn't work
blows
the way
through
you
a
guys
junkyard,
explained
you're
it.
not going to
One
get.
Must I
the
carry
percent
on? Must I carry
Yeah,
on?
at the
are
other
you
side?
saying that it was proven to be wrong?
You're not going to get a Rolex
Bro, I am
perfectly
telling you, the problem
It's
is
proven.
when you
tuned
say
Rolex
Just answer the
coming out
questions,
at the
Chris.
other end of a
Easy
tornado.
money.
Okay,
Easy
what's
money.
your
Which is what
question? I'm
It has been
evolution
proven to be
faith,
wrong.
bro.
Has theory of evolution proven
Poses.
to be wrong?
Through randomization, we got this
Yeah, you do
perfectly
realize intelligent
fine-tuned
design is
planet
unfalsifiable.
in an impossible universe in the Goldilocks
You're
zone.
Getting
standard.
it, bro.
Through
You're
random-
getting it. That's why
random
I'm like,
false
fuck
standard.
science, bro.
That's a false
Dude,
standard.
Exactly. That's why I have the superior position. Thank you for making my
No,
point,
it's not.
dog.
No, it's not.
That's why it's the superior position, dude. You just proved my point.
Because
Thank you.
you're doing what the lefties do, where it's like you have an impossible standard for the Christians, and then you have no standard for yourself. You're basically saying my theory can't be disproven.
Dude,
'Cause
I
it's
gave
like
you
it's,
multiple
for example,
reasons.
Chris. Okay, I'll give you another unfalsifiable claim. Aliens do exist, but they're so technologically advanced we can't trace them. Do you believe that?
Do you know what's interesting about
Do
that?
you
is
believe that? That's an unfalsifiable claim. Do you believe that? Yes or no?
So can I tell you an answer in good faith? I
Yes or
can't
no?
prove it wrong. I can't prove
Yeah,
it
so you
wrong.
have to
but when
believe
you
it.
make
Do you
affirmative
believe in aliens?
claims, but
believe
when
in aliens, bruh?
evolution makes affirmative claims based on science,
Do-do-do.
it's something that can be proven wrong, Teriak. That's
All
why
right,
it's a shit
so-
position.
Hold up
It's
here,
a shit
real quick.
position.
A very interesting turn of events. All right. Oh shit. Wait
Yeah, I
a
see
minute, what's going on
Muffin.
here?
I haven't seen Muffin for a while though. Shout out to
Is Muffin
going
here?
on here? What's going on here? Wait a minute. Oh shit.
Where's Muffin?
Everyone's going crazy. Oh shit. Okay, so. Oh shit. Okay, so wait a minute. So first off, Righteous Muffin has decided to solo judge, and says, "Sorry, Teriak, bye."
Oh shit.
Teriak decided.
No, Teriak, no.
Is Chris. So tell everyone where we can find you and why they should bring you back before the final showdown for the prize.
Yeah, bring me back because, like, you know, I got a big dick.
You're Irish. We know that's a lie.
You can see me on Teriak YouTube. TARE. Fuck, I forgot my own name. Tareyyak. Okay, right. Think of a yak with tar on it. That would be a tariyak. You know what I'm saying? So yak. And then yeah, like I said, shout out to Easy. Big up the Verbal Combat. Doing it twice as well. So even if you don't get me this time, I'll be back on for the next one as well.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And yeah, if they don't bring you back for this one, there's the one tonight as well. Well, until then, my friend.
You so
Fatality.
All right. Another soul added to the safe of souls. But also we had another strike, and it is from the Cashapp assassin.
Oh, fuck's sakes, man.
And said to take the winner of the 1v1. So Chris Lestrange.
Oh, bro, seriously?
Tell
I came in here to fucking do some blood sports and give out some gender reassignment surgeries on behalf of the lefty community and kick some dicks in. Now you want to do me like that? You want to do me like that, bro? Damn it. Let me fucking have some blood sports, bro. Shit. I can't even fall on my sword no more, bro. Just get poked in the booty hole by the Cashapp assassin every time, bro. Let me fall on my sword like a Viking. Asshole. But thank you for supporting Verbal Combat. Chat, you're the best. Speakeasy, you're the shit. Love y'all. Bring me back if you want more fucking chaos. I'm in here tonight to smash some people. People have been too complacent lately.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you, Chris. And yes, if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And if not, there's the one tonight as well.
Bye,
Until
everybody.
then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday. And we also have 2 more fighters to bring to the stage. Grid 1 Motorsports, welcome to the show.
What's up? How's it going?
What up, what up? And Righteous Muffin, welcome to the show.
What's going on, y'all? I had
What's
to
up,
end
Muffin?
that debate just so I could get up here and talk some crap.
Let's fucking go.
Muffin back together with his husband Effigy.
I missed you. I missed you.
We've been divorced for so long.
We're just estranged. Why do you keep saying that?
Muffa-G. Muffa-G.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, Speakeasy. That's cool, man. Doing daytime debates now, man.
Yeah, so I decided that once we're gonna see how this one went, and then if it went good and it's went fucking awesome, we're gonna do it once a month where I do 2 VKs on a Friday.
Oh, this is literally the first one.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, what are the topics? I don't. You know, what are we looking at, boys?
Well, Muffin, you'd really like the other kind of VK that's going to be coming up too, I think.
Yeah. Then we're gonna have also Rumble VKs where it's only on Rumble, so that people can get a little
Oh man, I can say all the stuff I want to say. Cool.
I need a link to that. I need a link to that.
Another deadly
2-minute meet the
creation.
Muffin.
Out of the gate.
Another deadly creation
That's
from
the true welcome back,
my
Papa.
cranium to
Old-fashioned.
Easy's is Rumble VK.
Yeah, I never get to make the VKs on Friday nights because typically I got to work fucking Saturday morning. So I like listen for like a half hour and then I just go to bed. And then I
Yeah.
watch the replay of everything. I always have to watch Easy's fucking replays, but it helps me out while I'm driving because it gives me something to fucking listen to for like 6 to 8 hours.
Yeah, that's what's up. I appreciate the replay too. That's actually super important for the algorithm. People don't realize that, but replays is a big thing. So the topic we were just on is the topic that they were just debating. Actually, is evolution is the best explanation for how humans came to exist. But I also want to say too, to the last Cash App that came after the assassin there. Now that the winner isn't here, you're just gonna have to pick 2 different people for a 1v1. So you gotta let me know.
Awesome. I gotta go to work. Deuces.
On call?
No. I just thought I would jump up here. I had to work this entire weekend. Yeah. Don't be a wagey cagey, boys. It sucks ass. I joined off my phone, but the quality's gonna be too bad. I'm not gonna subject the audience to that.
I feel you.
I'll be back though.
All right, man. Yeah, we're doing another one tonight, so just come for that one.
Wally, how the hell have you been in the last 8 hours since I've seen you?
It's been a day. I woke up early, then hopped on and made coffee, and here I am. I forgot to set a coffee pot for when I went to bed.
That's a shame. How did that end up last night? Did you end up just piecing out, or did you stay for the whole thing? What's up?
I dipped after a while when I
couldn't take it anymore. It was terrible. I don't like it. So
yeah, I couldn't continue. I could not, in good conscience, continue to provide a therapy couch on the panel for Furby.
It's so weird how like actual discussions where people are trying to have like good faith discussions become therapy for some dumbass.
Yeah, welcome to the internet.
I know, right? Pay me. That's why Cash App was invented, so you can pay me for the therapy that I render.
Make sure you charge enough.
So is there anybody else besides Effigy on the side of evolution is the best explanation for how humans came to exist? Or
No.
But is only Effigy on that side now? I think it is only Effigy.
It's only Effigy, yeah.
Okay.
The silence was deafening.
Okay. This might end up similar, but let me just see. Elon Musk has been given too much authority within the government.
Yes, absolutely. Ask yourself this, right-winger guys. If what Elon is doing right now was George Soros in someone else's administration, would you be cool with it?
I was waiting to see which side everybody else went on.
Sure, but that same statement could be made of anybody.
Here's the thing.
The question
Everybody
is
the number one U.S. contractor who is going to have his hands on who gets contracts, right?
Sure.
He's a citizen
the
now,
question
right? Is
the question is this good or bad? Like what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, irrelevant of whether he's George Soros or not, I really like that, by the way. Is what he is doing right or is it wrong? And so thus far, he's been proven to be pretty fucking right.
Yeah, but the question is,
I'm,
does
I'm
he have
not
too
sure how
much
you
power?
can even say that. How do any of you actually know what he's been doing other than the things that we've learned about what systems he's accessing? We don't know what he's actually doing.
He literally has people following him like 24/7, dude. Like if that guy shits, they probably know what color it is before he does. I mean,
Well,
come
and
on.
also this question could be the same question could be turned around.
Let's have some intellectual honesty. Like this is, well, what if it was Soros? Come on, man. We all know that Soros is an evil fuck. Elon doesn't give a fuck. So I would rather have the guy that doesn't care and is relatively honest over the evil guy who's literally said, "I want to bring down the United States." Come on, man. That's not even good faith. That's horrible.
Regurgitating right into talking points about George Soros is not any better, Grid.
I'm sorry?
Okay.
I said
Okay, so let me turn this
right-wing
around for a
talking
second.
points on George Soros isn't any better.
Okay, so let me turn this around for a second. Let me hang on.
You go ahead and I'll go.
Hang on. I want to turn this around for a second because this same statement could be easily made about any unelected bureaucrat, whether it's from the FDA, the DEA, the ATF, any of them. The same things could be said about them, the CIA, the NSA. The same things could be said. The difference is that what Elon Musk is, supposedly being given authority over is government efficiency. So getting rid of wasteful spending. And I don't know about you guys, but like on Twitter, it's funny that now we have all these senators and congressmen. Okay, cool. All of a sudden now we have all these congressmen and senators coming out talking about all the wasteful spending from U.S. aid and other departments, when these are the people who are in control of the purse strings, and they're approving these budgets year after year after year, which just goes to show that even the people that we do elect to do this job, they don't pay attention or care about any of this stuff whatsoever. So do I care if someone, an outsider, another unelected bureaucrat is put in to try and bring some of this wasteful spending down? We'll see how it goes.
See, that's like the maximum good faith you can give him, right? So why can't you guys look at it how you would look for anybody else? Because this is the biggest U.S. contractor that we have. He gets the most U.S. government money for contracts. He's up in there deciding who gets more money, or how do we even know that he's not taking out
Actually, he
other
doesn't
areas
decide
that he's going to get
more
more
money. That's
by deciding who doesn't get money.
No,
Helps
what
decide
he's
who
doing
gets
is
money,
he's
right?
literally going through and saying, "Hey, what are you doing, and are you doing it effectively?" That's what he's doing. He doesn't decide if they get the money or not, and the money doesn't move. That agency gets the money. Once that money's assigned, they can't do anything about that. You really need to make your points in intellectually honest terms.
He's going through all the books.
He's throwing them back at you. Here, look, hold on. The whole thing, there's no fucking way you can be stupid enough to be unhappy about U.S. aid getting trashed. It was literally a black fund for CIA antics that promoted wars and spread hate and discontent for the United States all over the world. It's an evil organization that deserves what Doge is doing to it. For the fact that you think that it's a bad thing, dude, are you even American?
Well, here's the other. Here's the other point.
USAID
Hang
is
on,
the
real
number
quick.
one vehicle for us to get
Real quick.
U.S. food aid out to
Effigy.
people.
Bullshit.
Effigy.
That was
Okay,
bullshit.
okay,
Yes,
hang on.
USAID buys
Hang
food
on.
from
Go
U.S.
look it up,
farmers
man.
and
Look
sends
it
it
up
out,
somewhere
right?
other than liberal rags, and look at how much
I was going to
money
say that,
is used by
Terry.
the CIA to prevent the other cultures from growing and literally spread hate and discontent.
Okay, so here's the truth of the matter. All right, is Elon doesn't actually have any authority or power within the government because the purse strings, the budget, is controlled by Congress. Okay, so all Elon Musk is doing, if he has any role at all, is to make recommendations. He cannot actually decide who gets what money and who doesn't. All right, this is written into our Constitution.
Yeah,
No,
he
he's
has
not
no.
deciding who's getting money. He's going through all the books right now and finding out where all the money's going.
I just want to say real quick, I'm still trying to. Oh, whoops! I'm still trying to figure out who you want in the 1v1? The person who last sent for a 1v1 in the Cash App. So I don't know if you want to say it in the chat or I don't know, send another 2 to say it, and then I'll pick a name change as well or something. I don't know. I don't know how to if you don't want to give yourself away. But yeah, I'm still waiting for that. Henry Jones Sr.
It's a ridiculous
It's a
comparison.
different hat.
Dun, 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 dun. I mean, it's a ridiculous comparison with Musk and Soros anyway, because it's two competing philosophies. Musk is out there looking for ways to make the government more efficient. Soros is looking to finance candidates who, once they get into office, will vote to rapidly expand the size of the government and how much it spends as much as they fucking possibly can. So it's two competing philosophies. There are very good reasons why a right-winger would have no problem with Musk looking for efficiency and where there could be cuts made by recommendation versus someone who's literally just trying to stack the deck in Congress the way he wants it.
Okay, so real quick, I'm going to run to the washroom quick, and then when I get back, we're going to do the 1v1. I know who it is they want now. So
are you placing bets on?
I'm just going to run to the washroom really quick, though, so you guys keep talking for now.
All right. So, Effigy, do you disagree with what I said, which is that Congress controls the purse strings? So, therefore, Elon Musk really doesn't have as much authority as you're giving him credit to.
Oh, sure. And there's a lot of pushback on that, but it's his administration that's trying to undo all that shit, or at least trying to push up against it. He had an executive order that tried to impound money that Congress had signed over. He's accessing treasury systems that I'm pretty sure he's legally not allowed to, which is why people are bringing lawsuits up about it. Like, don't sit here and tell me that these are the people who care about the rules when they're sitting here constantly breaking them.
Well, it sounds like they're trying to go about it legalistically, and that's fine. That's fine. But I guess I would ask you then, okay, fine. Effigy, I don't care. Let it be illegal.
Was doing it legally, right?
Okay. Let it be illegal. I really don't care. How about this, Effigy?
And that's the point, though. You don't.
Do you think there's a problem with going through the books and looking through this sort of stuff and figuring out what we're wasting money on and why and who it's going to? Don't you think that's important?
I think people do that all the time. I think the U.S. government books, for the most part, are pretty open. Yes, I think people are put into specific agencies.
What kind of person should do that?
But that's what I was just about to ask, JS. I was just about that exact question. Who should do that? Should it be a billionaire to decide which poor people are deserving of money?
Well, here's the thing: it's supposed to be Congress.
Department, right? Hey, I
agree.
It's
supposed to be Congress. And they're not doing it, obviously, because here's the thing is instead of actually doing a budget bill, all they've been doing is continuing resolutions, right? So they aren't even looking at the budget. Right. And so Thomas Massey has spoken about this.
Start shifting the Senate's power to the emperor, right? We don't do that shit. That's not what we do. We find a way to have Congress reassert itself, not just let the fucking president become a king who can just do what he wants.
How do we do that if the Congress, the people who are supposed to do this, they are not doing it. They are unwilling to do it. So how do you bring it back?
Yeah.
Reword that for you. Say it again.
How do you walk back a government that's only proven that the only efficient thing it can do is fucking waste money, is what he's saying.
Basically.
I think that's just really hyperbolic. There are definitely like tons of areas of waste. But the government
it's not hyperbolic, dude.
People, yes.
Dude, they haven't actually gone through the budget bill line by line or anything like that. I mean,
they can't.
In at least a decade or more. And so what they've done is a continuing resolution that continues the budget bill. Like they haven't actually gone through it or done any of that. So if they have been doing this for a decade or possibly longer,
much longer,
Yeah, because you have to have some levels of agreement to actually put a budget and do it.
So then what we're showing here is that they have been the people who are supposed to do this stuff are unwilling to do their job. How do we fix that?
And they're incompetent.
Right, and incompetency must be removed. So let me ask something, Effigy. What do you think
Well,
about?
I'd like hang on. I'm sorry, Grid. I'd like an answer to my question first. I apologize.
Yeah, it's all right.
Because I know Effigy is on his own over there, so I'd like an answer there. How do we fix this?
Well, if the answer lies in Congress,
because
and having Congress
Congress
reassert their power, it essentially comes down to electing better people, right? People who know what the fuck they're doing.
Executive
People who are not just trying to get.
Congress decides.
Well, no, you can't. Congress is the power of the purse, right? That's what we're talking about.
Congress allocates it. The executive branch approves it, and then the executive branch oversees those agencies. Congress does not oversee those agencies. That's why it's called the executive branch.
Yeah.
And Elon doesn't have power over any of those. He just reports to them.
Perfectly within his right to hire someone.
You're agreeing that dismantling an agency that is mandated
go
by
in and
Congress
say, is this working
is
or not? And if
unlawful.
it's not working, then we tear it down and we rebuild it so it does work. He's within his charter to do so. Correct?
No, not if Congress has mandated the existence of an agency through law, and its existence is mandated, it is statutory. Then you can't tear down. If I don't know the specifics of USAID, but if USAID is created by an act of Congress through law, signed by a president, it is law. You can't just, I am the executive branch, I can tear this down. You can't do that.
No, he can't.
Oh, Effigy,
but he can.
Effigy, you mean like how the FBI is going to capture that pesky Al Capone any day now and disband as intended?
Real quick, wrongful rage says intend to just add in, haven't done a budget since Bush Jr.'s first term, to my knowledge. Thank you, Wrongful Rage. I appreciate the donation. And the 1v1 request, let me just make sure. JS versus Effigy. So let's get everyone else into the back here. And also, if anyone wants to bring back Teriak or Chris too before the ending, they're also in the back there. Let me just move you guys to the green room so that I don't get confused when I'm bringing everyone back up. Okay, so well, on this topic right here, where do you stand, JS? I didn't hear you saying too much.
I don't think he has too much power, but I'm also not. I don't know. I don't feel too strongly about this topic. I'm not a huge Elon fan, but I'm not going to go into my whole argument if we do this one.
Let me see something for you too. Okay, what do you guys think? Let's give a little preview of one of the topics tonight. How about that? See if you guys are on the opposite side of it. What do you guys think about abolishing unpaid internships?
Abolishing unpaid internships.
Yeah.
I'm for that, yeah.
You're for abolishing unpaid internships.
I mean, in a sense, I don't know if you can stop companies from doing that, but unpaid internships are usually something that rich people use as avenues into things that other people would not be able to do. A poor person coming straight out of college cannot do an unpaid internship, right?
Yeah,
so
it
it's
would be
usually
the
this
opposite.
highbrow shit that rich people do.
Yeah, it would
But
be the opposite.
I'm not totally 100% on this because I'm not for like just banning things for no fucking reason, especially something like this of a business just saying come and work for me for free. Like that seems kind of weird, but I have a philosophical gripe against it more than an actual one.
Yeah, I would be the opposite. I'm okay with unpaid
I mean,
internships.
there's a topic for tonight that we obviously would be on the opposite side of.
Yeah, but I said I didn't feel strongly about the Elon one. So if you don't feel strongly about this one, then
maybe tonight you guys, you get a little preview now of one of the topics tonight.
it's an interesting topic.
We can, I try to keep it fresh every now and then.
Is that a thing? Are they people talking about doing that somewhere?
Yeah, like basically about outlawing it, right?
Right.
And then leading to abolishing it, obviously. But
Some damn commies.
yeah, so like that's what they want to do is make it illegal to
I don't know. I think it's the most capitalist thing in the world to say. If I work, I get money.
Well, it's free market capitalist. If I own a business and you only get to work at my business after you learn the job, and I'm not going to pay you while you're learning because you might screw stuff up, and it's my business. I can choose to do that if I want. And if you choose to work for me and do that, then that's your choice.
A good example of like difference between abolish and outlaw is like with what the UK is doing with the sale of cigarettes, right? They're outlawing the sale of cigarettes to a certain age, and they're putting that up every year instead of like abolishing it outright. Let me see here.
About the morality without God one.
Yeah, do you want to do that one?
I mean, it's an obvious one we disagree on.
Yeah, I figured. But actually, JS surprises me sometimes where he has some weird days. So I don't know. I mean, he does think the dinosaurs built the pyramid. So
no, I'm yeah, I would be the opposite. I do think that. Wait, how is it worded?
Morality cannot exist without God, or does not exist without God.
Yeah. I would say morality does not exist without God.
All right. Let's go. Let's do this one. All right, chat. Listen, we are going to 5 minutes. Okay, it is 60 if you want to be the solo judge. All right, and it is oh, sorry. Oh, wrong one. Let me rewind back to 5 minutes. All right, going to 5 minutes. Sorry, 60 if you want a solo judge. It is 10 to add on a minute. You want to see it go longer, and I know you do, right? So extend that shit. All right, and we're creeping up close to the final showdowns. So get the most out of your showdowns. You know what I'm saying? So 60 to solo judge, 10 to add on a minute. If we don't get a solo judge, it'll go to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. I will actually also, let me do this real quick, just so that because people have been liking that I'm putting the current topic up during the 1v1s. So I think it makes sense to keep doing that. All right. Again, 10 to add a minute, 60 to solo judge. If it doesn't get a solo judge, goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll loses their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
So I don't want to get bogged down with slavery in the Bible and all this other stuff. So I'm just saying God as in a higher power, a moral lawgiver who is outside of time and space that lays down the moral law. That's where we get our morality from. Without some sort of metaphysical concept of something outside of time and space greater than us giving us these laws, then there would be no right or wrong or morality. If you had no law in America, then you couldn't commit a crime. There would be no crimes. Everything would just be. It would all be subjective and up to each individual.
Well, I mean, right off the bat, it's weird to me. Like just saying that something exists outside of time and space, since things can't exist outside of time and space. Energy can't exist without time. Things can't be without space. So just right off the bat, saying that things have to come from an illogical place just does not win me over at all.
Well, it's
So
not illogical. Where do you get the singularity from that started the Big
well,
Bang? Like
it
you
is
still,
it is illogical.
you're still gonna have.
We don't know.
Eventually, yeah.
We don't know where it came from yet. We'll get there.
Okay, well,
sorry you were born here instead of 200
so
years
when
in the
did
future when
we
they can answer that
evolve
question.
morality on our own randomly? When did we evolve morality?
No, it's not randomly. There are echoes of morality in all kinds of mammals that we can see where it came from. Morality is an evolutionary trait that allows us to survive better through compassion and cooperation. Like it is something born within us. It is something that is emergent in animals.
It's
It
born within
is
us. I would agree with
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
morality
even
is
Christians have
born
a
within
version
us
of that.
from God. So it has to be from something greater than us that makes it born into us, because it's not born into dogs and
No,
cats
it's
and
just
turtles.
something we evolved. It's just something that
So
came
it
about. A
evolved
greater
into us. So at one point it wasn't born into us.
right. The number of creatures who
So when did we
had these
evolve
traits of
morality?
cooperation and well, it's a matter of the survival, right? The number of creatures who had this trait of more compassion and cooperation were able to cooperate in groups more, therefore upping their survival. And the ones who didn't have these traits are the ones who died, and therefore it became part of our species, or a part of the species that became our species eventually. Stuff like that.
Why would we need morality to evolve to not die off? Like, couldn't we
Because
survive? The
these
monkeys
feelings
survive
that
without.
we start with, no, that's wrong. And mammals in general have echoes of what we have.
Well, what about turtles? Do turtles have morality?
On some level, right? They have some kind of feelings of what's happening with them, right? They may not be completely
So
conscious of those
turtles
things.
turtles have enough
No, you're thinking of morality
cognition
as
to
the
determine right from
deontology.
wrong?
No.
Determining right from wrong, right and wrong.
No, it's because you can only think of morality as rules. That's why your problem is it's not just
No,
rules.
I just said
they're not external rules.
Morality is.
And I know you guys don't like to hear this, but morality is subjective. It is based in feelings within us. Yes.
Okay.
And
So
anything that can feel or has the concept of feel has a
so if I
potentiality
come
to
from a
make
tribe
decisions
where
off of
we
those
eat
feelings.
people, then it's okay to eat people.
In a subjective level to that
It's
tribe, I'm
moral.
sure it is. If a tribe does it within their context, within their relative context, but it wouldn't be to me. It wouldn't be to the greater whole of society. If it were more beneficial for society to have a society of killers, we would have a society of killers. But we have decided it's not.
Right. We've set laws that say that that's wrong, that's immoral, so that's against the law. That's a crime.
Yes, we set laws that reflect our general consensus on moral issues. Yeah.
But why would we set these laws if we didn't have something higher than us giving us this solid
We
thing
set
to
laws
ground our
because humans are
morality
not
on?
ubiquitous and they don't all believe the same things. Obviously, some humans don't follow the exact same moral pattern because we're not all the exact same people.
So if Jeffrey
Some
Dahmer,
people disagree. It's a great proof as to why our morality is subjective.
if
That we
Jeffrey
need laws
Dahmer
to
thought that
enforce
drilling a
moral
hole in
norms.
somebody's skull and having sex with it was fine, it's totally moral, then that's moral?
It is moral to him. It would not be moral to the society we live in because
And
they
is
have
he
different layers
right?
to this.
Is he correct?
Not in society, no. Not
Okay,
not to
so
us,
it's not
no.
subjective. Just because two people have
On a
different
basic
morals that
harm principle,
contradict each
man.
other doesn't mean they can
Well, no,
both
it's really
be right
easy
at
to
the
ask,
same
JS.
time.
It's easy to ask. Would you like Jeffrey Dahmer to do that to you? Would it be okay? Would you consent to that?
I mean, if
And
I
it's
was
really easy to
dead,
figure out.
what if he did it to my dead body? I wouldn't know.
Well, no. Would you want him to kill you then? An even easier question. Thanks.
What if he found me dead and he did it to me? What I want doesn't matter if it's right or wrong or not what he does. So if two people have contradicting moralities, one guy says it's okay to murder people, one guy says it's not okay to murder people, even if you go off the no harm principle, then how are they both correct at the same time? If it's subjective, you're saying they're both correct. There has to be an outside source, an outside standard to determine who's right and who's wrong in this situation.
No, there doesn't. No.
And there's a hierarchy. So we would go to our legal system, but then what determines which legal system is right?
If you reduce it down to two people, then yeah, it just becomes a might.
No, we
means
can
right
go
thing,
micro
right?
or macro. So if I go, we have different countries, and this country's government says
no,
that,
let's keep reducing, JS. What happens
wanna
when it's
go
just
up
one
or
person?
down?
There's one person on the whole planet. There are no other human beings. Is there morality?
there's one person on the whole planet and no other human beings?
Yeah. Are there?
Yeah, there's still
you know,
morality.
other than like harming
Yeah, there's still
yourself, are
morality.
there
That
any
person
kind of-
shouldn't cut their wrist. That person.
Why not? Why?
Because I believe in objective morality given to us by a moral lawgiver who's above us. Even if there were no humans, there would still be morality. It's the same. I think it's the contingency argument. It's the same that if there's a cup of water on a table and I leave the room, is the cup of water still there even though there's nobody to perceive it? Yes, because there's an outside perceiver. God is watching. God is watching. And that's so in the same way, morality, God is the moral lawgiver. He sets the standard. And it doesn't have to be the God of Abraham, but whatever you have to have a higher power than you that determines the moral law. And we can have, competing ideas.
When you inspire yourself, it basically comes to self-preservation. But morality really only exists between more than one person, right? The moral statements almost always involved things between people, interactions between humans. So this is something that just comes about with us. Without us, if there
Right
were no
and wrong
humans in the
doesn't
world, there
have
would
to
be
be
no
between
morality.
two humans. It could be just with one human. Or even if there was nothing.
You keep saying you would need an outside source for that, right?
Right.
No, you don't need an outside source for that.
Yeah, but you haven't demonstrated
I'll let the timer go to 8 minutes to see if we get a solo judge.
The only argument you gave is that morality is subjective. You don't need an outside source, and then you have to concede that Jeffrey Dahmer is moral if he thinks it's moral.
I don't. Not at all. No.
Okay.
Not if subjectively everyone comes together and thinks that is wrong. No.
Oh, so
you can come to larger moral.
It's a population.
Yes, you can come to larger moral stories. Yes, but I just told you that's why we have laws to enforce.
So if the majority of people think that it's okay to have slaves in America, it's moral to have slaves.
At that time, what would you have said? What was the likelihood that you were a person in this country who thought that was immoral because they were allowing it to happen? Yeah,
less than 5%.
That wouldn't make me right or wrong, or that just because I agreed with the population wouldn't make me right.
I agree with that.
Yeah, real
Some
quick.
people have a higher
but you don't agree with that. You just said you don't agree with that.
Hold up. Real quick. Chat, I am putting the poll in the chat right now. Okay? So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for jsurbanadventures on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for animated effigy on the poll.
Oh, I like that. Super Saiyan. He went Super Saiyan.
That is fire.
Let's go, Jita.
Chat, I'm starting up the timer now. It goes until 2 minutes. Get your votes in. Everyone vote. There's 66 of you left. So get those votes in.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not super energetic, chat. I worked all night last night and I came home and I jumped on here. So
no excuses.
I'm not making excuses. I'm just apologizing for the lack of energy.
You gotta drink up that Gatorade with the pre-workout. You got.
No, I did, and I was.
Josh, I was in
shaking
here early by
antsy.
my standards, so you got no fucking excuse, Josh.
I drank a big ass cup of
I can't
coffee
vote.
and pre-workout, and I was like shaking and jittery. I still feel, but anyway.
I'm just used to that much caffeine, so that don't do that to me.
No, normally by 4 p.m., I'm still establishing where the fuck I am in the world.
I'm usually sleeping right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you did say it was based off the majority opinion is what makes things right and wrong.
Moral in that society at that time, right?
Didn't
So
you say it was born within us?
He did say
yes,
that.
morality
at
is
one point.
innate to us.
So
yes,
if it was born within us, why don't we all have the same morals?
Yeah, they're subjective.
Yeah, because
He said it was born within
the
us,
same
but it also
experiences.
evolved into us at some point. So at some point
No,
we were born
all-
without morals.
We all
when we were
start
half
with
monkey, half
moral
human.
feelings, right?
But the monkeys also have
studies that
morals.
show this, that children have moral feelings that they have before you are taught any kind of morality. From that, you start getting taught by your parents and by society as general. Anyone around you starts teaching you. That's when you incorporate moral reasoning. Our moral feelings are then informed into our moral reasoning. It's a scaled thing.
So do
You
all
guys- I know
children
you guys
then
need
have the same
bite-side
morals?
bullshit. Of
No,
course
I'm
not.
asking a question.
All children don't have the same experiences.
What if it's born within or innate within? Wouldn't they all be similar within? starting off.
they're basic moral emotions that humans are kind of born with, like fairness.
All right.
Like don't lie, don't steal, don't
compassion.
kill, don't murder.
All right, these
No.
the chat has spoken. 44 votes locked in. Thank you to everyone who participated in the votes. Again, chat, without you, it's not the same. So I appreciate the hell out of all your participation. All right. So we have 44 votes and 77% has voted that the winner of the 1v1 is JS Urban Adventures. Animated effigy. Tell everyone where we can find you and why they should bring you back in this last 20 minutes for that shot at the prize.
You should bring me back because at least I made it this far. It's get me to the finish line. Yeah, other than that, always great to come on. Always fun to be here. I'll see y'all next time.
Based. And listen, if they don't bring you back, I hope to see you again tonight for the verbal combat tonight, same time as always. And until then, my friend.
You so fatality.
Another soul added to the state of souls. That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday.
Where'd everybody else go? Wasn't there more people here?
Well, Grid left, and when Grid left,
Muffin left?
Who was it left as well?
Muffin,
yeah. They both left during the 1v1. So
Sucks,
we're
I
down
can't
to
vote because I'm
3.
driving.
We're down to 3 people. We're down to 3 people, guys. Shit.
All right.
And we got
Can we
20 minutes exactly left until
can we just point
the
out
final vote.
Can we just point out the irony that 2/3 of the people still here are professional overnight people debating during the day?
Yeah.
Like, as Josh admitted, we should both be sleeping right now, but we're here.
Yeah, I'm glad there's going to be a little break between the two because I'm going to take a nap.
Verbal combat is more important than sleep, bro.
I don't want to hear shit. I've been up since 4:30 in the morning. I've been driving this fucking semi.
I've been up since 8 p.m. yesterday.
Cool.
Can revive still happen? Yes. Chat, you have 20 minutes. If you want to bring somebody back for the final vote to give them a shot, and if it gets more than 4 people, we'll have to do at least one showdown. So, like, if you want to bring somebody back, you can. Let me see who's still hanging around. We got Chris Lestrange, Teriak, the Thought Slayer himself, James. They're all still chilling, waiting for a revive.
Is the Thought still there?
No.
I'll be right back in like 30 seconds.
I think debating Freemasonry and marriage would have been more interesting than what James probably would have brought back to the table, honestly.
Animated effigy is there as well, too. Sorry, I was looking at the green room when I was reading the names.
Like when I heard a Freemason argument, I'm sitting back here, I'm like, holy shit, look at this. She's debating.
Right. Yeah, she started talking about Freemasonry and all this other stuff and the rituals of Freemasonry. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm like, holy shit, we got a debate here.
Well, I'll admit it was definitely spicier than I thought it would be. I was like, oh shit, this is okay. Like, that was actually a nice little back and forth. Like, you know, people will definitely rewatch that one.
I'm telling you, I think another one's going to be just as interesting. Now it's like, damn, she actually argued.
And you know, I have to say, the daytime verbal combat has been a quite a success. And we are at 735 out of the 1,000 goal for the daytime VK. So
Awesome.
make sure you drop some fucking crowns in the chat for chat. You guys fucking been killing it. Okay.
Creative Witch said in the beginning it's going to be sober VK, then drunk VK. And I think she's right because I'm going to start drinking in the second.
Yeah, I'm not drunken. I'm on coffee right now. This is not drunken disorderly Wally, as you've all know.
By the way, if you guys hear me cussing and screaming and yelling, it's because of stupid ass fucking four-wheelers out here don't know how to fucking drive.
I thought you were just gonna say if we hear you cussing and screaming, it's because you're a truck driver.
Well,
four-wheelers like ATVs.
That's why they say the saying is cussing like a drunken trucker.
Where are you trucking around four-wheelers?
On an interstate.
All right. Before we get into
what
friendly, just before we get into friendly combat, just wanted to say real quickly, the last one we had that I wanted it to be a panel debate, and I might bring it up again after because we do a lot of 1v1s with this topic, but I want to see the blood it sheds on a panel debate. So just for this last 20 minutes at least, the death penalty should be reinstated. And when I say this, because I heard JS earlier go, what do you mean reinstated?
When did it get uninstated?
Only 21 states right now is allowing it, right? So I'm saying everywhere. Should it be reinstated? Everywhere. So
yes, with prohibition though, with certain stipulations, but yes.
I kind of want to say I'm okay with it being left up to states' rights. The states can decide on it. So if
that's interesting. That's interesting because I don't think I've ever really heard that take on a pro-death penalty debate before.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's a thing that they would decide like that, but well, obviously it is because if some of them have it and some of them don't. So
just so I can, if I understand what you're saying, there correctly, JS, maybe just so the chat's saying it correctly. Are you saying the morality of the death penalty should be depending on the majority? Just asking.
Well, if we're talking legally, not morally. So from a moral perspective, kill them all.
but from from a function of government policy, you're talking leave it up to the majority of those states if they want to spend how they want.
I had to throw the zinger in, guys. Sorry, Effigy wasn't up here no more, and I know that's probably something he would have thrown at you, so I just had to.
Yeah, from a moral perspective,
what I'm saying,
I'm okay with
it. Just had a proxy shot for him there, easy.
So it's thou shalt not murder. It's not thou shalt not kill. And if there's a justified killing of a criminal, if they forfeit their life, then I would be okay. I'm okay with the death penalty. But from a legal perspective, I'm okay with leaving it to states' rights. I don't like the Fed.
Well, just within the function of how it's administered, there is a lot of inefficiency and there's a lot of waste and problems with it. So if you're just talking about the death penalty from a dollars and cents perspective, if you're paying for these people to be permanently removed from society, you're not getting your money's worth because of how long it can be dragged out, even when they have no appeals left, even when everything that we pay for legally for them is exhausted. They could still be housed on death row for years indefinitely, and we're still paying for that.
Well, we need to speed it up. Rope is cheap.
Well, we need to put in a fast track
Speed
lane
it up.
then, huh?
Yep. The Green Mile can be changed to the Green Yard.
So you're saying so are we saying condense it in such a way that it's like, okay, like once your appeals are all exhausted, that's it. Date of execution is set. We move on.
Yeah, and make
Yes,
the
and if
That
there's
would be
enough
more efficient,
evidence,
yeah.
and if there's enough evidence, so we're just gonna say like what
Yeah,
happened
that-
in my state in Ohio, like the mass shooting in Dayton, like they had video evidence. It was 100% these guys. They were taken down, whatever. Like now, obviously they were shot, but say they would have lived. Like there's 100% proof evidence that's these guys. So the appeal processes and all that other shit, they're not going to take very long because all the evidence is right there. 100% visual confirmation plus everybody that was there or whatever else, plus the people who would have taken them down or what have you. So like the appeal processes could actually be sped up too also, because that shouldn't take as long, because it shouldn't take that long to be like, well, here's all the shit and it's you, jackass. So
yeah.
so all that shit could be sped up instead of dragging shit out for fucking, like my God blessed ex-wife's lawyer drug out my fucking divorce for 5 fucking years.
All of our judicial system takes way too long. Like you're supposed to have the right to a speedy trial, and that's like, what is that? 2 years for a conviction or something?
Well, and that
you notice,
and that's something with the death penalty is I think that yes, I would be all for reforming the evidentiary standard, because I think if it was a tighter standard, even a lot of people who are anti-death penalty now would probably be far more accepting of it.
Yeah, I think it's baked into the premise that we know the person is guilty and our just system is just. So, the argument that you could kill an innocent person isn't a good argument, because
No,
could
Josh, what I'm
imprison.
saying is different. What I'm saying is like I think it's perfectly reasonable to be more hesitant of, let's say you have someone whose conviction is relying almost purely on forensic evidence and there are no actual witnesses. I hesitate to kill them at that point. I hesitate to go ahead with executing them because there's no physical witness.
Witness account is a weaker standard in court.
But if you have both, is that not a better evidentiary standard to have witnesses and physical evidence combined?
Yeah, that would be
Now
better.
you can now, granted, effective prosecutors.
You got
are gonna
5 witnesses,
argue-
video, forensics. You find the dude bathing in the blood of children in his house. Take him out, and don't even take him to court. Just pop him.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough of us veterans out
See,
there.
okay,
that,
so there's a difference
would
there, Josh.
be
It's
glad
like
to.
that's like executing someone based on just what is seen in front of you is not the death penalty. It's a summary execution.
Well, executing is the death penalty. In China, they execute drug smuggler, or not China, someplace they execute drug smugglers. They get it done in like a month. Now, I don't think. Well, actually, Trump's talking about executing cartel members. So that would be death penalty for cartel members if they're caught with like fentanyl. And I'm kind of okay with that, because a bundle of fentanyl could kill, 1,000 people.
Well, that's the thing. Is like if people find them, like if you have people who are actually searching a person and find the stuff physically on them, like that's a witness. Like whether it's an arresting officer or whether it's a bystander, like that's a witness. Like
you got to be careful though with the whole searching somebody and find drugs, because there have been cases where it's been found out to where the evidence was planted.
Right, but so, oh shoot. So this goes back to the if somebody's innocent, but that same argument I could say then we shouldn't prosecute any crimes, because we might lock up somebody for 5 years for theft and they're actually innocent of the theft, and we took away 5 years of their life. They didn't get to see their child be born. They didn't get to go to their kids' graduation or something. Like, we took 5 years of their life and they were innocent. So maybe we shouldn't put anybody in jail for anything at that point.
Well, that's not what I was getting at though.
Yeah,
I mean,
Josh,
you know,
that's
you're
where
gonna
it
have
goes. Because here's the thing,
people that-
Josh. You can. It's with a lot of crimes, it can be very easily to be falsely convicted because an evidentiary standard for, like, say, petty theft could be like pretty fucking weak.
John Mosman wants to say, Josh, the guy who who does not believe in DNA thinks forensics is solid enough for death penalty. Oh,
John's
shit.
poisoning the well. He's a straw man
calling you
champion.
out in the chat.
The straw man champion poisoning the well.
But Josh, if you don't personally believe in it, why should that be the standard?
Well,
Why,
forensics
on what basis do you
forensics
tell me
doesn't
that-
forensics doesn't have to just be DNA. Like I could find a thread of your clothes, footprints. There's a lot more to forensics than just DNA.
Okay, Josh.
Besides-
here's the thing: not everybody has a unique like foot size, and not everybody wears the exact same and people can wear
Anyway,
the same shoes.
he doesn't even understand my DNA argument. He's straw manning. I'm just a double helix denier because we haven't
Josh,
actually
you're actually
observed
making
one.
your argument worse because a lot of forensics does not have. Josh,
This
you're
is
making your own
obfuscating.
argument worse, actually, because
This is
most
obfuscating.
Is it no? Because most forensic
Let's assume I
experiments
believe
aren't
in
actually
DNA for
peer
the sake of
reviewed, Josh.
argument.
You're making your argument worse by actually branching out from DNA. Because
No, I'm
fucking
adding
blood
to the
splatter
DNA.
is not peer reviewed science. Ballistics is not peer reviewed science.
Right, but neither is eyewitness account.
Forensics
So
is
what do we go-
invented to convict people, Josh. That's
But-
the fucking problem with relying on it as a standard on its own. So if you don't believe in DNA, why in the flying fuck should you be imposing DNA as a standard on the rest of us?
I'm saying, like you said, forensics, eyewitness accounts, video, they're caught in the act, all these things. What's it called? Something of evidence, a preponderance of evidence. When we have that, when we have beyond a shadow of a doubt to convict somebody, then the death penalty is justified.
I just want to say real quick, chat.
I could
there's 5 minutes. 5 minutes left until the final poll goes up for you guys to vote for the champion. Anything can happen in this last 5 minutes. This is your chance to make your final moves, chat. All right, 5 minutes.
So I
And
could
have
say
the
I don't.
timer going there for you. So
I could say I don't believe in
would
any
agree
of
with
that.
that, Josh. I would agree. You absolutely
Right.
should have for a capital case where execution of the convicted is possible. I believe you should be combining beyond reasonable doubt with a higher preponderance of evidence, because in many cases you can have somebody convinced beyond reasonable doubt with a very low preponderance of evidence. If you were surrounded by pride flags right now and said nothing else, people would assume
would
beyond a
assume I'm
reasonable
gay.
doubt you're gay.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
What I'm
Well,
saying
have you
is,
guys ever seen the movie 12 Angry Men?
yeah, it's a great movie.
That is a perfect example
Mm-hmm.
of a failed lawyer, a kid that grew up in a bad situation, and all the evidence, eyewitness testimony, all this other stuff would have had that kid convicted of murder if it wasn't for one person sitting back going, why don't we take a second and think about this?
Right.
And they went through the whole fucking spiel and everything else, and they figured it all out. And they were like, holy shit, the defense lawyer just sucks.
Yeah, and I don't have to defend the different types of evidence or say which type of evidence is the best. We could have a psychic judge or a psychic jury who just knows that the guy did it. I'm just saying, if we know that if we had the evidence, even if the evidence is a bunch of psychic jury members, if we know the person did it.
Okay, but you're granting yourself an evidentiary standard that's not fucking possible.
Right. I'm baking it into the premise that we know this person is guilty. Is it okay to kill them? I would say yes. They forfeited their life. They commit such an egregious crime. And that guy Aiden last week was arguing that it costs just as much to execute somebody as it does to keep them on life in prison. I don't know where that's come. Maybe that's because what you were saying about how long it takes to go through the procedures.
Yes, you can have somebody on death row for 30 fucking
Yeah,
years.
see,
You can
that's
have
crazy.
somebody on death row for 5. It's depends.
Right.
Yeah, some people stay on death row for, like Wally said, like 30, 40 years. The other thing, too, is a lot of states, if you're convicted of murder, like first-degree murder, the state has to pick up all of your appeals, all of your defense, and everything else, because you don't have any money then to be able to.
Well, because you're
have a lawyer and
guaranteed,
shit.
you're guaranteed at least 2 appeals, whether you want to use them or not, and then all the legal bills for someone who has a capital conviction where they're going to be executed gets all their legal bills covered. Like they can get a fucking dream team if they want, and we fucking pay for it.
Exactly. So millions
that's
and
true,
millions
'cause
of
how-
dollars in lawyer fees.
But what if they get off? Then do they end up having to pay for it?
No.
Huh.
Why would they have to pay for their own defense if they were wrongfully convicted and an appeal proves that they were innocent? Why would they have to reimburse the state for the state being wrong?
Well, if you get accused of, I don't know, stealing something, you have to pay for your lawyer to get you off of the charge if you didn't do it. So why wouldn't they have to pay?
Because the difference is, Josh, is that person's life is on the line. And if that person has no money, they are still entitled to be presented as effectively as possible before the court system.
I'm just saying, I understand if they're going to be killed, they can't pay for it. But if they get off, why don't they have to
John
compensate?
Mosman says, but the premise or the hypothetical is baked in an absurd notion. And thank you, John.
Yes, and now you're going on this ridiculous direction that if the state wrongfully convicted me of capital murder, I should pay the state back for them being wrong.
Well, this is a side topic. But
I
I
think
think-
should pay the state back to live. Like, thank you.
Yeah, because if you would have got a public pretender, you wouldn't have gotten off.
Well, the state is paying the legal bills regardless at that point, whether you're getting a public defender or a private lawyer through that system.
So if they
And on top of that, most likely if you get a wrongful conviction like that and it gets overturned because obviously egregious shit,
pay
then
you.
typically you go back and you do a civil suit
Right.
and you get a payment out of it for loss of wages and time and all this other shit, detriment to your life.
Yeah, because
and the
Yeah, I'm
lawyers
not-
get
I'm-
a fucking paycheck out of that.
This is
Yeah,
just
but Josh,
interesting
you
to me.
know
I've never
how-
heard this,
like,
that they
yeah,
don't
but
have
Josh,
to pay
you
if they
know
get
how
off.
the court system works. Like, you should be familiar with the concept of informa
I'm pretty
pauperis.
I'm pretty familiar with the courts.
So you should be familiar with the informa pauperis, where it's you're appearing to the court financially destitute, so your legal expenses and the court costs.
Yeah,
are
you're
getting
indigent, but
covered.
they don't give you a dream team. They give you
All right.
a public pretender.
1 second here.
But
I
when
went a
your
little
life
bit
is
over-
on
I
the
went
line,
a little
you
bit
have-
over the. I went a minute almost over the time just because I was trying to fix something here on my computer. So,
By the way, I'm driving, so I can't vote, just to give you a heads up.
well, you're being voted for. No, you don't have to vote. It's okay.
Okay.
No
thank you.
worries.
I
no
got one
worries.
vote. Yay.
So, chat. Now,
care
what's
about the
going to happen here? Let me write this poll in. Get the names written in here.
Josh, I think you're maxing out authoritarianism in the wrong direction. If you
And
think
kill the
wrong-
diaper snipers.
Well, Josh, I think you're maxing authoritarianism in the wrong direction if you want wrongfully convicted people to pay the state to
No,
live.
no, I'm
and
not.
go
I
free.
would. That's a side conversation that I'm just.
All right, one
I
second.
didn't know that.
Real quick,
I've
real
never-
quick, boys. Real quick. So, chat, listen up. Okay, I'm putting the poll in the chat right now. Okay, so listen. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Raw Dog on the poll. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Wicked Wally on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventure on the poll. All right? Get your votes in. I'm going to bring this timer back. Okay? And chat, you have 10 minutes to decide the final champion. You guys go ahead and keep going on with what you guys were talking about.
So Josh, I'm very eager to hear why I should be paying the government back for their mistakes.
I'm not trying to argue.
No, we're having a debate on this, mother.
Okay,
we're
okay.
exploring this, motherfucker.
Well, I've just never heard this before, so I'm thinking about it. I don't see why any other criminal has to pay for their defense, but an alleged murderer doesn't.
It depends on it
because
depends
their
on,
life's on the
in
line.
all of those cases, Josh, it would still depend on the
life's-
ability to pay for anyone else, which is
Okay, but
because
what if you're looking at a life sentence for something, I don't know. What can you get a life sentence for? I think you can get a life sentence for trafficking large amounts of high schedule drugs. You could get a life sentence for that. That person would have to pay for their legal team, and you're taking their life away.
if you're completely, but if you get convicted, right? Let's say
If you're indigent, you get a PD.
Let's just say you get wrongfully convicted, right? You go to jail.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at that point, you have no access to income. And if you're sitting in there with $0 in your bank account while you're in jail, you would have to just appeal to the court and say, look, I don't have income to do this.
Yeah.
appeal,
So a lawyer will be provided for you.
Even if you're destitute, you have a right to have access to the court system.
A
That's why they
public
provide lawyers.
defender. You said that they can get a dream team of lawyers to defend them and not pay for it. That's my contention. If they get a public defender, then I'm okay with that because that's what everybody else gets.
Well, Josh, not all public defenders have experience in capital murder cases. That's why we have to give an allowance.
I don't even know if
there's
this
a
is
higher
right.
standard.
I have to look into this because this doesn't sound
How
right.
many? So let's assume
And a lot of
that
times
you can,
too.
So let's
with the
assume,
hypothetical
Josh,
that
if
you
you're
gave
on
with the drug thing, a lot of times when that goes to appeals, if somebody got a life conviction for trafficking drugs or something, they're gonna say that's an over punishment, and they're gonna reduce it down anyways on the appeal process.
Yeah.
Because that's against the Constitution.
Yeah, the only thing I'm saying is I don't know. I don't know if Wally's right about this dream team of lawyers thing. If you're indigent, you get a public defender.
So let's
and I'm
assume
sure
that-
they have capital
He is
murder
right.
public defenders.
When it comes to murder cases, and somebody's either getting life in prison and they're completely being taken away, or definitely with execution, because certain lawyers specialize in certain types of being attorneys and shit.
Yeah.
So if a person,
Go ahead.
Josh, if a person on death row is destitute, correct? They have no money. They can't afford a lawyer.
Mhm.
They need, if the general premise is that if you are destitute, you have a right to access the court system still, because that's why we waive court costs for people who are broke. Then in a specific case like that, where you're talking about a person's life being on the line, they should have the right to access lawyers with that appropriate level of experience to make sure that their rights in that case are being represented appropriately.
Right, but you would get a
So if
capital.
the
you
state
would
has
get,
wrongfully convicted me at that point, I shouldn't owe the state back those legal bills. It's the state's fault.
so are you saying there's no public defenders who do murder cases?
There may not be a lot of them. What are most public do most public defenders handle death penalty level cases? No.
Well, here's the other thing too. Have you
How
ever
many of
seen
them have that
those
level of
groups?
experience? Like, you would have to demonstrate how many of them have that experience, Josh.
Have
I
you
don't
ever
know.
seen
I
those
just- I
groups
wanna
out
look
there
into this
that
stuff.
have you ever seen those groups out there that look into people who have been convicted of murder or
Yeah, like Innocence
like
Project,
certain
shit
things?
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, like the Innocent Project. They have a stack of lawyers.
Yeah, those are
that when they
private.
go through.
Yeah, and they got that guy out, and then he cut off his wife's head like a month later and put it in his fridge. Joe Rogan had that dude on his show, and like a month later, he chopped up his wife and put her in the fridge. That was so funny.
But yeah, like the Innocence Project, there's other types of projects out there that they look into, like when people are convicted, because if they can find anything that can make it less than a reasonable doubt, they will have their lawyer team look over it, and
But
that
doesn't that
lawyer team
disprove
then
what
will
you guys are
come.
saying? If
Oh,
why would
Josh,
they,
Josh, look at Mosman here.
I don't
Super
I don't even
chatting
know
in.
what Mosman's
I
talking
told
about.
JS this morning that he doesn't know how capital cases
I know
work,
the law
and
better than
lawyers
he
do
does.
pro bono cases in this too, which incentivizes lawyers, and that's a very good point. Like a guy,
Yeah, if they're
somebody
pro
who's a
bonoing, then
but
they're
Josh,
doing it for publicity or
somebody
something
who's
like
a
that.
really good lawyer, somebody who's a really good lawyer can take a
Why
risk.
would the
on-
Innocence Project need to exist if a capital murder trial has the choice from the cream of the crop of lawyers? Why would the Innocent Project need to exist?
Because not all people who are convicted have an
And
automatic
if
right
the
to
government
appeal.
pays for their defense, why would lawyers do it pro bono? You're
Because the
disproving your
Innocence
own.
Project, Josh, the Innocence Project also works with people who don't have an automatic right to appeal. They have to
No, the
find
reason they
evidence
do
to
it pro
petition for an
bono,
appeal.
the reason they do it pro bono is because they want the publicity and they want to win the case and get the publicity from that. And they know that the guy can't pay for it and nobody's going to pay for it. That's why they do it pro bono.
Well, some lawyers are willing to take gamble on cases because they figure,
I'm going to
hey,
look
if I
into
get
this later.
if
I
I
almost guarantee I think you're wrong about this.
Well, some lawyers are willing to gamble on high-profile cases because they figure, hey, I get this person off the hook, I'm going to become a legal rock star, and I'm going to be worth thousands of dollars an hour to some people.
Exactly. They want the
Like,
publicity, so they do it pro bono.
Like that incentivizes somebody like the
But
lawyer
why-
who represented Casey Anthony to defend her as best he could have.
If the government's going to pay for it, then why wouldn't they charge for it instead of doing it pro bono and still get the publicity and get paid for it? Why would they do
Because
it
if they
pro
do
bono?
it pro bono, they get more recognition for it, and then they turn, if they think that they have the right.
Yeah, the Innocence
mindset or
Project as it
evidence,
exists
they
is
can do the civil
definitely not good. But the the concept of what it's trying to do with people who don't have a right to appeal is good if the Innocence Project wasn't being biased as fuck.
Did I cut out?
No.
No.
Oh.
I was just addressing
Wally
what,
just
the
interrupted you
super
like a
chat
real
that came
jerk.
in.
He's a real
Yeah, I know.
jerk, this Wally guy.
I'm a real jerk when the coffee kicks in and I'm suddenly wide awake instead of being wide awake and dead at the same
Your
time.
cup says butt first coffee. You put in your butt first?
Yeah, because it's,
there's a
it's sleeping.
couple times that you guys
So I need
roboted on
coffee
me
to
because I
wake
know
up
my
first.
signal went to shit.
Well, we know you're interested in things butt first, Josh. That's why you were apparently checking out my ass earlier in those sweatpants.
When you run your mouth, it does resemble an asshole just shitting all over the place.
I mean, nobody spews shit from their mouth like you, Josh, Mr. Biblical Dinosaur.
Don't even get me
Since
started.
you like
I found
asses, were you part of the Navy?
I found more in Exodus with the 10 plagues. So God kills all the livestock, all the horse, all the cows, all the sheep. And then in the next plague, the hail comes and it's killing beasts of the land. And I'm like, what beasts are left? And then it hit me. The dinosaurs. And that's what happened to the dinosaurs.
Jackals. Well, let's see. It's also Egypt. So jackals, scorpions.
Shit.
Hippopotamus.
Hippopotami.
But, the noble and dignified hippopotamus of the land and sea.
All right.
And the hippo is also technically a beast of the sea, Josh, not land. You fell in the trap.
Beast. No,
That's all I
hippos are
ever
not
wanted for
beasts of the
Christmas.
sea. They're freshwater. They don't even swim. They walk on the bottom of the water. They're mammals. So you're wrong.
But they're considered.
No,
they
you're
dwell-
wrong.
They swim all the
Nah.
time. They float. They mainly chill in the water.
They don't swim. They walk on the bottom because they're so heavy. Facts.
Yes, exactly. Like I said, they gamble on being rock stars by doing that.
Y'all watch too many movies. It's very rare for a lawyer to take a case pro bono. 90% of the time, it's a very high profile case. Facts.
Well, yeah, and because very small number of cases end up being high profile. Let's be real. A lot of cases aren't high profile at all. if lawyers were pro bono just to be good people, a lot of single dads would have lawyers for free.
Right.
I mean, anybody can get a lawyer for free. It's just gonna be a public pretender.
Well,
and they
again,
suck.
it's the standard of what you can afford. That's the thing, Josh.
It's really not even about the law. It's about the wheeling and dealing that happens
Had to
behind the
happen
scenes.
once. At least once. Wouldn't be an easy stream without the muted talking. So we have reached the 10-minute mark. 48 votes. Thank you to everyone who voted. I appreciate the participation. Again, wouldn't be it without you guys. Okay. And for 48 votes and 62% of the voters voted that the winner of Verbal Combat 58 is JS Urban Adventures.
Let's go.
Taking home the championship of Verbal Combat 58, the first daytime stream as well.
They don't hate me. They like me. They really like me. I thought this chat hated me.
Let's fucking
Congrats,
go.
JS.
Congratulations.
About
JS,
fucking time.
send me either like Cash App or PayPal, however you want your money sent to you. Send me how I send it to you so I can
How to send
do
it to you
that.
on Discord?
Yeah, Discord's fine. Yeah, that's good. So before, and we're gonna save you for last as well. So and also just want everyone to remember we are also doing another Verbal Combat tonight, normal time. So don't forget to come for that as well. But we're gonna start with Raw Dog. Tell everyone where we can find you.
I have a YouTube channel, but the only thing on there is my wedding video, which probably nobody wants to watch. Other
Well,
than
now
that,
everybody wants to watch it. Where do we find it?
I don't know if it's. I'd have to look at my damn name on you. Well, I mean, my name on YouTube, Raw
worries.
Dog, but I think it goes by my Gmail account, which is like G_K79. But anyways, no. Usually you guys find me in the chat whenever I'm awake with Easy Stream. Other than that, you guys find me out on the highways and byways, out here driving 18-wheelers and delivering plastic pellets to make all your plastic shit.
Word. Well, it's a pleasure having you. And until next time, if you can make it tonight, I know we start a little late for you, so I get it. If not, but until
I gotta
next
work
time.
in the morning, so.
Yeah, exactly. I get it. But until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Wicked Wally, tell everyone where we can find you.
Wicked_Wally on YouTube. I'm gonna have the 36-hour march to my 1,000th hour of Elden Ring starting up soon. Gonna have some other stuff going on there soon too. So it's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna try to do more. I'm gonna try to do some like open Q&A shit while I'm killing monsters in Elden Ring, which people have not gotten to see me do. And after all these years of talking about it, I should probably deliver it. So we're gonna
That's what's up. Well, we're going to be expecting that, Wally. So you better.
Congrats,
fucking deliver.
JS. You
Yes,
finally
sir.
get a crown, JS. You finally got it.
Let's fucking go. And it's always a pleasure having you, Wally. Wouldn't be a VK without you. Okay.
I'm gonna go get something to eat with my son, and then I'm gonna be drunk and disorderly later on.
Let's fucking go. Well, I'll be waiting for that. Until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
And once again, congratulations to the champion of Verbal Combat 58 coming in.
Flawless victory.
Let's
go.
fucking go.
Nice.
So,
you want
JS, tell everyone where we find the Verbal Combat 58 champion, and also check your Cash App when you have a second.
Yeah, I got it. I just got the alert. Thank you, sir. That's awesome.
Let's fucking go.
Nice. Because I was broke in a mug, y'all. It's JS Urban Adventures on YouTube. You could just search in the search bar JS Urban Adventures. It'll come up, or youtube.com/JS Urban Adventures. And I do a show on Monday nights called the Dreaded Conservative Show, and talk about politics, news, and just interesting topics like dinosaurs building the pyramids and stuff like that. I like theology and philosophy and religions. And then Friday and Saturday nights, I do VK, and then afterwards I do my own panel on Discord. We've had a couple raids the last couple weeks, so that's been cool. And then Saturday nights is fight night. We watch the UFC fights and hang out on the Discord panel and drink and argue with each other. And I do Bible studies in the mornings throughout the week, like Tuesday through Friday, usually. Just reading the Bible and try to make it entertaining, not like a dry, boring Bible study. But yeah, that's it.
Based. And everyone, make sure you all of you, okay, all of you in the chat right now, mods, please share. Oh, look at that, we already got it going. Go hit that link and go follow JS Urban Adventures, okay? And JS, I hope you said we're gonna see you again tonight, right?
Yeah, I would say, because I'm streaming right now, I would say.
Are you just gonna keep going? Because I'll just send the raid from this one over to you.
Nah, I gotta get some sleep, or else I'm gonna. Because I wanna do VK tonight, and then I want to be able to do afterwards, also. So I want to get some sleep. So I'm gonna take a nap.
Okay. Yep, that makes sense.
But what time are you starting?
9:30 p.m. Central Time, so it'll be 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
I'm in Mountain Time, so that's 8:30 my time. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
9:30 Central. Yeah, that's 8:30 Mountain Time. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna take a nap for like 2 hours. I'm gonna be exhausted tonight. But
sounds about right. All right.
I will be back, and then I'll do a drunk VK. I'll be.
That's what's up.
Cracking some brews.
Yeah, I expect tonight to wild.
Yeah.
I got some good topics for tonight, so.
Yep.
All right. Listen, congratulations again. All right. And we'll maybe you're gonna come and dominate another one. 2 VKs.
Let's go. 2 in a row, back to back. Let's go.
That'd be fire. That'd be fire. Everyone go sub up. And again, thank you, JS Urban Adventures.
Yep. Thanks
everyone
for the show.
In the chat. First off, thank you so much for everyone who came and joined in for this verbal combat, the very first daytime verbal combat. Okay.
No offense to Easy, but I'm gonna dip so I can say goodbye to you guys. I think James is streaming. He's gonna send the raid over there. Let me get my video up real quick. Oh, wrong camera. Wrong camera. This camera. All right, guys. I thought it was starting a little later. I need to get some sleep. Fires and crowns. Let's go. We got one, baby. We're coming back to get back to back tonight. That would be epic, huh? So I need to get some sleep so I have more energy. And yeah, I'm gonna take Echo for a walk, and I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you guys for hanging out. Sucks we can't get the raid, but if we win it tonight, hopefully we get the raid. Or usually on Friday nights, it seems like the last couple weeks nobody else has been streaming. So I've gotten the raids even though I didn't win. So even if I don't win, we might still get the raid. This kind of sucks. I can't just take the raid and just keep going, but I need to get some sleep. I'm exhausted, and I'll be dead if I go into the next one without at least getting a little nappy nap. So thank you guys for hanging out. I'm gonna dip. Is James streaming? Me and Easy will both raid James if he's streaming. Let me see. My eyes are like falling asleep right now. Where's the redirect? See, I can't even find the redirect. Yep, James is streaming. We'll send you over to James. James is about to get a big boost here. That's cool. It'll help him with his monetization, help him with his watch hours. So go say hi to James. And I'm going to take a nap, and then I'll be back. I'll be back live in a couple hours. I'll see you guys later. God bless. We out. Peace. Let's go. W's. West Side.